We coming hard, we coming fast. Get out the way or get caught up in the blast. We coming hard, we coming fast. Get out the way or get caught up in the blast. We coming hard into battle, thought they were strong, but they rattled like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the close of the opposers know exactly who we are. We coming hard. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. Showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime.
Welcome to Dino Ground. Hello, my name is Owen and I'm your professional dino rider. Today I'll be teaching you how to ride a dinosaur and win that chicken dinner. Now, let's begin. Relax, don't be scared. That's the sound of the mighty T-Rex. Now, here's the first dinosaur encounter. I want you to meet my girl Vicky, my sweet little raptor. Look how cute she is.
Isn't she lovely?
Vicky or raptors, they're the most vicious and fastest beasts in the world. To ride a dinosaur, first you must build trust. They are carnivores. They eat meat. You have to feed them off. They will think that you are their friend, not food. Once they trust you, they will be a great companion. However, taming a dinosaur can be seen. Experience dinosaur taming and riding the all-new version of PUBG Mobile Dino Ground. Explore Dino Settlement and Wild Reserve and embark on a prehistoric adventure in the Battle Royale game. Come and play now.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to another player interview here for the European Championship. This time I have the chance to be joined by Ashipa from Sly Europe. Ashipa, thanks so much for joining me. How are you feeling right now after qualifying for the championship?
Ощущаю себя отлично, очень доволен результатом. Искренне надеюсь, что на предстоящем турнире покажем себя еще лучше.
For all the people out there that do not know how the team of Sly Europe work internally, could you give us a little bit of insight on like the roles for each player and you especially in the team and how that works as a whole?
Можно начать с капитана, это Птенчик. Он постоянно руководит коллективом, отвечает за ротации, контролирует позиционирование игроков, что приводит наш коллектив к успеху. Птенчик является капитаном коллектива, я являюсь MVP, также фрагером коллектива. Мандарин является фрагером коллектива, и Давид является саппортом коллектива, с чем отлично справляется.
What do you think of the level of competition heading into this following championship season? And are there any teams you potentially see as your rivals for the event coming up?
Конкуренция действительно высока. Здесь собраны лучшие коллективы Европы и Турции. Так что нельзя явно выделить фаворита и аутсайдера предстоящего турнира. Но точно могу сказать, что очень интересно будет конкурировать с G.GLADIATORS, так как мы с ними близко знакомы, и битва будет жаркой.
We coming hard, we coming fast. Get out the way or get caught up in the blast. We coming hard, we coming fast. Get out the way or get caught up in the blast. We coming hard into battle, thought they were strong, but they rattled like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the close of the opposers. Know exactly who we are. We coming hard. We coming hard, we coming fast. Get out the way losers know exactly who we are. We coming hard. We coming hard. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime.
We are now past the halfway mark. Hello everyone and welcome to the third day of PMPL EU Spring 2023 Championship. I'm Ginny, your host for today once again. Apologies about that. And once again on the desk we have our lovely analysts, Kalaris and Max. How are you guys doing?
Fantastic. I mean, we had a great second day of play yesterday, and of course we've got some teams that we didn't expect to be at the top. They're actually up there now, so no, it's not as predictable as you might have initially thought going into the championship, so I want to see if that can continue today.
Just realized I'm lounging. I'm very relaxed here
Chill.
today, doing all right. Yeah, it's cool. What a cool time we're going to have here, guys. Where?
Hey.
PMPL.
Being chilling.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited, especially since it got so even at the top.
Yes.
Sometimes we have these tournaments and you'll see someone get 30 points ahead after 2 days, and you're like, but this is really close, so that's exciting.
Especially yesterday, it evened out quite equally. And if you missed some of the action or in general you want to stay up to date with everything that is going on, follow us on social media. You might even get some laughs out of some of the memes that are thrown up there, but you can see it on the screen. You can see it down below. Just PUBG Mobile Esports, PMPL EU Champ, hashtag if you want to tweet at us anything related to the show. Let us know your thoughts and opinions. There's also a survey that you can fill out for a little bit of feedback because we continuously aim to improve your experience and the show in general. Now, from the survey, there we go. I was going to say in chat. Write in chat. Write that. And we also have the schedule for today. So, yesterday was 6 maps. The day before was 6 maps. Guess what is today, guys? Can you guess?
7 maps.
You want to?
6 maps and 2 DDMs. Hooray!
Oh, ding, ding, ding! We have a winner! It is 6 maps indeed. And as usual, 3 iterations of Erangel, 2 Miramars, and only 1 Sanhok, which, you know, yesterday we had some expectations about the Sanhok, and they kind of just like didn't really go the way we expected.
ARR got himself a good game over that one, actually. Their first chicken dinner, their only chicken dinner right now in the tournament. But of course, Erangel, Miramar, the maps where you want to do better. And we did see a little bit of resurgence from the side of REGNUM CARYA, which I'm happy to see on the 2 other battlegrounds here. So I want to see if that can hopefully continue here on those main maps.
Yeah, more Turkish teams as well. OZAROX getting themselves 2 wins across the day. You have, of course, FLUX being able to be ultra consistent and then even get the MVP slot for yesterday as well. So to a degree, as much as there were, I think, 4 Europe wins compared to the 2 Turkish wins, I still think we did see a bit of a Turkish resurgence here in day 2.
Yeah, definitely. I felt like yesterday the Turkish teams kind of came back to life. We saw a little bit more of that aggression that we were expecting to see on day 1, which wasn't really there, but all in all, the lobby is starting to take shape. And I feel like, Max, when we're looking at both the different playstyles coming into this, we said, okay, we need to see how they're going to be playing out. And yesterday was a very good example of what we can be expecting from these 2 different regions.
Yeah, a lot of the more passive teams, especially some of the passive European teams at the bottom of the rankings after day 1 understood, okay, placement points, that's not going to cut it. If we want to be at the top of the rankings, if we want to qualify into PMWI, we need to start racking up eliminations, which is clearly what they initiated to do yesterday. And I want to see, is that going to continue today? Hopefully they understand that this was a great improvement on the overall rankings and they're just going to keep that flow going? If so, I feel like we could see resurgence of a lot of different teams, hopefully Major Pride and MADBULLS. Those are still, I would say, the two teams we're all looking at that we expect more in these next 2 days.
And yesterday we started things off with a Bobby Dazzler, because we had ourselves an urban finish in Yasnaya, which really does test the teams in a very different way to how an open area in Erangel and an open area in Miramar actually tests them. So it's throwing all the teams to the grinder. Eventually we saw the teams that are able to come out on top do well for themselves. And next RÜYA, even though they didn't get the win, were able to put out a lot of damage during that scenario, which shows some fortitude.
Yeah, I mean, we've got that urban finish, and then we had this weird...
Yeah.
Oh, no.
My favorite. My favorite.
Sephic got it at the end. I mean, that was the first of the 2 chicken dinners of OZAROX, so it doesn't matter how you get the wins, as long as you get the wins, that's all that really matters. And some good old little action, of course, on Sanhok, which I'm hyped to see how that's going to go, but ARR, as stated, they're getting himself the chicken dinner over here. I want to see if ARR can follow through, maybe build a little bit of momentum off the back of that one Sanhok, because outside of that, they haven't been getting too many points. I want to see more presence from some of the EU squads.
Yeah, I get you. Quite the varied day in terms of Erangel as well. Obviously, you have that Yasnaya finish, then we go all the way down to something like Sosnovka to actually kind of finish out the day for Erangel games, I suppose. And this is kind of where we saw Gladiators kick back into gear a little bit, get themselves a few eliminations on the board, realize again, as opposed to kind of slowly navigating your way to a solid spot where you can have a bit of room, take some team fights along the way, because they're very proficient at doing so.
Yeah, I feel like they were trying to dodge fights a lot of the time at the start of yesterday, at least. And even with that botation on Sanhok, they were clearly trying to avoid potential fights that could happen later on down the line as they try and get into the circles. But they avoided it, and they're still barely holding on to that first place here. Janiro, 1 point difference between them and FLUX, and I mean, that literally, I have no idea who's going to be in first place, because it is so close between these 8 teams on this page.
I mean, most of the times, even in predictions, you don't really know, but that's okay.
I literally
it happens.
do not know.
But you know what? A win is a win, and so far, Gladiators have had enough wins and enough eliminations to stay onto that first place. But as you said it yourself, the 1 point difference is a scary position to be in. But not just that, because even when we're comparing to REGNUM, CARYA, they get one good game, they can shoot themselves all the way to the top.
Yeah, and only with 2 days left. I know we talk a lot about tiebreakers, it doesn't happen too often, but like those 3 chicken dinners for SLY Europe, those 2 for Gladiators could come into account. Like, it could be a tiebreaker situation towards the top, so just keep in mind those wins could be very important as we reach the end.
My eyes are on particularly if FLUX can get some wins on the board, because they're currently in second place with only 1 victory. That means that placement points-wise and eliminations-wise, they've been very adept at keeping those averages high. If they convert a few of those extra games into wins, #1 for FLUX. And I don't think too many people out there would be surprised, considering the names that still are playing for a team like FLUX.
Yeah, and then on the flip side of that coin as well, we're kind of looking at Gladiators and seeing if they can bring that consistency, because as much as they have some of the chicken dinners, they have some of those elimination points. Yesterday, not every game went their way, and there were even maps where they had collected 0 points.
Yeah, they didn't make it to the late game as often. They got that one strong Erangel towards the end of the day where they did start sweeping on the edge, which is something we expect from Gladiators. They regroup a little bit quicker. They started picking fights against teams before they become an issue later on down the line, which helped them a lot in that game in particular. So yeah, I feel like teams really need to start looking at what is pulling them down in the rankings. If you're looking at, as we already mentioned, MADBULLS, Major Pride, a lot of elims, no placement points. We need to see these teams get to that late game, get top 5 podium finishes, and then they can maybe initiate a little bit of a comeback in the ranking.
Well, you saw the flick of the switch as well. It wasn't just the Erangel where they had, I think it was 1 placement point, 8 eliminations. The Miramar after, the last game of the day, it was 1 placement point and 7 eliminations. Clearly a slight change in mentality on how they were going to be approaching the games when they were against it, when they were trying to chase Circle a little bit more than the previous day that had occurred. However, it being Gladiators, there's no reason that the Circles couldn't go back in their favor, and we see them get a few more wins on the board, considering how powerful they are.
Yeah, but looking at the eliminations specifically for both of these teams, they are absolutely dead equal, which, considering how many chicken dinners Gladiators has also managed to get onto the board, for them, it's a great position to be in. But for FLUX, it's even a scarier squad to be dealing with, because, as Kalaris already said himself, not as many chicken dinners, not as many placement points, but with those eliminations, it's just a matter of time before they start getting those.
Yeah, FLUX got that win on the first game of day 1, right? There was a very dominant one. You couldn't really take it away. That a strong building. Hard to really deny that away from FLUX. I want to see a FLUX chicken dinner that's not easily given to them. Like, no circle luck coming into play. I want to see the 5 Flux chicken dinners we had championship of full season last year, where they would just barge into the middle of the circle, take full control, have these immense 2-2 splits, and just obliterate the entire lobby. We haven't seen that 5 Flux just yet, but with Ketch being MVP of yesterday, then being hyper consistent also throughout yesterday, I feel like they're slowly getting back to that point throughout, hopefully today now.
Yeah, and another team that we were kind of on day one saying, well, personally, oh, Sly, I haven't seen too much from them, what's going on? And then day 2, they just completely blow the expectations out of the water. Not 1, but 2 chicken dinners. And they're just rolling in elimination points.
Yeah, they're able to bump up their averages quite significantly, let's put it that way. Because in day 1, I did think they were a little bit, let's call it transparent. Not much to what was going on there. However, day 2, it did echo to a degree what we saw from them playing in the Europe kind of league overall. They started off the tournament not looking that great, and then eventually they kind of found their groove and were able to get into it. So some of the wins that they were able to get sort of mirrored that same feel that I was thinking in the regional.
I would ignore how this urban finish happened in Yasnai Poliana. Like, they did come on top. It's hard to like really get anything of value out of it in terms of analysis, but I feel like on this Miramar, and this is something we saw from Sly throughout all of PMPL Europe, they stick to a central compound, and if they're lucky, the circle goes their way and they can play it well. And then that spread at the end, Reflect, maybe should have regrouped a little bit early, as we did state yesterday.
Yes.
But they just hold on to a center position and they spread out at the end to try and secure the wins, which is what we've seen them do again and again here.
I mean, looking at this Miramar, we were saying that one of the ways in which they utilized this terrain very effectively was waiting for these other teams to be embroiled in the chaos that ensued and then make their moves. Mandarin's off angle that he was able to find then after was instrumental in being able to get that victory on the board when it came to Miramar, and it's probably one of the reasons why you were thinking Mandarin was the guy for MVP, not to be yesterday, but he was on the tip of...
He was second, actually, I think. He was second at the end of the day. So yeah, hyper-consistent day from Sly with those 2 wins back-to-back also. So I'm wondering, are we going to see more of that, or is it going to be a flash in a pan? Hopefully not. I mean, clearly not. They got 3, so something is working out for the team. But I want to see if this is going to be continuing in these next 2 days of play.
It was 2 4th places as well yesterday. So 2 wins and 2 4th places. So, I mean, it really did continue on. And, you know, as we were talking about Mandarin, look at the numbers he's putting up.
I really want to show the speed session interview I had with Ashipa. He trash talks his teammate a little bit, so
They might have shown it in the pre-show, actually.
Did we show it?
I think so,
I didn't catch that. Oh, okay. It was really good. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that then.
Yeah, I mean, in general, Mandarin as well, one of the MVPs of yesterday in the top 3, at least sitting there. So the performance from Sly in general, from their individual players, but also from a team, has been very hyper consistent, as you said it yourself, Max. But we've seen that with Gladiators as well in day 1, and it kind of just went like...
Yeah,
like a little bit of a stock market. So it brings a question if that's going to be maybe the curse that we're seeing happening that could be happening to Sly as well, or if it's going to be a different story.
I mean, one thing you're saying about Sly and Mandarin there, it's actually very interesting, is that Mandarin's average survival time during that was 24 minutes. The closest, I think, was 3 minutes behind him on his team. So, yes, Mandarin is doing a little bit of heavy lifting for the team. However, it doesn't detract from the fact that still the rest of the team is doing some. You would just like that little bit extra step up, and maybe they could challenge for number 1.
I think we're fully in agreement on this. We need to see the entirety of Sly try and regroup a little bit quicker and not be caught out in unfortunate positions. I think that'll be great. But as you stated already, Mandarin be in 2nd place, but Ketch an absolute banger of a day 2 here. And I clearly think running for a back-to-back MVP award here. Was the MVP of full season of 2022. Already on track to potentially doing that because Nexus Doran didn't get as strong of a day 2. That gap has closed significantly. So I'm telling you, I feel like 5 Flux could be trying to catch up there.
Yeah, Nexus is what, in 5th with I think around 92 points or something. So it's not like they've significantly fallen because it is now so close up there, but it's just not as amazing in an individual performance as we saw in day number 1, which to that point, I do think maybe we'll see a little bit of a bounce back from Nexus here. Considering their day 1, I think maybe we'll see them bump up.
I do want to see more of Octavian and Kapahala though. I don't think it's a big ask, especially with how much history these 2 players have as a duo in, what, 2.5 years now of PUBG Mobile Esports. They're true OGs of this region. They know how things go against these Turkish teams. So Kapahala, Octavian, if they start stepping up against with EXO and also Doran, I feel like they could potentially do even better here on day 3 and maybe going first.
The first Miramar of the day, I'm calling it. Next.
Oh, really?
Okay.
We'll see.
Okay.
They're good on Miramar, man. They're good on Miramar.
I'm going to have to predict that then. Wish predictions looking over the last 2 days.
Miles away from the circle.
Depends where the circle lands,
no.
but we're going to have a look specifically at our predictions and how we've been doing. Yeah. Blank.
So I actually read some of the surveys. People said, "Oh, we don't want Blank to be able to do predictions anymore," and I fully agree.
Yeah.
Feedback?
Yeah, it's
that was
real feedback.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, production.
There we go. He's gone.
We listened to
Thank
your
you so
feedback
much.
immediately. It took like half a second. There we go.
That's why you should fill out the survey. You really can have an influence on the show.
Yeah, you can say that, you know, blank
was
off the predictions, blanks off the
If
predictions.
it was that easy to get rid of Blank, I would have done it years ago.
They added like 200 points to you yesterday. They can do anything.
They did do that. They did do that.
Go fill out the survey, but also don't forget to do some voting on YouTube as well for your favorite teams. Gonna be showing up at some point. Oh, there we go. Those are the teams, all 16 of them. Now, I know, Max, you wanted to go for SBG, but yesterday specifically, they showed us why.
Yeah, they had some good moments. Actually, SBG, they did wake up at some point during some fights. I still haven't seen the consistency we saw towards the end. Why are you laughing, Kalaris? He's laughing at me right now.
You're laughing.
Anyway, okay.
It's my team. I'm the...
He's the French supporter. No, I still want to see more. Of course, they got that one chicken dinner, which was good. I think their approach to the Yaznaya finish on game one was really strong, but I have not seen their dominance we saw in Europe because Turkey are just so aggressive. It is hard to make that adaptation in the championship, but I feel like they're still learning almost every single day, every event, and I feel like they're trying to improve as much as they can day by day now.
Yeah, but
Oh, there
You
comes
really
back.
wanted to say that.
but this is a team that technically should be doing better than they are right now
yeah.
on this stage. So I would like to see the little bit of a step up, especially since we saw that progression so much in the league play as well from them, where we thought the league play before that, we were like, this is a bit sleeper, where are they? They're nowhere to be seen. But the most recent one, we were like, oh, okay, yeah, they've got back to form. So it'd be nice to see a bit more.
Yeah, another team I think I want to touch upon a little bit that has kind of a little bit of a similar story is Excuse Me. Not as successful as Sly, but they did have a podium finish or two yesterday, catching up to speed, which does translate a little bit to what we've seen from them in PMPL EU in general. And now it seems that over these next two days, they gotta amp it up because they're here for a reason.
Realistically, in some of the situations that they were in yesterday, they probably should have won some of the games. If it would have been, if you'd have taken a higher ranked team and put them in a scenario where Excuse Me was, they would have probably won that game. But Excuse Me was not able to convert, which is a little bit disappointing.
Still average survival time and like eliminations too, right? But I feel like we haven't seen a strong individual presence from some of the players, like Furia in particular. I want to see more of this player.
Even though he got third in the MVPs.
Yeah, no, but I still want to see a little bit more from him, and hopefully it'll be the case. But Excuse Me on track to potentially remain on top.
All right, well, whether or not they'll be able to do so, we're going to be finding out very soon as we're heading into the first map of today, and that's going to be Erangel. First, thank you, Monster, for making all of this possible, because as we said earlier today, we have a total of 6 maps coming your way, and this is only the first. And Clara's also said 2 TDM, so don't forget about those. We're going to be heading over to our lovely casters once again. We have John and Blank on the mic. Guys, do the thing.
I'm not sure if Blank's going to stick around after you've removed him from proceedings on the predictions there. I mean, you're suffering for success here, Blank.
I mean, it's the only little bit of reprieve I get, you know, it's the only little bit of excitement I get in the day, and they take it away from me. This is just unacceptable behavior. But yeah, heading over towards Erangel now, first map of the day, and I think the guys over on the desk made some great points overall. There's definitely some teams that I would like to see have more done. Excuse Me, as Kale and Max were saying, you know, as a team, I think if they were put in some situations again, and they were able to, you know, look back on it, they absolutely should have won those games. I mean, Beck spotted Sephir in the grass on Erangel, where OZAROX were able to take that win so early, yet just did not take the shots. Taking a look at some of these map performances on Erangel so far, Gladiators sat right at the top at the moment with 1,479 total damage done. John, this is a lot been done here on Erangel for Gladiators, and I think it makes the most sense because it is the fairest map and it's where they can really flex those tactical muscles.
Yeah, to be able to chunk out that on average is pretty insane. That's the sort of top 3 every map kind of a performance, which is really, really great to see. There is a reason they are at the top. However, their moon is going to be waning here, unfortunately, in the face of FLUX, who are definitely not going to let them sit pretty.
Yeah, for sure. And I think there's a really interesting dynamic that we have to bring up here just for Gladiators in general. In terms of their league play as well and their finals, they were very difficult to get rid of, like gum on your shoe almost, right? You just could not pick them off because even when they do have their bad days, they're able to put up some decent performances. And yesterday, they had the 4th worst in terms of damage done total. They were down in about just 5k, which is still very decent, but 20 eliminations found. Only 13 behind behind REGNUM CARYA, who ended that day with 8,710, the highest in that day too. So it's incredible to see that they're very efficient, even when they're low on their luck. They don't do a huge amount of damage. You can see them just hanging on a lot of times. That was shown on Erangel as well. We had that Yaz finish. Kitsune living as long as he did was incredible. But this is what's difficult about Gladiators, and this is why we need to see the same kind of performance come through from FLUX, because they got a huge amount of eliminations yesterday. They did insanely well. I was very impressed with what FLUX was able to pull off, and some very cool maneuvers. We saw how quickly they were able to set up that team fire and just absolutely obliterate Gladiators over an Erangel. So I want to see more out of FLUX. I want to see them take over Gladiators. Even though I am an EU boy, I think they've done incredibly well, and I'd love to see the back-to-back championships.
I think you'd also love to see Sly Europe jumping up, as well as Nexus Gaming. These are two teams that you have been watching along with the rest of us for a long, long time. You're a particular fan of Sly Europe, I think it's safe to say. You love your Sly guys. And they have been putting their best foot forward since yesterday. They absolutely have been taking these teams to task. Nexus, they've been consistent as well. It's excellent to see. I mean, they highlighted over on the desk. If you could see Kapahala and Octavian start to step up towards that level of Exo, Machina and Dorin, that is going to be a fearsome roster. And with that, they will be only 4 points behind the leaders. So very much in this one. Playing part of Lipovka all the way to the center of that west island, the west side of the island, and the circle. Also very, very central here.
Yeah, very much in the middle right now. Gladiators typically taking this rotation that heads down through box compound towards ruins and then slowly making their way in from there. We have seen quite a few times though, AR actually being able to pick up some of these compounds up towards that top side, which has made it a little bit more difficult for Gladiators in the long run. Also, we see Nexus returning down towards Milta Power at the moment, with the Sly guys themselves picking up Milta. Much happier in this position at the moment. They find themselves a lot of good action over in this location. OZAROX, a little bit of a slow rotate down here towards Observatory, so they will have to head back up again, and there's quite a few teams in their way. There is one particular team that we think are slacking. I think the desk would like to see a little bit more out of them as well, is Foot. They have not been having the greatest of championships at the moment, and a team that we all predicted, we all thought would be doing extremely well here, just has not stepped up in performance. I think their biggest game, which has been sort of carrying them over in the rankings, was that Sanhok on day one, which they came up with an absolutely massive result of 26 points with those 16 eliminations found. But even that high score of the elimination has now been broken coming into day two. So day three, I think Janira was saying yesterday, it's do or die time. I think for a lot of these teams down towards, 8th and downwards, you really need to have a big performance now so that you can have that shoe in the door tomorrow.
Foot now 36 points behind, so they definitely need to have a big game, but they cannot be, as we started saying yesterday, they cannot be a one and done team, right? They cannot rely on having those standout performances. They need to just keep that one ticking over. BEŞİKTAŞ, they've been doing fairly well, fairly consistent. Middle of the pack right now, 9th place, 69 points, right level with ARR at the moment. And it is just one of those teams, it feels like, that definitely has it within their talents to take these games home, but they are just not striding out long enough in the way that a lot of these other teams are right now.
Yeah, man, there's a lot of great teams in this lobby, and it's the funny thing, you look down towards it, but I think realistically the only team that is massively underperforming at the moment is BRA, who are on your screens right now, not being able to put up the sort of championship performances that we would like to see this time around. For them, they're very down low on the rankings, and I think at this point in time, we can sort of count them out towards that 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place, just because the profits that they would have to harbour are going to be unbelievable going to that last day. They would practically have to win half of the games today with some really big elimination counts, and I just don't realistically see that happening. Again, I think there are some big teams that could jump up. Specifically right now, I am looking at perhaps RÜYA, who had a great day yesterday. I think they did a huge amount of damage, and they looked very resilient when it came to heading into the circle from awkward positions. Some of those rotations in the early game could be refined maybe just a little bit, but right now I think that in terms of, battle presence, they are a scary team indeed. OZAROX, on the other hand, I don't know whether they should be in 6th place right now, John. I think today is a great day to prove us all wrong that, you know, they were underperforming on day one and that they absolutely deserve to be here in the top 5.
Yeah, that first chicken dinner that they got yesterday was playing sneaky in the water, third-partying a couple of engagements and forcing other, and just sort of capitalizing on other teams doing a lot of the heavy lifting for them, right? Right place, right time, I think is safe to say, for that first OZAROX win. The second was a little bit more convincing in its essence, but in the same vein, it was a shrink towards their position a few times, but well converted nonetheless. We'll have to wait and see if they can keep that bar leveled up high enough to stay amongst that top pack. In the meantime, BRA, Sly Europe, vying for a little slice of Potato Hill. They've also got MELİSE, I believe, just out to the south around this central area of the map.
Just trying to make sure they can hold them in place. Now, BRA, as well as MELİSE, quite low down on the rankings. MELİSE Esports just haven't been able to find their stride, honestly. Making some of the correct plays, some of the correct rotations, just coming up against hurdles that they are just unable to face at this point in time. The teams in the lobby just seem to be sending them for 6, sadly. So I think for MELİSE Esports, some minor adjustments, some minor improvements are required, but it's catching up to some of these teams which are just putting on an absolute show this tournament, which is going to be difficult. MADBULLS on your screen right now. Now, this is an interesting team overall. Down in 14th place, 51 points, you know, 40 points behind some of the leaders at the moment. And I think for MADBULLS, we sort of expected a bigger performance coming out from them. They haven't shown us it as of yet. They had a little bit of a confidence booster in their TDM yesterday where they absolutely obliterated their opposition, but even that gave them that tiny bit of spring in their step, but it was quickly lost. And I think for MADBULLS, they are floundering a little bit, looking for something that works. And I will say that impatience rules a lot of their games at the moment.
And it's not the kindest of rulers either. It is certainly starving them of points up until now, wanting a little bit more bang for their buck. FLUX, though, have been the opposite story. We've talked quite a lot about this roster of players that have names that strike fear into everybody else in this lobby at this stage. Solkay being such a fearsome mind to deal with for anybody who's going to cross their rotational paths.
Yeah, a difficult team to come up against. I think they have some incredible fraggers on the team, and overall, they just seem very well oiled together. I think as in terms of teamwork, they absolutely have it alongside, you know, we said it yesterday, they are kind of the full package in terms of the team, and I've been waiting for them to really strike out in terms of performance, and yesterday was certainly it. Right now they're rotating down from Yasnaya past SBG and most likely very close to BEŞİKTAŞ, who have made their way up towards that northern side. It will be a bit of a tall task for FLUX to find themselves a really significant central position in the map at the moment, considering with how many teams play around this area in the first place. Most are already in positions, most have already taken up those priority compounds. So for FLUX, it's going to have to be a little bit of that edge play coming through. But with a circle like that shifts hard over towards that western side, there is these options for a quick rotate down towards the south, up on the north. Rozhok is a little bit more treacherous to move through, but Gladiators, with this circle, now have a really good chance into this game.
Question is, where do they want to go? I imagine that compound just out to the east of Everest is going to be their launching point, but you've got to think they want to get a little bit further into this one, don't want to play super hard on the edge at this stage. Maybe going to be wary, but certainly getting that scouting done. Nicely found. Foot behind a lot of teams in the queue, moving out from the east, not least of which behind them is FLUX, who have got the high ground against this rotation. Solkay leading the roll, but both teams staying away from one another for the time being, not taking an engagement, not scrapping back and forth. FLUX wanting to preserve their line of ingress towards Pochinki.
Yeah, big focal point at the moment. A lot of great compounds in this area. You've got Church as well, which you can play up on top of, get some high ground available to you. A lot of interesting positions. You know, Wizard Tower, certainly a spot that you could pick up if you really wanted to over in Pochinki. It's not always the greatest, but it does fulfill that role of, you know, you've got nowhere else left to go. You live there. There is the 2-story down towards your southeast side where players can set up. It would be best to have a 2-2 split in that situation, then regroup later into into the game. However, not likely that that compound is absolutely free, as well as the Wizard Tower, with the amount of teams that were already in this area. Nexus find themselves a nice little first elimination of the game here for themselves over towards OZAROX. It has been slightly unfortunate for OZAROX. They got massively split off with Nexus heading far down towards the roadside on farm. I think that was a smart play, considering OZAROX had to make a quick getaway outside of Sosnovka. They could have perhaps thought about heading over towards that western bridge, which would have given them better rotational path in. But again, it's that idea of what's the easiest route back out again. I think that for OZAROX, that's maybe a bit of a weird play though, John. You know, because yes, you cleared it as you dropped in, but there's certainly going to be teams that play Milta, that play School, that play Shelter, even up towards Mansion, that will be here.
Plenty of neighbours to be worried about on the south side of the circle. Beşiktaş on the east still. Near Potato Hill, REGNUM CARYA out to the west and overlooking Pachinki Fields on the east side of it. Wild has got that outpost to try and give them a maneuver forwards, a path through in towards the next circles. The Gladiators have pushed in as well. You see they set up in that compound where Meku's currently holding nearby, and then they moved forwards further in towards Pachinki, trying to get sightlines over towards BRA on the church.
Yeah, pretty classic rotation for most teams that come down from Ruins, as well as you try and get yourself set up behind this ridge side that Kitsune is looking over towards. It gives you a slight amount of cover. It's getting across that hill and into position, which is the difficulty. You can see where BRA right now are. They hold that high ground looking down towards Gladiators, and now there's a few teams looking to get themselves set up. Not a great circle for a lot of these teams. You've got the fielded area over towards that western side. You can see it on your screen right now that FUT are currently trying to send RIP 7 through to get a little bit of information and perhaps pick up one of these compounds. Then you also have Pachinki, so you're either getting really thick into it with Pachinki itself, or you're desperately looking for one of these, well, one of the few compounds that is available on that western side. So I think this is not a game where we'll see a lot of players making their way towards Zone 3 and Zone 4, as we already see 7 taking down Loxy and also BRA taking shots over towards Effect.
4 teams tried to make this rotate through. REGNUM CARYA, FLUX, Sly Europe and Beşiktaş all had the same idea. 2 of them turned around. Beşiktaş retreated, Sly Europe as well. FLUX committed and REGNUM CARYA were just a little bit too slow. FUT will be ready and waiting to receive as FLUX caught their back flank. And it is disaster here for REGNUM CARYA, leaving only one of them alive.
Yeah, difficult rotation here for FUT as well, but they succeed. It's great news. They get through. They sent RIP 7 out very early on. I think that was the big factor that was able to get them all over here in the first place, with one player being able to set up already in the compound. Does have to be very careful, but if you're able to take shots at players coming through on the buggies, even if you take out a tire, that is time restricted away from those teams and allows the rest of your team to set up inside. So a good play from FUT actually getting into this position, and it also really does cause a lot of problems now for the few other teams that made this similar rotation. OZAROX takes 2 knocks here. Sly Europe coming in very hot on their side. They've been attempting to get in the circle for a long, long time. Now just Sephir left up and remaining. Will just leave the rest of his team. And it's the solo player Sephir once again.
Sly Europe were caught up in the 14 Bonanza on the eastern side, and they folded back away and will be able to get a little reward for that. Beşiktaş from the north, though, might want a third party onto the position. With the Reflect moving forwards, this is a really good spot to try and even actually camp out Beşiktaş on their push if they want to do so. You can see Reflect just anchoring for them, allowing Sly Europe to move on through. Nexus to their south could also be an obstacle to move forwards, but I think FLUX is probably their biggest barrier right now, moving into these next circles.
Yeah, what we've got right now with this circle in particular is just a lot of these ridge sides, a lot of these kind of stopping points where teams are going to struggle to get through. FUT right now is one of them. It's very difficult to get past them up towards that northern side. FLUX is playing a great spot along the roadside, and then you've got the teams playing up towards the north, who now all have to move downwards. And it really is FUT's compound, which is that massive, huge, really strong compound within this circle. There's not many other areas to be playing here. You are most likely going to be seeing, again, a lot of teams trying to get into position early on, getting them caught up in one another, and this is just going to be a real tangle of gameplay.
Ooh, this is the spray down of Mandarin on towards OZAROX, almost catching Sephir as well. Yeah, they were just unaware of the encroaching threat there. Next, RÜYA on the top of their hill are in a very strong spot as well, Blank, but a lot of teams will be trying to move across this open ground, so it could be treacherous. Novalo and Victor, yep, bombed out of the vehicle and will be going down. SPG playing on with one, Akashi nowhere near them, so just playing as a solo at this point.
Yeah, SPG, I think they do have some of these sloppy rotations, which we don't like to see. Again, we saw them get their first chicken dinner yesterday. Really proud of them. Obviously, we saw Navalo make a pretty questionable play moving out towards Nexus. They lost him, left them to play on as 3, and luckily Akashi makes an incredible play to hold off. MADBULLS right now will take down BEŞİKTAŞ, who attempted to move in up towards that northern side and try and careen round. The circle is pushing, though, so MADBULLS will have to stabilize very quickly. A lot going on the map. Next, RÜYA, you mentioned them having a strong position, but you're right, it is slightly difficult to hold on to this spot in Pochinki Hills. There is going to be a lot of action coming from all over, and you essentially have to hold on to the north, east, south, and west positions here and not allow anyone up. So you really do have to be on the swivel in this spot.
Gladiators have made it to the far side of this hill. ARR are currently a threat, Blank, into their angle, but the blue zone is pushing them. They know that they have to cross this open ground, and Gladiators can look to find these open angles. Luckily, the way the hills form means that Gladiators can hit the deck if they're in danger, but Matic not quite quick enough to be able to get that one done, and Meku is forced to go for the res. Elementrix repositioning up high to try and give them that lateral threat and allow the rest of his teammates to move up and into a more favorable position. He's rolling down the hill. Meku, get out of the way. Just about dodges. Aces is down in the meantime as Elementrix doesn't quite manage to find what he was looking for there and goes down to the vehicle explosion. Tapok looking for an answer, but Meku's behind the smoke. Dips out, spots him on the corner. Meku eats too many and will get knocked in turn. Matic up the top there is also very low for the Gladiators. They need to try and pin this one down, but Tapok is doing so much work to keep ARR trucking.
In comes the rest of the team as well. Becca sending a nade out the vehicle early on. Tixie's desperately trying to look down this way. And it's been multiple times now that AAR has really been able to get themselves out of some slippery situations versus Gladiators. And this typically should be a very good start for Gladiators. AAR are so good in these types of scenarios where it is super hectic. They play extremely well with it. Excuse me coming in from that high ground as well. Now leaves Gladiators in a horrific spot. Havlik might just be able to take down Tixie. And it's just too much for the Gladiators.
I mean, there's chaos and there's death sentences, Blank, and I feel like Excuse Me rocking up is just going to spell the end of this engagement. Maybe for both of these teams trying to roll through this hillside. Excuse Me play this one very well timed and are going to be able to reap the rewards here. Already finding 2 eliminations onto the third-party engagement, slowing down these teams, making them a lot less powerful moving forwards, and they're going to have to move again.
Yeah, down towards that south side. Foot do take a knock in the process versus REGNUM CARYA, as well as next RÜYA taking shots down towards them, you can be sure. But we are looking at a fielded finish here, which is not going to be easy. Nexus are quite good at setting themselves up silently in a lot of these scenarios. They're already down towards the southeast side on a bit of a split. As long as they can hold off these teams trying to make their way in from a long rotate on the eastern side, it should be okay. Right now, Gladiators looking for something similar. That was a ballsy rotation. They do lose one player to Foot as they head in towards the circle. Should be able to be rezzed here if he can get away from the explosion. But again, that is now very dangerous for the Gladiators.
Yeah, just playing together, hoping for that res, as you say. See if they can stay alive as 2 out in those fields. Any little bit of cover at this stage, though, if you can get there early enough, it's unlikely that full 4 teams are going to be sending for you, so maybe survivable. In best case scenarios, there's the res comes through. BEŞİKTAŞ dealt with on the eastern side, eliminated FLUX playing as a full 4 as well in the east. Next, RÜYA with oversight on so much that you can see on their hilltop, they have such great sight lines across most of it. The unfortunate thing about their position, Blank, is that they are so wedged to the edge of this circle and will likely have to roll downhill, which we know can be so difficult.
Yeah, it's not easy to make these sorts of plays, and they are slowly getting shunted out at this point in time. Major Pride currently playing with 3 at the moment. They do find 4 eliminations for their troubles, and Nexus now down towards the southeast side have set up that line. They have Doran out in the grass, providing a little bit of oversight and also a position that they can regroup on. And FLUX very much playing the time game here.
Just slowing things down for them, trying to gain that tempo. As all of the teams on the north side start to condense. This is the big challenge. This is where next RÜYA is going to have to really put their money where their mouth is here for taking hold of this position earlier. 9 eliminations already, but FLUX and excuse me will descend. MELİSE pushing in from the north is drawing some fire as well. Luckily, a knock over towards black will stop excuse me from rolling straight on up as 4.
Yeah, that was a really important knock as well, because now next RÜYA know that they're coming. FLUX has currently deal with 2 players coming through from Nexus, but even if one takes a knock, it's pretty disastrous considering Octavian's all the way down towards that south side. Having Kapahala and Exo Machina, 2 extremely good fraggers with excellent gunplay in this position, is pretty essential for them to live this one out. They need to be able to hold their own versus 4 players. Now, FLUX seems to be rolling straight downwards to get into a slightly better spot, but Kapahala will grab at least 1 knock there over towards them. That is really, really good.
Really great opening there for the southeast side for Nexus. Soulless is going to answer, though, as Kapahala goes down close to Exo Machina and should be rezzed on both sides here, as next RÜYA looking to hold out MELİSE now, and it's looking pretty effective, but Furia is going to take this third-party opportunity. Circle will push away from this next RÜYA position, and Furia is cooking a nade. Spots the player over the headland, sees 2 of them, bobbles the nade through, and looks for so much damage, tears them asunder. MELİSE are trying to push in, but they're being swept to the side as well. Shots from on high from MELİSE over towards Lutz, over to FLUX. This is 4 teams now fighting over these northern hills. A massive melee occurring, and excuse me, have been the kings of third-partying over on this north side. FLUX are being taken down here by Doran, by MELİSE, as everybody rotates through this open ground.
What a horrific scenario this is. I predicted FLUX. They're down. They're gone. All down to KissYou from MELİSE Esports, who gets a really good angle over towards them, and there's not much they can do about it. So MELİSE Esports really takes the opportunity, or specifically KissYou in this situation. Excuse me, Furia heads forward. Max wants to see a little bit more out of him today, and that was one hell of a confident move to head up towards them to take that nade play. Now, Nexus still fairly split, but again, Exo Machina and Kapahala have done an unreal job to hold their own versus them.
Dora and Exo Machina now close and in the foothills. Excellent to have this crossing of the road occur, as it has. Excuse me. Summit the mountain now. Can KissYou have more of an impact here? Excellent pickup onto the last player of next RÜYA. Opening up a position in the field, should they want it. Doran rolling up on high. KissYou still potentially unknown here. Could be trouble for Doran if he's caught unaware. I think a couple of shots did roll on out, but KissYou is still there. Still biding his time, finally draws, but will not be quick enough on it. Doran on the swivel. There's a reason this guy is one of the MVP candidates.
Nade in hand, 8 of them in fact. Has to back off though as bullets start coming in his way. Doesn't do enough damage to take Doran down. He sends one back up the hillside. The moment Nexus is controlling a lot of space with limited members in certain areas of the map. Matic will take down one from AAR, gets that revenge, and this is what I'm talking about. Gum on your shoe. Gladiators refuse to leave the games even when they are dealt a bad hand here. But Nexus, realistically, now are in one of the best spots to take this game.
A wide spread from Nexus across these open fields. I think they spotted Matic. Exo Machina or Doran, one of the 2 is taking shots out that way. You can see that on the minimap. Kapahala, he knows this ridgeline is occupied. Havlik is there. He's pinging it out, communicating. Target selection now. But they don't need to engage just yet. Excuse me, will have to move first.
I think Matic could cause the most amount of problems here for Nexus, even if he finds a pick on the backside as he's moving up right now. Octavian might spot him though. He's playing really good, and what he's doing is holding the south circle. He understands there's still players that might be moving in, and this was really important for excuse me to move up and try and get something done. There's a lot of damage going through, and Nexus are looking to capitalize off the back of it.
Excuse me now, down to just black as they try and push over towards foot, go down to 1 DBS shot and get pinched by Nexus, swarming over the hillside. The nade over the top flushes out Beck, gives them the point. 10 eliminations for Nexus, and this is great news for the prestige of this roster, who has been slogging it out for so long, and seemingly now coming alive, fighting the best of them and winning it out on the day. Exo Machina over into the smoke, spots the player into the back of the buggy, and Black is down. That is, excuse me, out of it. Matic is still going.
Goodness me. Second place, 6 points confirmed there for them. So 8 points on this game. It's really good stuff. But Nexus are very close towards that top of the ranking. So most likely will now overtake them. Decides to just eliminate that point from being gained over towards Nexus side. And that actually works out as an excellent decision in this situation, considering how close Nexus are to them. But what a game from Nexus. And honestly, Max wanted to see more out from Kapahala and Exo Machina and Octavian. And that's exactly what you see. Kapahala plays a magnificent game there over on that ridge side. I think without him and Exo Machina holding that down, that kind of split is not possible. So a very aggressive ending from Nexus, but they had the confidence to make it happen. And there it is, chicken dinner their way it goes.
They played that one, I think, as well as anybody could have done. A really, really great start to their day 3 as they have passed that halfway mark. I'm pretty sure that'll see them up into the top spot as well. So great news for Nexus fans as they take the first Erangel.
Двигатель la voiture noire.
Bugatti.
I think Bugatti.
Canavar kamyon.
Я думаю, что это Lamborghini Urus. McLaren.
Pochinki Hill.
Nova abi, denize sıfır izleyeyim. Deniz manzaralı.
Я бы хотел провести пикник на Верхнем Джорджполе. Там есть мои друзья, и именно там я хотел бы оказаться.
Zarki'nin arkası var böyle sarı yerler oraya.
Верхний Георгополь. Nova tepesi.
Donc se faire écraser par une voiture.
Я считаю, это нужно спросить у моего тиммейта Reflect.
Abi arabadan düşerek ürünen Red Zone. Red Zone ya. Ну, наверное, взорвать себя гранатой.
Ya arkalanmak ya.
Bence ayakta tava, yumruk yemek.
Я бы продавал ключи для идеального зажима, который я имею.
Abi oyunculara bitkisel ürünler satıyor olurdum büyük ihtimal. Думаю, что я бы продавал качественное оружие с эффектами попадания.
Orada oyuncular silah satıyor olurdum herhalde. Silah iyi para kazandırır.
Silah satmak isterdim yani. Gerekli olan şey onsuz olmak. Abi Miramar isterdim çünkü böyle dava falan büyük ya, böyle gösterişli duruyor ya. Ben de gösterişli bir insanım, o yüzden Miramar isterler. Островом Возрождения на Эрангеле, потому что он дальше от всех других островов.
Ya Miramar isterdim büyük olduğu için.
Я бы выбрал Sanhok, чтобы больше туда никого не пускать и закрыть его на долгое время.
Erangel dağlık taşlık güzel, oksijenin olduğu.
Nexus with another strong start of the day, getting themselves a chicken dinner in the bag. I mean, we predicted that this was going to happen, and it did. Klaus predicted Miramar, but we're going to be talking about Erangel specifically here because they were in such a good position for that circle.
It was rough for the teams. The moment that circle went south, they forced everyone to have to go through the mountain range of Pochinki, through Pochinki Hill. You had teams up there, you had Foot, you had yourself also MELİSE on the side, you had FLUX at some point, and especially next RÜYA then ended up being overtaken by Excuse Me. So Nexus was somewhat protected by that mountain range from a lot of the teams and the competition, and got himself some good control at the end to secure the win.
Exactly, as you say, that's how you exert dominance in a game like this. When you have the room that Nexus was playing with, and oftentimes in these scenarios and a lot of these moments, we say to people, okay, it's time to group up, guys. No, during this entire game, actually, in the last 5-10 minutes of the game, there was never a moment Nexus needed to group up. They knew that they were controlling the hill. They knew that they were controlling the fields. They had angles covering the people on the hill. They had angles covering the people on the fields. It was perfect play coming out from Nexus, and I just wish I'd said it was going to be Erangel instead of Miramar.
I mean, exactly.
Maybe both, who knows?
Yeah,
maybe.
Because on the mountaintop, yeah, I love how that Doran and Exo have been doing so good. They're like, you take on 2 teams at the same time, and well, Kappa and Octavian taking down 1 player.
Take a look at Matic.
Doesn't seem like even work there between the two groups of two players, but it worked out at the end.
Excuse me as well, looking at the eliminations that they've had this time around, they are ramping up that aggression. They are getting closer and closer over time to get that chicken dinner.
And I saw the Furia we were seeing at the end of PMPL EU. We saw insane nade from him this fight versus RÜYA on the Pochinki Hills, which I love to see from this player in particular. So yeah, excuse me, there was some strong presence, not an easy push on them, and especially the next fight versus Futbolist. Not quite easy, but Nexus were able to just wrap it up nice and neat.
Storin again, man. Look at him. Almost 1,000 damage coming in from him. 900 on the board with 6 eliminations. I didn't think, looking at this roster, when we thought about, you know, how they were previously and stuff like that, Doran would be the guy that would be popping off constantly. But as we said whilst watching this game, he's in contention for overall MVP, considering the performances he's been putting in.
We saw his potential throughout now a year of PUBG Mobile Esports in Europe, and I feel like he just needed to be nurtured and just learn from really experienced players like Kapahala, like Octavians, and I feel now he's just in that position where he can allow himself to be so confident in the lobby like this championship. And really, I mean, this duo of Doran EXO is doing so many good things for this roster. I'm hyped to see if this can continue, but I mean, so far they showed no signs of slowing down. Day 2 did slow down then a little bit. That was one sign of slowing down, but they still get himself a chicken dinner to open up Day 3. So I'm super pumped with this roster, and I want to see, can Romania go right to the very end?
Yeah, talking about slowing down, though, Gladiators, on the other hand, they get 6 points for placements, but only 2 in terms of eliminations. How are we feeling about that? Because we did say they need to consistently get points on the board.
A rough circle for anybody that wasn't Nexus.
Fair enough.
You saw as the teams coming in from the west having to scramble through these fields. Obviously, it's absolutely treacherous, right? I mean, Matic getting to any semblance of a hay bale that he may try and get to towards the end was decent enough. It's like a salvage mission at that point, and he was able to do well with it, even denies himself towards the end. Because to be honest, Gladiators is one of the only teams doing the denial strat at the moment in the tournament. And it's very viable, to be perfectly honest with you. It's very viable to deny that extra point or two against teams that you know are going to be challenging you at the top.
Yeah, I'm not going to take it against any teams that struggled and were not able to make it if they were north. This game was just so rough for the teams that had to transition from the north to the south into that huge split of Nexus Gaming. And looking at the overall as well, 114, here you go, Nexus back on top.
We're breaking the 100 points, not just for Nexus though, but Gladiators and FLUX adding on to that as well. Sly is still hot on their heels, and again, it's just that one game that can completely change up the standings of the tables, and Nexus shoot themselves back to the top.
I'm still waiting for that FLUX eventual win though. Like when they start like getting some on the board here and start challenging this very top spot. Although that being said, the fact that Nexus has been able to get 74 eliminations across these games with a lobby this skilled, I think already very, very impressive by them. And I'm hoping it continues because, again, I would like to see maybe a back-to-back.
Yeah, and they're going on a more negative point. I'm still seeing Major Pride MADBULLS using a player or two so early. I'm talking the first 2 to 3 minutes of the game, one player each already out of the lobby. So they need to try and stick together. I don't know what's happening there, but the current early game plan for these two teams is clearly not working out.
Their execution does not look the same as in league play. That we watched him back before. So yeah, don't know what's happening. Maybe I need to look at it a little bit closer. Same as Max probably, but
so do they. They also got to look at it a little bit closer because we're now going to be heading into the second map of today already. Miramar loaded up. Thanks to Monster for all the energy, and thanks to our lovely casters as well, Blank and John, for getting their predictions right, I guess.
I mean, only one of us got the last prediction right, but you know, let's not take a look at the overalls. That's completely irrelevant. We're just looking at that last game, right?
Yeah, I mean, I went to go for FLUX. I wondered if they could barrel out and try and take down 2 of the players from Nexus and maybe steal that position. That was so good. I felt like, you know, Nexus was a great pick overall. I think that, you know, they had a strong spot. It was likely they were going to win. You got to throw those, you know, spin balls in there sometimes, though. You have to.
I mean, yeah, it's working out for you so far, I think. You're still firmly in the lead on the overalls. Oh, no, wait, Jenny has managed to catch you up with that.
She has, yeah. She's doing well.
That's yeah, you got to be worried. You got to watch out because she will take any opportunity to just overtake you. You can't be going for FLUX again like that. That's irresponsible.
I mean, look, it's all in the spirit of fun here over in the PMPL EU Championships and in the spirit of glory for some of these players looking to take home that big prize pool at the end of the day and basically cement themselves as the winners, really. Championships of EU and Turkey is a really big thing overall. I think with how much both these regions have stepped up, having that accolade, you know, in your wheelhouse is no longer, I would say a year and a half ago, it wasn't such a big thing. But nowadays, you know, the talent that we have in these regions, to come out on top over here, it's a big deal, man. And it's something that we'll be referring back to, especially when we get to the end of the line over in PMGC.
Plane path from Puerto Paraiso up to La Cooperaria. And it should be accessible for everybody. Again, this is probably one of the kind of Miramar plane paths that you can see for everybody who wants to get anywhere, pretty much. It's accessible with those vehicles as long as you're not scrabbling around with another team in the muck. It's a bit of time if you do run into those players, because you're generally dropping a little bit more split on Miramar, grabbing some loot and then getting in those vehicles and heading out to your main loot location.
Yeah, I'd say there's absolutely no problem with this plane path. This is, as you say, as kind as it gets. There's really nowhere no one can't get to. So I think for looking at this one, this is just going to be a clean game, and I think it will be more than likely the circle that sort of defines most of the things that happens here. But this is a game, again, because everyone gets their original drop spots, you know, rotations are going to be much cleaner. Teams will have a good idea, a good plan in their head of what they'll like to do next. So I'm very curious to see how this one does play out.
Centers up towards San Martin in the middle there. Just about keeping La Cooperaria in. And this is, again, after we saw kind of a similar event happen in the first match today, right, Blank? We had a easier plane path for the majority of the lobby going into a very, very central circle. So this is not only clean from what you were saying about the plane path, but it's going to compound that with a circle that doesn't force any hard moves just yet.
Yeah, a lot of teams will just be able to loot up fairly comfortably. Even the fact that this holds La Cooperaria in play as well just means that the majority of teams, El Pozo even, Los Leones, almost El Zahar, yeah, practically no one's going to need to move. So this is going to be one of those games where we see a lot of players in towards that end game. No one's going to be too put out by this one whatsoever. SPG over towards Hacienda do have a player very close by to one of MELİSE Esports, Kisyu, who were able to do a huge amount of work over in that previous match. Able to take down pretty much the entirety of FLUX. I think they were so concerned with NEXUS overall that they just did not expect a player fleeing from that hillside and taking shots down towards them. SPG on our screens at the moment looking for maybe another chicken dinner today. I think that they'd corrected some things yesterday, looked a lot better on their rotations. However, that Erangel, it felt kind of bad for me, a little bit disappointing, just because that similar kind of rotation that we saw before that was quite sloppy has occurred again.
No players going down just yet. Potential for REGNUM CARYA to maybe catch one of OZAROX players to move up into that area. It's actually going to go the other way, as the outpost for OZAROX does spot one and get the flush. That is very unfortunate, but shouldn't last too long in this position. So it's a trade 1-for-1. Either way, not ideal.
Not ideal. Both teams are not going to be too happy about this overall. REGNUM CARYA, 7.75 average limbs here on Miramar, which is really good at the end of the day. I think they would put up a huge amount of damage yesterday as well on day 2. I think overall REGNUM CARYA is this bit of a wild team, honestly, able to pull out some very, very big moments in these matches, but not quite clinching away these chicken dinners as of yet. And I don't think they're still in contention for many chicken dinners because they are so focused on getting these limbs. Sometimes they get themselves into awkward scenarios, and I would say it's that gun skill and mechanical skill that is getting them out of a lot of these bad scenarios that they are in. But again, I think that some more well-placed rotations, some better ideas of where they want to be in that end game could lead themselves to some big points on a day like today.
When a lot of teams are sort of rethinking their strategy, really trying to force out as many points as possible, sometimes you can find those openings that are being left when too many teams readjust in to these games. So maybe they'll be looking to squeak on through into those gaps. MADBULLS similarly looking for that adjustment right now, playing in Puerto Paraíso, down from the southeast side. Frozen a little bit further up north towards, well, not quite into Impala, which is currently held by Nexus. Foot all the way on the other side of the circle. Montenuevo, their drop spot. And they will be trying to play on from there. Plenty of loot, not too much contestation going on right now.
Not really. I think for Foot as well, there was a chance in that last game. They made an initial good rotation, and then it kind of fell flat on their face because they just weren't able to translate from that spot. It was sort of, we're here, we're in this spot, we've got to move away, and then it was over because they just did not have that plan in place of what was the exit route, what was the escape route. So I do think for realistically, they can definitely get some good games, and it is promising in that early game, but it's always this end game at the moment that they seem to be getting tripped up on. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but there is some things that need to be changed.
But will it be possible at this stage to get those changes done, to make them locked in and relevant on those tables as well, because that's really what it comes down to. At the moment, Nexus lording it over the rest of them, as Gladiators have taken that back seat now. Not ideal. Sly Europe, they lost out in an engagement to FLUX in that last match blank, but they still were in a pretty solid spot. We've seen the power that they can have in those previous games from the other days as well. So hopefully a little bit more from the Sly Europe squad.
Yeah, I think that once they get to that end game, this is what we were talking about all the time before, once they get to that end game, they are incredibly good when it comes to controlling that space, controlling that area, but they just need to be afforded that opportunity. So you do see a lot of times when the circle goes Sly Europe's way, they're able to formulate a really good strategy there forwards to kind of take control of the game. But Nexus, on the other hand, they do have a lot of this brute force available to them. The Des was talking about how Doran, you know, this guy is not supposedly who they thought would be popping off all the time. And, you know, I kind of remember watching him when he was on 4 Romanian Boys and being one of the major leaders for that team, being incredibly good in a lot of situations at a lower level play, obviously, but he really did put the work in for them. Moves over towards Eastern Stars, now Nexus. Isn't as good, but now is starting to really show it again. So, you know, from 4 Romanian Boys to now a fully fledged Romanian man with 28 eliminations total, closest behind him being Loxy with 22. It is wonderful news, and I think that he has certainly put in the shift to correct anything that he might be tripping up on. I think that if there's anyone that I'd say is the hungriest in this tournament, it's definitely got to be Doran.
And this roster in general for Nexus, so I'm really happy to see them striking out strong at the start. Coming off of their performance in the European region, it's great to see that they are able to maintain their strength, because they weren't, I mean, they were strong, they were good, right? But they were outside of that top 3. They weren't in the main conversation, I would say. I think SBG would have taken that spot in terms of a roster that has kept consistently doing pretty solidly. But Nexus have really started to usurp here, I think, over SBG in that conversation.
It's weird. It feels like they went to the Himalayan mountains in between league play and finals and just found their true self, their inner peace, and now have, you know, become their final form, which is great to see. Over towards that eastern side is right now Nexus moving out. They were in Impala and will be shifting their way down towards La Bandita, perhaps taking that position to get a bit of intel, get a bit of information, and figure out where they want to go next. With this southern rotation, we see it a lot over towards Picardo. We've seen it a lot. These championships, you know, the sort of big compounds to look out for that SBG were able to take over in our previous Miramar yesterday that we finished off on. But again, it is quite barren, and a lot of times we will see these teams taking up that ridge side over towards Picardo because it's a great place to set up at the start of the game. Gladiators don't get the most amazing shift on the circle here for themselves. They have to move further down from La Cobradia, but again, I think that they should be able to find some cracks in this circle itself to maybe shimmy their way through.
ARR trying to send some rounds down range, but not quite matching the target. BEŞİKTAŞ will be a little bit worse for wear. after taking a knock. Sly Europe, REGNUM, CARYA, and OZAROX, the teams that have taken casualties so far. BEŞİKTAŞ hoping to get themselves back up to 4 as well. As MELİSE wants to share with ARR, but I don't think they're going to be happy about it.
Yeah, I think AR has this, it's a weird team, honestly, because they have a lot of self-destructive tendencies, which are leading them not to get these end games, because they take so many of these fights, which maybe are a little bit ill-favored. But the fights that they take, a lot of times they do a huge amount of damage to the team that they're going up against and get a little bit further into the game as maybe 3 or 2. But every single time you come up against ARR in a position where you feel like this should be an easy win, this should be an easy holdout over in the blue side, they're somehow able to wriggle and writhe and escape from those sort of situations. So it's amusing to see them as a team, and I think they have a really cool personality. I wish that sometimes they would take a little bit of time before they started to show that kind of presence within the circle, maybe further towards the end game on Zone 4 and Zone 5, as opposed to getting a little bit too stuck in the combat around about Zone 3, which then in turn scuffs some of their rotations.
Zephyr spiking out towards Gladiators on the rotate, but the Gladiators just say, yeah, fine, you have that compound, we don't need it, we're just going to go further down on that swing on the western side. And with OZAROX playing as essentially 3 solos out on that west, only now regrouping, they just sail straight on past, no problem. Foot, a little bit more central, down the hill from REGNUM CARYA, saw those shots landing there, and Rip7 has already taken that knee. It's not
awkward spot to be in. Yeah, awkward spot to be in, man. I don't like this position a lot. Oftentimes, it's one of the only positions you can really go for. Circle centers up down towards Picardo itself. But I think if you're playing as Foot right now, this is a strong spot. You just have to be careful about a lot of these teams playing the ridge side right now, John.
You've got SBG and Excuse Me both going to be looking to push in along that ridge line in the coming moments. You might even have Excuse Me crash straight into the compound for Foot in this next set of rotations. But Excuse Me, they know how to third-party a high ground. We saw it from them last time around, so maybe they'll allow SBG to get in there first, get stuck in, and then they'll be the ones taking home the doggy bag at the end of it all, after the chicken dinner has been chefed on up and divided amongst participants.
Real opportunity there for Gladiators to actually get into Picardo. It was surprisingly open for a long time, and next RÜYA just takes the opportunity to make a beeline straight for it themselves. Right now, I think Gladiators, particularly because they are rotating down from the northern side of the map, they don't have a lot of information down here. So even if Picardo was clean and clear, it's not particularly a place that you'd want to send towards. And I think that Gladiators are a cautious team, which is absolutely fair to play. But they're going to head towards that south side. With a lot of teams coming from the north, they should be fairly protected. They do like to play this ridge side that FLUX are currently holding on to. It's a strong position. Both teams very similar in their approach to a lot of these games, so it makes sense that they're both fielding these locations together. FLUX certainly has a possibility to take a strong game from this Miramar, particularly because they control a lot of space from this ridge side. They just have to be very careful not to get too caught up in the action like they did last game and end up right on the edge of the circle with no escape.
Beck spotted by Loxy. Half his HP bar vanishes in an instant, but will be able to heal that one back up. Furia. Oh, I think he just poked an ankle out, but tucked away nicely. Remember, REGNUM CARYA, they might have that high ground, but they lost a player earlier on to an outpost from OZAROX. So playing as 3 from this high ground does diminish their capability significantly.
I think for OZAROX in particular, over towards that western side, there's going to be a bit of a more slow game for them. Oh dear me, Reflect did not see that one coming from Doran. Blasts him apart. And now Sly Europe have to regroup just a little bit. And now Nexus, they take that opportunity. They figure out they've got that one knock, and they're like, right, Kapahala, send forward, need you to anchor up. Let's get into the circle. Let's find a position where we can hold. Now Doran looking for a little bit more over towards the sheep. Can he hit these shots?
Ooh, does manage to get the damage onto the vehicle, but the blue zone ticking away. Needs to get the healing started very fast. The Sheeper flushed out by Octavian, rolling straight on over that one, and Sly Europe will continue to be hounded on this northeastern side. ARR may be looking to find a little bit of the slice of this engagement on that northeastern side, but so far denied. Nexus staying alive as 4. Gladiators not so lucky. A player from them and a player from MADBULLS both going down. Fortunately for Gladiators, Matic has backup.
Yeah, really good shot coming through from Tixi there. Tulika quickly making his way across towards Frozen side. Matic will get rezzed first, so it will be a 2v1 if no one else moves across in that location. But what a great spray down from Doran. Just shows exactly why he is contention for that MVP spot. Frozen getting rezzed up now, and I think Gladiators are much more concerned with getting into a decent spot within the circle rather than trying to go for this engagement between them and MADBULLS.
They've sent 2 players up towards FLUX on the hills, on that ridge to the south, and now they're playing on a 2-2 split. With Tixi and Matic, after having just rezzed, both going to need to move. The question is, where do they move to? Do they try and regroup and give FLUX that information that they are looking for a push onto their compound, or are they going to try and send further up to the north through open ground and unscouted territory?
OZAROX also moving down towards that south side. It's getting a little bit crowded now for them. MADBULLS, Zerich will find another shot over towards Matic. That's as they're trying to make their way into the circle. And an unfortunate loss once again. Son HP does nail the headshot there. Over towards Octavian. Has to get out of dodge. I think for Nexus, this has been a really rough approach in towards the circle. They've done fairly good despite everything, considering the fact that there has been so many teams have had to battle up against. Kapahala, just with the red dot, take some shots. Would much rather have the 3x in this scenario, but you work with what you've got.
And actually does the job of suppressing BEŞİKTAŞ back behind the lines. The blue zone claims Octavian, not really too much of a hope of getting that one back out. BEŞİKTAŞ looking to regroup down south as Gladiators lose Tixi as well to FLUX, who have been looking out that way. Very, very difficult to push up to FLUX's position from the Gladiators' approach angle, especially with the MADBULLS taking shots at your back. BEŞİKTAŞ pushing down towards the MADBULLS, but Nexus just slows them down. Covers the ground underneath them in molasses. You cannot move forwards here because there's so many valleys that leave you broadside to the opposing ridges.
So Nexus want to get real stuck in here. They hear the engagement, they hear the fight. If they can clear out more of this eastern side, they're happy about it. But again, this is a fairly bold move, I'd say. Doran just relying on himself right now and his confidence in his own ability to try and clear out some more of these players. If they could third party this, it's excellent, but they're playing as 3. So, I mean, this is, again, one of these moves that you don't typically see come out from a team that's playing as 3, but they're just looking to provide themselves as much space as possible.
They have been crunched right at the side of the circle for a very, very long time now. So space is a very hot commodity. ARR taking a lot of damage over on that north side in the meantime, but BEŞİKTAŞ finally go down 1 and 2 very, very quickly as the MADBULLS are holding on to their position on the east. With their backs to the blue, they need to push out, and they're doing well so far. ExoMachina very low, Enjoy flushed away. That point does go over to Nexus as they can get the res onto ExoMachina.
I mean, every single point that goes ahead here over towards Nexus side is just so deadly in terms of the rankings. I mean, they're just pumping up numbers every single game. Son HP goes down to Doran too. So overall, they are just extending their lead right now. MELİSE Esports down on that top side. AR also similarly get taken out.
A lot of teams caught up in a fight that needs to conclude in order for them to move forwards in this circle. And who will be able to escape unscathed? Right now, FLUX with a powerhouse position can roll along that ridgeline that strikes into the center of the circle. Only a duo from Gladiators stands in their way on here. Can the MADBULLS try and roll up and beat them to the punch?
One elimination found for them, but they have been doing a lot of work during this game. I think that the majority of the BEŞİKTAŞ players, they were getting knocked purely because of MADBULLS' spot here. FLUX, like you said, do have that strong spot to play along that ridge side. OZAROX tries to move out, but next RÜYA, they've been in Picado a long time and are unwilling to allow anyone that's moved in behind them get ahead. They know that it's going to be a bit of a struggle getting out of Picado. There's going to be a lot of eyes looking their way, so they have to clear out as much as possible whilst they still can.
There goes Swain to another knock. Only Storm now remaining. And teams on the north side now starting to enter that combat. Foot and Excuse Me both suffering fairly heavily here. 2 knocks going either way. Excuse Me getting one of their players fully flushed. Peace looking to backstab here onto the MADBULLS, or maybe even just survive behind them and creep on in. We'll have to wait and see. Peace making that run now over on the north side. Still, SBG looking to third-party the engagement there, and all three of these teams have to make the move after it as well. MADBULLS and Nexus finally moving in towards the circle and having to go for a fight, being forced into this combat, and Doran just tears the MADBULLS to shreds. FLUX wants to roll over the ridgeline, will be good for the roll down, but Doran is just too good on the day. He absolutely puts in that shift. That's 6 on the game for Doran, and a 1v3 found.
Pretty sure that's like a 1v4 from Doran. His teammate had gone down before that, so I am so surprised by this guy every single time, but he's got the blood pumping, he's got the adrenaline flowing through his veins right now, and I mean, he's using it. He's using it to his advantage. There is no fight or flight mentality for Doran. It's fight or fight every single time.
Fight or win, and on most occasions, both. Foot now have managed to stay alive, all 4 of them. So excuse me, did go down in their entirety. SBG could not third-party any of the flushes onto Foot, and that might come back to bite them. But both of these 2 teams now going to have to figure their way forwards. Let's take a look at that. 1 for Doran, 2 for Doran, and then FLUX over the ridgeline. Just managed to sidestep that buggy. An absolutely beautiful 180 with the weapon swap.
Gorgeous stuff coming through. Rob's now looking down towards Foot, have made their way in. I think for SBG, not a particularly bad position to be in. I like that they've been able to live here for so long. FLUX is taking their time, slowly pushing up towards that northern side right now. Not trying to be too aggressive with it, understanding that there's a lot of sightlines still available from the high ground, and they'll wait for the circle to push further in. RÜYA is sending players slowly but surely out their way. Foot takes another knock. That's SBG starting to open up on them. They have the compound. Nakashi spins out something horrible.
Does have cover for now, but the vehicle will go up, and there it is. Akashi falls first in the engagement. Kairos a little bit isolated forwards, but already pushing on in, and a lineup for Rip 7. Only good for 1, traded off back and forth. 1 for 1 right now. Arwin around the corner, and around the side is Savian as well, trying to get these shots off onto Victor, but he is absolutely dancing through this compound right now. There is suppression from the ridgeline of his teammate as well. Now just Savian left, a sliver of HP as well as Victor jumps out wide. Shots in through the window, but it's good for the trade. Savian finally shut down. Hang on a minute. It's the Gladiators putting a stop to the chaos. But either way, SPG lose at least 1 of them, and Meku might even be able to rack up a few more.
Yeah, looking to pick up some more of these eliminations over that side. Now Valo drops in. But right now, again, Gladiators are just living this one through. They haven't got a huge amount of eliminations, but consistently putting up these points. Major Pride coming through from Maxman. Everyone else is looking at FLUX. I considered Major Pride, but I think with the way they're going, they're a team that runs heavily on morale. I'm not sure how well that morale is doing right now. We'll see what they can do, though, because I think Major Pride has certainly won games from those positions many times before.
Doran dispatched, and that's a sigh of relief for the rest of the lobby. Nexus on 8 eliminations this game, so a massive record for them, even on this downturned game. So the Gladiators do need to keep up the pace here. 3 eliminations so far for them, and a good central spot should be able to keep them safe for the time being. Major Pride, they're safe in their divot, and they are in this next circle, but unlikely to have too much success moving forwards. Kitsune opens up with a Mini 14 to continue the pressure onto RÜYA, who are just trying to push up and find any sort of position.
I mean, that's 3 additional eliminations now found for Gladiators, and this game just does not seem half as bad as it did before. And again, this is what we're always saying. Even when they're dealt a bad hand, they're able to bluff their way to a very strong finish. Although, at the moment, it will be FLUX looking their way to take some shots over towards them. They will have to eventually clear out Gladiators because they are holding a pretty significant area within the circle that FLUX would love to take control of.
Nades over the top, and now Major Pride are starting to feel the brunt of this downhill pressure. 1 player flushed away, Nomi, taken out of their ranks. See, FLUX are just slowly moving forwards. They do know exactly where the Gladiators are, which is going to play to their favor. BRA hesitant to push in from that eastern side as well, and no real other threats to this Gladiators high ground. So the south is really their major lookout.
Valo last left alive. Again, another survival-based player, and Gladiators get the circle towards the middle. There will be a lot of eyes over their way, which is the problem. Mandarin will finally fall to Elvis, find himself a little pick-off over that side. FLUX taking the vehicles further inwards towards Gladiators' position. As soon as they start to get in towards nade range, that is where things get a little bit tricky. Gladiators might want to start thinking about moving out the backside of the shack, but it's not possible as even that sightline is now covered off.
CARYA moving forwards is in a really solid spot to third party and engagement here, but there's those nades. And Meku, if you stay inside here, I think they're just going to get naded out. Waiting for that smoke to bloom. CARYA might even be able to put one in through the window on the off angle. Having lost Rizard on the back lines, it's going to be really tough. A nade just bursting a little bit short there. Taking control of this will be huge. CARYA, that is the third party I was worried about for FLUX. They can't really step forwards, and that's going to allow Gladiators a little bit of safety.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the issue for FLUX is that they're expending utility, and basically BRA wants the same thing here. They want to get rid of Gladiators. Unfortunately, they just cannot, because both these teams are causing each other problems, and Gladiators are happy to just sit in the building, drop the smokes down, and live just a little bit longer. Every time they ladder up here, it is just another painful position for FLUX to deal with, as they will certainly still keep up with them in the overall standings.
For Kitsune, it's so fortunate that the angle on the open, if you're looking at the door from downhill, you can crouch and not be visible from the positions that Major Pride are currently holding, which is why they've been able to control so much of this. Another nade in long from BRA. Might be able to sneak its way in through the window. And now Valo sending across the road. Alive for now, but yeah, that doesn't last long. Elvis still on that off angle. A wide swing from BRA in a uncharacteristically solid set of rotations.
Yeah, doing fairly well. I mean, they have been very split, but it's been working out, certainly. BRA start to move up, and I like this move from FLUX. They actually instead opt to try and stick out and deal with Major Pride and allow BRA all the open in the world, or all the open space in the world, just to deal with Gladiators instead. They'd rather this team was removed. They are in a better position to move up towards that spot instead of trying to just fight out against BRA and having Gladiators maybe go for even a third party.
Peace from BEŞİKTAŞ is still alive as well. I think he's been a solo for a very, very long time. I remember him hiding behind the MADBULLS, but he's finally going to get spotted. Rizard not able to land the shots, but the position now definitely known. The north side of the circle, controlled by a line from BRA. I wonder if FLUX know about Peace's position here. They know that Rizard was taking shots, but I wonder if they spotted where he was taking them to.
More than likely not. Solke currently playing on a line here towards Major Pride, who eventually will have to push up this hillside, open themselves up towards Gladiators. You wonder how many smokes they have left remaining in the back pocket, considering they had to use a lot early on. You can see right there on Monkey's side, they've really got nothing left remaining. So they'll be opening themselves up towards Gladiators' lookout. They'll be opening themselves up towards Solke as he takes shots there.
Oh dear. That is bad for business. Two players going very, very low, but somehow staying alive for the time being. I mean, fair play to them. If they can get a little bit more healing on, then could have a better time of it. Ketch just back behind the ridgeline in time. And Major Pride struggling now even more to move up this hill under the watchful eyes of two of these four-player rosters. And they'll be careful to just cinch in this maneuver. Splitting out, I mean, fair enough, maybe try and just get anything. The play zone does take down effect. There's the knock onto Monkey, and it's just Dino left standing. Might go for a little bit of a challenge here. Doesn't get a knock, but will fall down and do a little bit of damage to CARYA. Either way, though, it's Major Pride out.
Fourth place right now secured, at least for the Gladiators. There is a knock going over towards FLUX's side. I think that might have been from Peace, maybe. And we do get that Molotov, and that's probably going to be the end of it there for the Gladiators, as Meku desperately tries to get into any kind of scenario that's going to keep him up. Isn't able to claim that elimination over towards BEŞİKTAŞ, but a fourth place confirmed is really big news. Now, we do have CARYA in a bit of a problematic spot at the moment. He gets a little bit too far up.
4v4 now. Ketch drops out that last smoke. Spots Rizard on the high ground, but not fast enough to convey that information and for Solus to get into a cover from it. Elvis swinging down low here as Ketch pushes up to the shack. A lot of utility expended. We talked about this, right? You brought that up. You should be able to see these teams are lacking a little bit. A couple of smokes there. Ketch is just about able to get away with that burn. Getting that first aid through. Who's going to make that first misstep?
It's a really strong Molotov as well coming out from BRA, because that would have been a really difficult position to deal with, but a nice opening from Ketch there will deal with one of the players, and now FireFlux can start to descend because that backstop there on the high ground was huge. 1-for-1, but now it's a 3v2, John.
Lutz and Solke both at the same place in the buggy, but it's getting lit up. Finding one on the spray, no answer either. And Solke needs to get to cover. Lutz has been taken down, and it's 2v2 now. Solke close. Can he win out the challenge with the UMP? His teammate tacks a bullet, but it's traded back and forth, and FireFlux just about squeak that one back into control. BRA gave him a run for their money, but the Turkish team from the top will be able to take another.
Pretty problematic finish, actually, for FireFlux. They were fighting uphill that entire time. And I think that, you know what, BRA did save the right amount of utility to deal with the problems that would arise in that situation, allowing Ketch to get up towards that shack. Really was their downfall, right? Because he did a huge amount of work in that end game. So they mollied him off. There was a smoke placed down by FireFlux on the side, though, which allowed Ketch to get in. And none of those angles from underneath could spot him as he moved across. So very much a difficult scenario for Ketch, and a big ask for him as well from the rest of the team to set up there and start doing some massive work. Getting rid of that high ground position from BRA, though, was absolutely essential. What I don't think was essential was the very aggressive roll-up in the vehicle.
Yeah, maybe not, but either way, FireFlux do manage to take it home. Gladiators as well, out-earning Nexus on the game in terms of the points totals that they're able to accrue by hiding in the shack and picking up those sneaky little eliminations downhill as well, right, Blank?
It was very, very silly. The fact that they're able to hide out in that shack is unreal, but we'll be heading over towards our analyst shack now with Janero, Max, and Kale.
I'm pretty sure, Blank, it's called the analyst desk, but sure, we'll settle for that. FireFlux, however, they have finally gotten what we have been waiting for them to do. They've continuously been in the top, and this time around, they secure it. They get the nail in the coffin. So do we say that?
Yes.
No? Yeah?
It is.
I guess.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah, we all agree. They got a chicken dinner.
Yeah, a strong position. You were talking about it, Kalash, in that game, right? I called it the Nova warehouse in the past, and I still kind of do, because strong teams go for that position so early because it is such a strong spot to play from, and they just made sure that they're not getting backfilled by Gladiators in particular. And the moment no teams were entering from the south, it was pretty smooth sailing from there on out.
So we make our prediction around Circle 5 for people who don't know whilst the game is going on. But I called this 600 circles ago. Because of how easy it is to make the transitions from that location that you're mentioning, right? It's the big ridge line that leads north. So even if you don't get that southern shift towards you, you still have one of the best transitionary paths up towards the top to be able to kind of fight for that. So it did get a little bit close towards the end, though, against Bra.
They're going to buggy. That was weird. Not sure what happened there.
Not a big fan of that one, but they did get the win, so it's okay. Good job, Solus.
Max is like, no, but going up against Bra down into those very final moments, it was still a close affair. 8 eliminations for Bra, 11 for FireFlux. Both of these teams really managing to push themselves up in the ranking because you get those on top of your placement points.
Yeah, Bra very silent until this game, even silent at the start of this game in particular. I think they had 3 eliminations when the things started to heat up towards the end of this match because they were just trying to avoid a lot of the fights, a lot of the skirmishes, and then they actually got that high ground position over to the eastern side. And as FireFlux transitioned, it did make it a little bit rough for them to take that fight head on, but then down to the 1v1, it did go their way at the end. But yeah, FireFlux, finally we see the big dominant win we wanted to see, and that's going to help Ketch especially remain on top on the MVP award.
Yeah, it's also going to help the team stay on top in terms of their placement, but as we're talking about Ketch, there we go. Over 1,000 damage in the second game already of the day, so he's cruising through this competition.
Yeah, I mean, as you're saying, Ketch, yeah, okay, he's able to try and keep himself in the MVP running, but so's Doran, mate. So's Doran.
He was that 1v3 or 1v4 MADBULLS he did?
It looked something like that.
He should not have been allowed to get that. After the players of MADBULLS were relatively low, but the way he just flicked and just spray transferred so quickly on all the players.
Yeah.
The execution on that fight as a solo is mental.
As Blank said during the cast as well, it's very clear that Doran is one of the hungriest guys in this lobby right now. The improvement looks great. The execution on the battleground looks great as well. Everything is coming up Nexus. It's looking good.
Yeah, and they're consistently getting these eliminations, Doran especially, so that helps them as well in terms of their overall ranking, because even though you might not be getting that chicken dinner or a podium finish, you're just racking on the points. And Gladiators is kind of doing the opposite.
Which is very important to still getting those points when it's so close at the top. We said it's relatively close between a lot of the top teams currently. So again, these consistent points game after game after game is so important, and that's exactly it. Doran just the focus, one clip, and he's just already focused on 3 separate players, switches up, and of course when you're jumping out the car, not easy to get the counter spray, but the execution on this guy is mental. So Doran clearly MVP material here in this event.
But you brought up Gladiators just before as well, whilst we take a look at these highlights, and you can see these kind of, again, I have to refer to it as a salvage game from Gladiators, but they are one of the best at doing it. If we look at the previous game, going to the hay bale, chilling out and waiting for the later stages of the game, they take a spot after being wounded as a roster, which allows them to be able to take salvage eliminations here, there, and everywhere, steal some eliminations here, there, and everywhere, because it's one of the highest spots on this, in these particular circles, but doesn't quite give you the opportunity to be able to flex out for a win. So they knew what they needed to do here for just a few cheeky extra points here and there.
Yeah, those cheeky extra points do add up eventually, but we're going to be looking at the overall stats after this. Max, in terms of the teams that we kind of discounted out was Bra specifically. I don't feel like we've spoken about them too much in terms of expectations, in terms of playstyle. So this time around, what allowed them to really get this close to the top?
They were just really silent. They avoided all of the fights. A lot of the fights were happening around them. A lot of teams were focusing for the points of interest, like FLUX towards that warehouse position. So they just stayed silent until the very end. So they had a lot of resources to take that fight. But though, here you go on the rankings. Tied up between FLUX and Nexus Gaming. Love to see how close it is between those two teams. But, I mean, currently, tiebreakers, I mean, you'd have to go down the line on the tiebreaker rule set because 3 teams with 2 wins here.
The top 3 are slowly extending that lead out. And it will get a little bit precarious for 4th downwards if this does continue on. But the top 3 are showing excellent fortitude. And we said it at the beginning of the day, we eventually expect FLUX to be able to get those wins. What's going to happen when that actually comes to fruition? Here we are in the world that we live in. FLUX is getting wins. I won't be surprised if they get another today with how they're looking at the moment.
Yeah, they're looking very strong, very consistent, but so are Nexus this time around. Even though we said yesterday they had such a great performance, Sly was the team that today we were looking at a little bit as well. And in terms of what we've seen from them so far, was it a flash in the pan? Are we expecting
The thing is, we talked about this many times on how their playstyle works out. Go for central position, which they couldn't do here because FLUX were there pretty quickly. And if the circle doesn't come their way, we very rarely see them make a game where the circle does not come their way work out. And that's just something we need to see more from Sly Europe. If they make that work in their favor, I feel like we can see them get consistent points. But if they're not in the center and the circle does not come their way, I don't expect huge game from this team.
So in that regard, Sly isn't doing what we're seeing from Gladiators, and that is salvaging whatever they can during the games where the circle doesn't go their way.
Yeah, they're not really the team that I'm expecting to be able to make those moments happen later on, because I suppose on a stage like this, they're not as well versed as a Gladiators. Gladiators knows how to thread the needle and be able to get to those spots very, very adeptly in those kinds of moments, whereas Sly, it's still a little rough around the edges sometimes.
Okay, well, that's it from us in terms of the analysis, because we're now going to be heading into TDM. That's what we're going to be looking at. And there we go. Warehouse again. Grenades are also in the mix. We also have only automatic weapons that are allowed. And when we're bringing up the bracket, we're going to have a look at the teams that we will be spectating today. And it's going to be Nexus Gaming up against REGNUM CARYA. This is looking great.
Yeah, another one is going to be MADBULLS SPG. If only MADBULLS were doing as good in the Battle Royale as they were in the TDM.
Yeah.
Bit rough, but I want to see that kind of transfer over.
Yeah, maybe that's like the confidence boost, right, that they need. You get 3rd place here, you're going to start throwing punches, but we're going to be starting throwing it to the caster, so John and Blank can cover the TDM once again.
Are we going to be treated to a fast-paced, exciting TDM, or are we going to be sitting here waiting for the timer to run out as a 2-point lead decides the winner of this next round, Blank? Only time will tell.
I don't think so. Doran versus Loxy. This is a big one. I think that, you know, this is where things could really get a little spicy. Straight away, though, both teams, we know how this goes. You start the game with a couple of grenades, try and clear out some positions, but Doran beautifully sidesteps that one, baits it inwards, and now he's going to try and throw one of his own to open this one up. Starts off a little slow, but I think things will start picking up pace soon.
You'd hope so. Exomachina takes a little bit of damage. Most likely just going to hide out for the time being. Octavian trying to spot any crosses, any positions. Zelikon at the back will be pushed off the angle. Doran can put this nade in and should be able to get a bit of damage, but Loxy too quick on the draw with the Groza. They will continue to move forwards. Kapahala low. Exomachina trying to trade it off. Does do so, but it goes back and forth. And it's now 3-2. It looks like it is going to be a little bit slower this time around, Blank. No hell for leather just yet.
Nothing so far, though. REGNUM are starting to pull ahead just a little bit. Just 2 points, but quickly brought back up to speed there by Octavian. Playing alongside Logs. Will try and move out, get himself out of that spot, but the Groza a little bit too quick for him. And Nexus push back into space for the time being. Nade goes through, tries to push people further over towards where REGNUM are holding down these angles. It's pretty good so far.
Pushing up, as Zelikon might have a little bit of a peek, but he gets too bold. Doran stands up, goes for 1 and 2 as well. Evens up the numbers 6-6.
Yeah, really important play there from Doran. Finds one, does a lot of damage to the next, but then jumps out into a precarious spot and somehow able to fly through the air there, get himself into some cover, but a nade will finish him off.
7 on the board for REGNUM CARYA right now. They are making a push here. They are making moves in this TDM. Kapahala caught with the pin out and won't even get any damage with that nade either towards the back. Oh, did manage to catch Loxy actually, but can just fade away. Use the cover of his teammates. Octavian pushing up high and a net shot from Doran as well. Opens up a push for them, bringing them down to half. Should be able to stay alive for the time being. I don't think there's any nades on that side for REGNUM CARYA. And Exomachina and Kapahala both line up for 2.
Yeah, really good there. That clears out some space for Nexus. They're able to move forward, 10-8. Starting to open this up just a little bit and push now REGNUM into their base, which is really problematic. Octavian keeps just swinging around the side. There's a nice nade coming through from Tron, though, which should clear them out. It's the problem every time you do get these eliminations, the nades are refreshed. It will be 11-10 now as Doran can't quite hit it versus Loxy.
12-11. As Exomachina just takes the tumble to even up the tides. Loxy up onto the box, but will not be able to get the angle as the fadeaway comes through. For Kapahala, a long nade over the top there from REGNUM CARYA. And they do still have that stun grenade crossing the open door. Loxy's close with the Groza. Dangerous now. Doran has the pin out on the nade. Will know that there's players pushing up close and goes for 2. Nade over the top from Doran. That's beautiful to see.
That is really huge. Picks up some more loot, spots one more player, gets far into their base, and that's the really important thing, but unfortunately gets shut down. 15-14, so it's very close in terms of the eliminations at the moment. Zelikon looks for a nasty nade around the side, banks it off the edge of the train. Won't find too much damage, but Exo is now very low, not really capable to take 2 of these quick fights, these quick engagements, but Octavian, once again living, and they're starting to rack up these points now.
Nice nade in through from Doran as well. 4-point lead found. Exomachina pushing around, playing with Loxy here. And will be able to get the better end of the deal here. Wild trying to play close to Octavian, and the jump shot from Doran is just too strong to handle. Look at this, a 6-point lead now opened up by Nexus. They are really starting to strike out in this game.
It's really well done because, honestly, what's happening is Kapahala and Octavian just playing as lockdown units, essentially. They push these players into a situation they can't leave. Doran then unleashes the grenade, gets them a little bit of space towards middle, and then they can push forward a little bit more. So overall, it's going very well for Nexus. They start to find their footing in this game.
Doran does go down, but Exomachina drops out and spins the corner, jumps up for a second as well. Good trades going on through to keep them in the lead, opening up to 7, but closing back to 6. Loxy wants to try and sneak the angle, thread the needle, but Octavian has him on the run. Unfortunately, gets caught full of the face with a bullet, and Exomachina soon to follow. 3 points now the difference. REGNUM CARYA stabilized somewhat.
Yeah, Loxy's doing an unbelievable amount of work for REGNUM CARYA at the moment. He's really good, very aggressive, hard to get rid of as well. And I think that's the biggest point for him, is he's very sticky on this side of the map. Trying to remove him out of it is a pain. Zelicon goes down 27-23, but certainly not over yet as we head to 4 minutes 40. Just over half time.
Right now, ExoMachina is leading on the elimination tally for Nexus. Doran 1 point behind, and look at that, so even across the board, 6 apiece for the entirety of REGNUM CARYA. As ExoMachina wants to keep that title at the top, now 10 on the card. There's 29 points reached on the round. Kapahala does fall in the meantime, but still 5 points in the lead. REGNUM CARYA busted down to 4. ExoMachina once again on the high ground, but caught on the vault with a nice nade from Tron.
It's some good plays from REGNUM CARYA right now, because I think that Nexus are desperately trying to get players in there to clear them out of middle so they can start to push forward, but it's very difficult with the way that REGNUM CARYA are playing off one another, placing some really good grenades. Nice flashbang out the top side, should blind everyone, pushes them back into some awkward spots as REGNUM CARYA once again gets further and further up. Exo's going to try and give his life to clear this space, but Wild's already in position, and a nasty push out there will cause absolute pandemonium for Nexus as we tie the scoreboard.
Zelicon forwards, not healing just yet, just about to start ticking up, and looks for the cheeky little challenge. Still healing in the meantime, but Doran finally able to dispatch that forward outpost, still even on the scoreboard as Loxy with the M249 into the fight, swapping out for the Groza. A little bit low on the ammo count there, as these players have been alive for quite a while, haven't managed to get that resupply. And REGNUM CARYA, for the first time this match, start to take the lead, but it is evened by Doran as fast as anything.
Yeah, REGNUM CARYA holding so much control over the middle for so long, it was only a matter of time before one of them was able to pick up that M249 and really cause some big damage. Doran, living as much as he can, drops a grenade on the floor, will do a little bit of damage, but it isn't quite enough as he takes a huge hit himself. But they will just about trade that one off. 35-34, such a close game here.
Nade over the top for Kapahala. And Tron falls as well, 36 points now. 3 points remain between Nexus and victory, but only 2 points behind that. REGNUM CARYA not going to go down without a fight here. 2.5 minutes on the clock. Loxy lobs the fade away and wants to stay alive for the time being. Regroup, go for a powerful push. 5 points are needed, so you need to wipe and get an extra. But the nade over the top brings it only into 2, so Dora needs these trades. Zelicon will shut it down, but 1 point now standing in their way. Who's going to be able to claim it? Finally found, and that is going to be Nexus, just about, with ExoMachina putting in a shift. 15 eliminations coming through from ExoMachina to see Nexus to that top spot.
Yeah, really good. I mean, playing as that point man is exactly what they needed. I think that overall, both the teams played very well in terms of teamwork, you know, playing off one another. It's not what we've really saw from a lot of the previous TDM matches. You had a lot of individual play, but that time around, you know, you were having players help lock down a certain location so a nade could go through and they couldn't leave without getting shot at. Overall, a difficult game for both teams. So it will be exciting seeing Nexus going through to that finals, and we'll find out exactly in our next TDM who they will be going up against.
Yeah, we still have that other semi-finals, but we're going to be shifting over on to another Erangel blank, our third match of the day coming through. FLUX now in the lead of the tournament, but tied up on points with Nexus. Gladiators just a little bit behind now. 9 points separate that third place and the second and first duality of FLUX and Nexus.
It's a very decent little salvage come through from Gladiators. The guys on the desk talking about it quite often. You know, they aren't having a great day, but what they are doing is still putting up those points, putting up those numbers, which leads them to be in this position all the time where if they have a good match, we have a lot of eliminations and get that chicken dinner, then they'll easily send themselves back up to that first position spot. If this wasn't the case, that they were losing like 2 or 3 members earlier and then they were just going out with 0 points, you'd find yourself in a situation that even if you did get that magical game, you were still only going to bump yourself up into second place. But still, Gladiators are in a position where they can find that strong match and take that first position back. At the moment, it is FLUX and Nexus who are really putting up those numbers today, though, and it doesn't feel like they're letting up anytime soon.
Not just yet. Trying to keep that pace up. It's easier said than done, though, Blank. I mean, it's great to see that they're able to keep that fire blazing, but how much fuel have they got left in the tank? Will they be able to maintain the pace? ARR out over towards Gatka on the plane path. Not really going to be too much contest. I'm imagining we'll see Gladiators go to their backup potentially over towards Ferry Pier. I think we will. Next, RÜYA might be giving them some trouble there. And in fact, you've got, who is that? That's also, excuse me, dropping out on that western side, who are probably going to be trying to head up to South George. Gladiators actually going all the way over to Primorsk.
Yeah, they know that they will have the guys from NEXUS playing in that position, so it's not like they'll play Ferry Pier as well. But there isn't anyone heading down towards Primorsk at the moment, so easy pickup for them. It's a good location, has the ability to get into the boats as well if we did get a Sosnovka finish. So for Gladiators, this is a nice adjustment. It works out well as a backup drop spot. But with this northern shift on the circle, a lot of teams are going to have to get a move on. We saw that plane path being right through the bottom side of the map, which means that it is a long run up towards that northern side. So a lot of teams will be slightly late rotating in. Severny not taken up by any teams as of yet. FLUX might consider moving off from Stalber and Kameshki to head towards Severny. I think even that, or heading up towards the north side of shooting range to look out towards North George rotates or box compound would be a good idea.
North up position. MELİSE already striking out for a rotate, but getting caught out. Major Pride find Kiss You on that rotate. You know that they're looking for Severny, but they have just stretched themselves a little bit too thin. They grabbed the vehicle, sure, but they'll be wrested back into control of Major Pride for the time being. That will alleviate some of the pressure around Rozhok as well.
Yeah, I think this typical kind of rotate, ill-informed, honestly. When you split up like this too, I think this is the kind of thing you could have gone for, where you drop all the way over towards Yellows on the western side of the coast, take the vehicles there up towards North George and towards shooting range. You are pretty confident that Gladiators aren't going to be heading up towards North George in this instance, and there's not going to be a huge amount of teams there. But dropping just in the middle of the fields around Rozhok and then trying to send through in vehicles, you're sort of asking for a knock and elimination there.
Havlik dismounting in the crates of South George. Plenty of loot to be had, not too much to worry about for the time being. They know ARR are going to be to their south, and they are imagining that the Gladiators are going to be on that south side as well. So really nothing to worry about for Excuse Me for the time being. Will they control those compounds across the river? OZAROX and Novo, they've probably got one of the hardest journeys moving into this next circle. Blankets a long way to the top for them.
Yeah, I think the only thing they can be really comfortable about is the fact that Sly Europe and Nexus are most likely going to be starting to make their rotation up towards that northern side fairly shortly. They won't want to hang around this area as long as possible either. They need to get towards that spot where you can confirm a rotate either up towards Yasnaya and past that lake towards Severny, or have that ability to move back down towards Rozhok if you get a shift on the south side. Right now with the circle, it's very northern, so you are sort of assuming this is going to end up on the northern coast, but you can never be certain with these things. So most teams will be moving nice and early to get towards a compound and just wait this one out.
Gladiators have started their trek up the western coast, so Excuse Me might now have to think about if there's going to be a team pushing in behind. I mean, they probably should have been thinking about it before, but the Gladiators are going to make that a pressing issue, I'm imagining, in the next couple of minutes. Are they going to send over the long Georgia Pole Bridge, try and swing round through that north side? It's fairly open and should be fairly easy to make that one work for the Gladiators.
Yeah, definitely something that can be possible. And with Excuse Me still looting in crates at the moment, Gladiators can just shift up towards shooting range, towards one of those compounds as well. Works really well. Good amount of sight lines available to you on the coast, and keeps you fairly safe. So for Gladiators, certainly a possibility. They are rotating right past Excuse Me right now, which is a little bit dangerous because they can set up inside the crates, and it's quite difficult to see that sometimes. In the meantime, Major Pride sending through over towards next RÜYA.
Just smushed one of the BEŞİKTAŞ players against the wall there. Peace. They're not even going to do him the courtesy of taking him all the way down. Frozen getting eliminated and flushed in the meantime. Major Pride have been hampering a lot of teams. That's now MADBULLS, as well as, I think it was BEŞİKTAŞ just there as well before, as MELİSE. They went up to Zaverny and lost a player to Major Pride, but finally there's a little bit of comeuppance for the Major Pride roster. As Dino goes down and gets flushed as well. 3 players now.
Yeah, it's kind of amusing because you see that like 3-minute, 4-minute timer go up, which is realistically when everyone stops looting and starts moving, and everyone has the same idea to cross East Rozhok Bridge. So they all get caught up against one another. And I think that this is the sort of situation where you realize you're so close to the circle, you can wait a little bit, but everyone wants to get towards that side of the map and pick up a compound nice and early. So a bit greedy from everyone. But sometimes you have to greed for that strong finish on the games.
The best strategy is not always the best strategy if everybody else is doing it. It can be sometimes the case that you do need to go a little bit quieter or a little bit slower. And discerning the difference between those situations, I think, is what differentiates a lot of teams from being those championship caliber teams.
FLUX so far, who are very much doing well for themselves today. Still up towards that northeast side, didn't opt to head too far over towards Zaverny. There is that drop-off spot just on the western side of the compound on the coast. Doesn't send them fairly central, but at least gives them a position to start playing uphill towards these locations. And we have seen multiple times now, FLUX tends to like to hover around the edge side of the map and then make a call when to head in later on in the game as a full force. I think this is one of the teams that really does do best when they are a full-man squad. Gladiators, on the other hand, are able to shift things up and play as a duo or even as a solo to be able to get those endgame finishes despite everything. But again, I think FLUX right now does have a bit more muscle behind them than Gladiators, but the Gladiators just a bit more brains, I would say.
Very hardy as well. They know how to survive. We've seen that evidenced in the last couple of games, especially on that Miramar. Staying alive for a very, very long time. Probably longer than they ought to have done. Well, they'll push in from the west side this time around. NEXUS, they've been a force to be reckoned with, playing on as 4, just sailing past Lipovka now in those vehicles. And imagine they get around the top of Yasnaya. Would be unlikely to see them go for the East Rozhok Bridge crossing. That so many teams have come a cropper on this match.
Yeah, and with Foot just hanging around in the gas station as well, it does make it very difficult to make that rotate without being harried. Circle moves over towards that western side, favouring Gladiators and ARR in this instance. ARR being a constant issue for Gladiators, though. Every time they've taken a fight with them so far, they've lost 1 or 2 players, which has really ruined the momentum of their games. So I imagine that maybe a northern rotation up towards shooting range ridge, looking down towards that wired fence, is probably something that they'll consider going for.
MADBULLS leading a bit of a stretched line into this circle. 3 players of theirs alive. FLUX consolidated. And the southeast side of the circle is so packed. You can see teams so close to one another. And somehow they've all managed to find a little bit of a place for themselves. Not safe by any stretch of the imagination, but certainly somewhere they can start to exert control over the rest of the map from FLUX. Playing in these 2 buildings will be a very, very solid foothold for them to clear out this ground.
REGNUM CARYA take down a couple of players from Major Pride there, will knock them. 2 go back towards REGNUM CARYA as well. Major Pride down to 2 alive and kicking with 1 knocked. But it should be possible to get these players back up again if REGNUM CARYA can get in towards the fight. Tron tries to displace these players, but now only Zelikon left alive. And I think that despite Major Pride only being down to 2, this should be an easy cleanup.
I like the staggered jump out on the roll up there from Major Pride. They let 1 player jump out, draw the fire out to the side. The second comes out, so there's not just an instant lineup on the spray down. Really nice play there. If it was intentional, I have to go back and double check that. MADBULLS trying to hold out the top floor of their garage with 2 players alive. BRA trying to push in on that ground floor. And an aid flies through the window. Well placed there. FLUX will go down. Tulika running away, gets to the opposing building, but only half HP and not much better of a time to be seen.
Yeah, MADBULLS really fielding some butterfingers so far. They just cannot seem to hold on to anything during these games. Any crash that comes through and they flop over. It's a little bit unfortunate for them. Hopefully they can improve things, but I think at this point in time, coming into halfway of the day so far, of day 3, we're in that final stretch. I think for MADBULLS, it will be very difficult to garner too many points, which will bring them towards that top side. So they have just fallen and fallen and fallen. So for MADBULLS, wish them the best so far, and hopefully they can pick things up a little bit, but I think they're sort of out of the conversation now. Looking over towards that northwest side, Gladiators have moved up towards that shooting range ridge, as I spoke about before. AR have that lineup, and next RÜYA from Ferry Pier moved in. Next circle will hit, centers up a little bit. Shooting range is still a fairly prominent position within this circle. You can play around the tree line that's here too. It's quite good at making sure you remain unseen while still being able to move through and gather info.
REGNUM CARYA fall. Oh, beg your pardon. REGNUM CARYA fall to the pressure. BRA, they took the building from the MADBULLS, but now they have to defend it themselves, and this time there are 4 players circling in the water. Rip7 might not look like it, but he is alive. His health bar is just about still there. The heals can come through. Rizard goes down, and Savian actually falls as well. Coursera starting to light it up. BRA more successful on the whole than the MADBULLS were, even though they did end up losing their players. Coursera just sweeps them aside. FLUX did have a third-party angle onto this, but either way, 2 players from BRA just held out the entirety of the squad.
Yeah, I mean, Coursera was practically on his own there. There was a nade that came through the window, took down the supporting member of BRA, and then Coursera just jumped out and dealt with it very nastily. Is that play from Major Pride early, was able to pick up a lot of eliminations over towards REGNUM CARYA, leaving just 1 left alive in Zelicon. But overall, we are whittling away the teams at the moment. 48 players left remaining at stage 3. Quite a hefty amount of players already been removed. And Kitsune will be able to pick himself up a nice little airdrop towards that northern side. I think they're starting to claim a nice bit of space for themselves. Next RÜYA are down towards their south side in a fairly decent position around that pretty much crash site, really.
Trying to line up their position there. I'm surprised that the Gladiators allowed next RÜYA to establish themselves so firmly here. I mean, maybe they didn't have much of a choice. I thought it was going to be Gladiators going up against ARR, but I feel like today we've seen a decided change from Gladiators. They have been a lot more willing to skirt around the edges than they have been previously, Blank. Before, they were waiting out towards the edge and choosing the time to go forwards. This time around, they're moving around and looking for those opportunities as well as timing it.
Yeah, I think that this was a pretty obvious position they were going to take up over towards that northern side on shooting range ridge. We looked at it before. They headed up towards North George. They understand that most teams wouldn't have headed out that way so early, so they could be fairly confident next RÜYA, because they know they're dropping in Ferry Pier, right? Will most likely be underneath them, but they're happier to take this high ground overall. Not wanting to go up against AR, I think that's absolutely fair. AR, again, we'll say it twice, they are just this very scrappy team that I wouldn't want to personally get into a fight with, because they just draw things out for so long, and those self-destructive tendencies really show through. You don't want to be part of that. That's a team that can fight someone else.
Yeah, just give that one to Excuse Me. They can deal with that. And in fact, they might have to in this scenario. Elementrix on that wide split. Nexus, oh dear, rolling over the top of the ridgeline is bad news for Octavian. Similarly for Exo Machina, they are just getting caught out in the open here. And I don't think we're going to see too much more from this Nexus roster on this game. They have had such a successful day. But I'll tell you what, this is good news for FLUX, right? This is great news for the Turkish team at the top, because it means that they can continue into this game and try and open up a lead over Nexus.
Yeah, right now, FLUX is in not so bad of a position. They did come in from that northeastern side, so it has been fairly decent that they've been able to slip their way through into this circle itself. The moment though, Excuse Me, just above Sly Europe. Doran's still going, by the way, as per usual. Gets 1 knock, looks for another. There's a nade, but it explodes too early. He's got low HP, and he's just going for it.
Ooh, Scar in hand, though, for Kenzie. And that's going to be enough to do the job. They will be able to take down Doran. Kapahala is still in the way. And it's time for him to stand up, but the blue zone's there. Only 2 first aids, wants to get out of dodge fairly swiftly at this point. Not going to be able to res Doran as the blue zone will tick it away. And they'll have to figure out how they want to continue here. The northwest side, I think, is probably likely going to see our next full force fight after this east is concluded.
Right now, AAR is taking up a huge amount of space down towards that south side. They have a really nice compound over towards the western edge on that hillside that looks down towards this position in the middle of the map. But I still think only 2 players there is a little bit unfortunate. Ooh. SBG completely run down MELİSE Esports. They'll be out. And I think they are still fielding 3 players. They lost 1 earlier, but Major Pride are on absolute tear this game, up to 9 eliminations so far.
Bumper cars now on the hills on the northeast edge. Major Pride rolling up and into the fight. Solus caught out, will be taken down, as is Lutz. Solus and Solke and Ketch now, the 2 active players for FireFlux. A nade over the top towards Major Pride, forces Nomi out to the side. Monkey trying to move into a position to find the res onto effect. Lutz now the priority. Get back up to 3 for FireFlux. Nomi down in the grass, breaking out wide, might make that a difficulty. Certainly unknown right now on the position. Stands up and flushes Lutz.
I mean, Major Pride have just had a very explosive game this time around. They've decided to just send it, which is fair enough. And that's where they found most of their success over in the league play and finals, is just when they started to realize that they were the top dogs in the lobby and they could really flex that kind of influence. I think where that started to go slightly badly is that they got overconfident, lost players early on because they were taking these engagements. But this is certainly where they shine. And if they get the look where they get these fights where they are getting the shots in, they are getting the knocks, they are getting the eliminations, then they start to feel pretty good about it. BEŞİKTAŞ, though, up towards that northwest side, does thread the bullet over towards one of the players on Major Pride. Now they're firmly stuck on this eastern edge.
Kapahala gets into a rocky position. Not really too much cover there, but stays alive for the time being. See how much further you can go. Channel, you're in a gladiator. See what you can get done. Excuse me. On the east side, have the buildings in the circle on this plateau. 3 from Major Pride close by. Nomi, 6 eliminations so far this game. The majority of the team's points for this time being. You talked about how this is where they found the success. This is where Nomi has also found his success in this spot. And excuse me, going to be the next to take the challenge with them. Sly Europe might third party here.
Yeah, Sly Europe found themselves a nice spot down towards that south side. It's certainly not as safe as perhaps, excuse me's compound as FireFlux flies through. Maybe they can pick off Ketch, but they managed to get into the circle somehow, some way, and it looks like FireFlux themselves are looking for a bit of a salvage on this game. Understand that it's going to be quite difficult going forwards. They just need to get towards that central area, alongside where NEXUS, Tulika, as well as a lot of other solos are currently playing.
Where did he go? Ketch just disappeared, teleported behind him. Nothing personal, kid, but Kapahala goes down. 3 eliminations now on the game, 4 total for FireFlux, and they'll stay alive in the center. A little bit more control with 2 than you have with 1.
That'll do the trick. I mean, quickly find that elimination. Tulika's still living, though. Again, you see a lot more of these solo players trying to get towards the middle of this map, understanding that a lot of the action is going to take place on the outer edges where it is elevated. Most of the time to push in towards that central area, you don't want to do it because it's downhill. You don't want to be caught off guard as a 4-man team getting sprayed upon by 4 other players up on high.
This plateau is nice and safe for the time being, but they'll need more control for Sly Europe. ARR looking to try and move in on the lack of expansion from Sly Europe, but Tenchik has now started to get over to that ridgeline that ARR was starting to get up and towards. The shots over to Zajipa, not quite doing the job as Tapok is backed off.
I love how quickly Tapok left that one. He was like, I've been spotted, definitely. I'm not going to take any more of those shots. He was so confident as well, lining it up too. Looking towards that northwestern side, still have Gladiators going strong as a 4-man team, which is fairly scary at the end of the day. You got Meku and Matic playing out towards that blue side, trying to make sure there's no other teams coming in that will backstab them. NEXUS up towards the north edge. They were able to sort of leapfrog above Gladiators in that process, but I think it was more a case of Gladiators moving further downwards. I think they value this spot a little bit more.
Sheeper continues the volley. Tulika last for MADBULLS, alive, and will be dispatched by Excuse Me. Predictions, a lot more split than we've had in the first two matches. Double for Gladiators from Gennaro and Calaris, but Excuse Me, Sly Europe, and was that a next RÜYA from you as well?
It was an extra. I think that they've done fairly well on Erangel before. They do a lot of damage. I just want to see them get a decent game. And I think this is the first time in a long while where we've seen them comfortably at a 4-man squad in these end moments. That kind of circle is rough, though, for a lot of the teams on the northwest side, specifically NEXUS, Gladiators, and BEŞİKTAŞ, who move all to regroup. NEXUS is now stuck in between a rock and a hard place, with BEŞİKTAŞ looking down towards them, as well as Gladiators holding them in place.
They'll have to move forwards. They have got that slope away from them here, but Matic's taken a little bit too much damage there to be healthy on that outpost position. From the northwest side, NEXUS want a similar line in. BEŞİKTAŞ waiting to push them into this fight. Just tip them over that edge. Meku right up and by the blue, looking to slow anyone down moving early.
The best thing for NEXUS right now is they still have cover as they move up. A lot of these other teams will have to move out into open ground. Where Frozen is currently playing is still quite strong. Docker Machine finds Matic on the off. Great first knock being found for their way, and now Gladiators really do have to sort of send it away from this blue side. Meku moves out. BEŞİKTAŞ still waiting in the wings, but I think that maybe NEXUS can hold them out just from the angles that have been played here.
Just being backed off the ridgeline there. There we go. BEŞİKTAŞ starting to enter into this fight. Will find one onto Wolf. Gets the knock as Matic gets rezzed up for the Gladiators. Enjoy falls down as Frozen peeks up. Nice response from NEXUS to give them the time to get back together and move forwards. NEXUS have got a spot in the next circle.
Yeah, it's a tough play for NEXUS to make. Nice nade coming through from Kitsune. Will finish off one of the NEXUS players, sends one back from Docker Machine. Down to 3 now, though. Slightly awkward.
Sly Europe have sent 3 players towards ARR. They've left one straight up and forwards. Elementrix has gone down, but Reflect falls as well. And Tenchik has just turned tail and run. Mandarin was not there to back them up, and ARR will capitalize perfectly.
Great play here. Sly Europe, yeah, unfortunate ending for them. FLUX taking shots from the middle, having a great time of it. There's a tiny little rock towards the center of this map, which I think Major FLUX have set up on now. It is very awkward to play from, but it's still very doable. Another knock goes over towards NEXUS' way and will be flushed out. Gladiator is still playing as 4 as they slowly descend upon NEXUS.
Taking these advantages where they can. Tapok is taken down by Ketch from FLUX. Tenchik spotted. That's my prediction out the window. They sent out a little bit too aggressively for my liking towards ARR, but that's just how it goes sometimes. Gladiators, though, riding a lot stronger. There's NEXUS down to 1 now.
Matic takes a heavy hit there. Yetka's basically trapped, sadly, and I think Gladiators will slowly but surely move their way in towards his position. Best he can do is maybe just try and crawl out of here towards the central arena, but doubtful he'll even make it.
Yekta in this smoke, wanting to survive, but BEŞİKTAŞ have other ideas. So does Tixi. He's worried about that ridgeline as well. That's such a beast of a gun. So difficult for Yekta to deal with.
Yeah, an explosion could be fairly horrible. He's got nothing left in terms of medical supplies. He's just trying to live as long as possible. Gladiators are worried about both him and BEŞİKTAŞ at the moment. BEŞİKTAŞ should have a clear line of sight, but it will be Tixi to finish them off. 4 eliminations so far found for them. Doing a very good job here on the northwest edge.
And all 4 of them just keeping it together. They'll have to move forwards now, though, and Tixi has been spotted. Enjoy traded off by Meku. Tixi closest to the blue, needs to get rezzed, and they will commit for that. Excuse me, rolling down towards Major Pride, and Nomi run down in the process. Havlik does get opened up onto wards, but should be able to get back onto his feet unless FLUX have a cross angle here. Ketch not in a position to take those shots just yet, so Excuse Me should stay up as 4.
Seems he's just rolling through as Meku finds another knockover towards BEŞİKTAŞ. I think that leaves them down to just one player now, yep. That Son HP still up and kicking, but Beck moves over with the nade in hand. Excuse Me, looking to go all the way on this one. Think that we had an Excuse Me prediction coming through from Maxman, actually.
We did. We did indeed. BEŞİKTAŞ fall next to Excuse Me. 4 teams now remain blank. BRA into it late once more.
FLUX, a strong game. You know what? They were able to salvage it. I said that this is not something that we know them very well for, but a good rotation actually very early on. That will be Ketch going down though. A nade over the top will see him finish. They are playing split though to ensure that they won't both go down to a single grenade, which is smart. There comes a shot through from the Gladiators. Will take down one of the players from Excuse Me, Black, who is very much on the outer edge.
Unfortunately for Gladiators, they can't really run up on this. It's opposite on the circle to them. And they have repositioned for Excuse Me to be able to get this res with relative safety. BRA on their flank. Gladiators do still need to be careful, despite being uphill from them. Can always be a worry. And Coursera has been a threat to so many. Kitsune unaware, fully spotted by Coursera, but I think his teammate just took shots out that way, so they might be looking down this hill at this stage. The nade falls short, and they're definitely going to be aware that there's a player getting up and into it for now. A nade a little bit further forwards here and onto Matic. They're going to be worried about this shack.
Yeah, starts to move back a little bit, and that's smart. They are trying to jump peek him, but without the backpack on it, becomes a little bit more difficult to make that happen, especially with their own smoke. That nade is much further up and a lot better. In comes a rundown from Furia, up close and personal, and Coursera will find Meku.
There's excellent response there, but it's Matic and Tixi now left standing, and Fury across the ridge. Gladiators get swept aside. An unfortunate side angle, as well as Excuse Me, moving forwards efficiently. Close out the Gladiators game. It looked like a hopeful game for them, but will not be for much longer. Ketch down to the Ram buggy. And Solke now last standing for the roster. Excuse Me, on 3. Will be looking to try and take this one home. Just Solke, they should know where he is, and just bombard him out of existence here behind the vehicle. Can he find these trades? Can he find a miracle in the making for FLUX? But I just don't think it's likely. The nade from Havlik seals the deal.
Great game there from Excuse Me. Very aggressive towards that end game. Dealt with AR very well too. For Gladiators, it was just a bit too difficult of a run over that way.
Yeah, it was just a little too tall of an order, and they didn't clear out their downhill early enough to be able to have their position be safe. And on the flip side, they didn't push up to the top of the hill to try and take on Excuse Me. They didn't choose their fight, but it is still a very sticky difference.
Yeah, I think for Gladiators, you're basically donezo in that spot, right? It's so hard to deal with it. And even pushing down towards that, down the hill, you're pushing downhill. It's not exactly what you want to do. And pushing uphill, you just come out from that fight between BEŞİKTAŞ and RÜYA. It was all in all very tough, and because Excuse Me had that side of the circle and it moved over their way, they had so much more time to set up than any of those teams over towards the west. Feel sort of bad for them, but again, it's one of these games where they put up a decent performance despite the circle going their way, and also FLUX putting up a good performance too, getting towards that central arena. That's difficult to make it towards, especially in the position they're in. And congratulations, Max, for your correct prediction.
Yeah, playing from that compound on the eastern side went well from them. They took down the team that was sat underneath them, Sly Europe, in that position, and were able to just execute very, very well. Stayed safe, played it calm, and they managed to take it home in the end. Let's head back over to the studio.
Max, you get the right prediction, but most importantly, excuse me, have managed to do what we were a little worried about them not being able to achieve, and that's actually getting the chicken dinner. They've been in positions before where they get so close, they have the perfect conditions to be able to make it happen. Weren't able to do so until now, so they got themselves on the board.
Yeah, with their favorite weapon, the buggy.
The most dangerous
Very
weapon
cool
in the
moments
game.
right there. I feel like the most dangerous thing that could have happened for, excuse me, this game is not another team shooting at them, it's running out of fuel for that buggy. I feel like that happens, they don't get the win. But excuse me, finally a confident win, and really aggressive, clearing Sly, clearing Major Pride by rolling them over, sure, but still a squad wipe. So finally a chicken dinner, just a dominant one.
Elims from them on that game as well. I don't think we've ever seen, excuse me, get double-digit eliminations, let alone 24 points in total, because they placed first.
And memes aside, if you were going to make the buggy strat work, this was actually a great place to do it. It's so open, it's difficult for any team to have some proper cover, and of course when Gladiators is moving in from that west side, they were really stuck. If they were not dying from getting eliminated from the nades from Bra, it was gonna be shots coming from, excuse me, from the other side, because there was nowhere for them to move.
They had one tree. Like, what are you going to do with one tree at that position as four players? Unfortunately, not much are just going to be lined up. Though, Bra, another good result. We are seeing some resurgence from Bra Esport throughout this day, which is very important. 2 days, that's pretty much the limit of how many bad days you can get. So this is the perfect timing to initiate that comeback.
Yeah, to get that things going. But Sly Europe as well, a team that this time around, they felt like they had a great position, but not enough.
They got swiped instantly by excuse me, with a buggy strat, of course, as you would expect. But Major Pride, hey, made it to the late game. Finally, congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, it's about time as well, right?
Twice in a row now. It has been a lot of work from, of course, you know, Effect and Nomi. I would like to see more presence from Dino in particular. That's been very, very silent this championship, but they've been slowly waking up.
Yeah, seeing Nomi again, just kind of being able to rack up the numbers he did. I think even halfway through that game, I think he was on 1.1k damage or something like that.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Just ridiculous stuff coming in from Nomi, who I didn't think we'd be saying this, but there you go. He ended with 1.2k. He has surpassed what I think Effect has been able to do on this team so far. He now is the name that I look at being like, this is the guy. Even though Effect's doing well, but Nomi is looking great.
Fury has to be top traveler though. The amount of time he's spending that buggy at the end, I'm a bit surprised we got another player from Gladiators. But I mean, the buggy strat is viable. We've seen it many times, like the buggy endgame meta. We saw it in Americas too. We're talking about it, Jinro and Hyper, loving that kind of playstyle to wrap up games against Alpha 7. But an interesting game, not easy to find strong positions. And I feel like, excuse me, the fact that their little compound was in play allowed them to apply so much pressure on teams around them before initiating their own push in the circle, that they just obliterated teams before they became an issue in the first place.
Yeah, they played to their strengths this time around, and they quote-unquote didn't fumble the bag, right? They had it in their possession, and they kept going, and they kept pushing forward, and they managed to close it down, and that's what we wanted to see from them, because we were getting a little worried.
And FLUX here as well was able to do so much once again. When you think about how much they're able to actually get on the board throughout this day, still getting some of these late game scenarios, I can't help but feel that FLUX is very much so looking for the championship here.
Yeah, I feel if they had 4 players in that finishing position, I feel like there's a chance they actually get themselves to chicken dinner, but down to 2 players, not going to be the easiest one to pull off, but Ketch has still been bringing up the numbers. I want to see the buggy plays, but there you go. That one tree, not much you can do, and that's one. Yeah. I want to have the counter how many he actually got, but that one tree, there's no escape. You can't escape the gaze of Furia here.
You can't escape the buggy. There we go. We get another one. I mean, there was a rock in place, but unfortunately didn't really do much this time around.
Watch the buggy go past again, eventually. There, whoa,
he really tried. He wanted another one.
He did try indeed. But even though with their great performance, they actually managed to knock Sly out of their position. And this is such a beautiful thing to see, because it goes back to what we were saying about you have one good game and you're up there.
Top 5 for European teams.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's been a slow burner for Sly today, though. I mean, of course, yeah, we saw them kind of like getting a few here and there and stuff like that, but 96 points at the moment compared to all these guys now breaching that 100-point mark, and then also pushing what is 30 points ahead, or 40 points ahead even, I should say, for FLUX. That's kind of ridiculous. Yeah.
There is a pack that's starting to slowly move away from the rest of the lobby here, so you've got to be careful. But yeah, Sly didn't get that center circle thing I talked about earlier, so when they don't have those central positions, they struggle to make it in the late game circles.
Yeah, looking at the 9th till 16th team as well here, we're already halfway through day 3, which is past that halfway mark. Realistically, How much do they need to put forward to be able to put themselves up in the ranking?
A lot.
Yeah.
That's pretty much about it.
Right.
We need to see like some confidence and some aggressive playstyles from some of the teams. You're going to get to the point where you're going to need some massive games pretty much consistently coming your way every single time, and one bad game might just be the nail in the coffin for this team. So we need to see some resurgence here.
Yeah. And we're going to be looking at something else. It's called TDM. I know you guys already had your experience watching one of those, but bringing up the bracket, we're going to be looking at Nexus Gaming.
No, that's
we're going to look at
MADBULLS
MADBULLS SBG. I was like, oh, sorry guys, glasses are off today. But yes, MADBULLS SBG is going to be second TDM of today. We're going to be heading over to our casters. John and Blank will be covering the action, and they will also be oh, it's back to us first, huh?
Hello.
I lied. It was a joke.
Hilarious.
Was it funny?
I loved
great.
it.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
really good.
Now I'm actually going to toss it. Thank you, Monster, for making it possible to go through all these things. And we're now actually going to be heading to our casters, John and Blank. So guys, enjoy covering TDM, and I'm up right after.
I'll try my best. So we've got a good game on our hands. Blank, this deep into the TDM tournament, these teams should have some capability at their disposal moving forwards. But SBG yesterday did show a little bit of a lackluster performance, so hopefully they'll step it up a little bit.
Hopefully, I don't want to see too much Camperoonie. Hopefully. It will be MADBULLS versus SBG, and we know that MADBULLS are absolute demons when it comes to TDM. I feel like they play TDM more than they play Classic at this point in time from what I've seen. So I would be slightly scared if I am SBG in this situation. Already a good nade straight out the gate.
Absolutely. Good stuff to start things off. Just get yourself a little bit of a freebie. Tulika is up close. Akashi gives his position away. Not sure about that one. Tulika unleashes the nade. I think ate a little bit too much damage from himself there. Akashi hops up onto the crates to try and get the angle into the central warehouse. And now Valo trades it off. But it is 1-for-1. Back and forth to start things off. Tulika goes for a wide flank. Robs is down, so there's no off angle. And that's handling business. 4-1.
Yeah, Tulika was absolutely monstrous yesterday. A really nice spray there, actually adjustment as well mid to get the headshot as he bounces up over the top side. Very low, but gets himself back up to full HP, looking for a little bit more. 4-1 right now. MADBULLS are certainly starting to go off, but Victor at least able to get one backwards. Double trade there, and out comes Fleek for a nasty double.
Excellently found and finds a third as well. Fleek on a tear. MADBULLS seemingly know exactly what they're doing here. I mean, SBG being sent around the houses now, seemingly unwilling to step too far forwards. Another nade over the top. Pushes the engagement as Frozen spins. Gets the flush. Will be traded off, but you take those when you're ahead.
You absolutely do. For SBG, desperately needed some of those eliminations. 6-9 now. Tulika goes to the reload. We'll look for a little bit more, but so many nades coming through. But that's a lot of utility spent on just one player. And maybe MADBULLS can use that to their advantage, coming against pretty much just pure gun skill engagements.
Now Valo wants the peek over towards Fleek, who's healing up in the meantime. A nade from Victor spots Frozen up on the crates, but doesn't find the damage, doesn't quite get past that stanchion there. Now Valo lowers, Frozen hops up for a little bit of a spray, and no one really there to capitalize on that side angle, on that side swipe. Frozen spins in, and the MADBULLS get yet another 10-7.
10-7 now. It's still slow going, but find themselves the eliminations where they can. Again, at this stage of the tournament, you do want to be a little bit more careful. Nice little drop shot coming through from Victor, but instantly MADBULLS capitalize off the back of it. 13-10. There's certainly refrags coming through, but MADBULLS still ahead.
By 3 points, it's still fairly close. We've seen these swing backwards. Now Valo should know that Frozen's behind this, and if the nade's right, it'll be good. There we go. The nade right onto Frozen. Finds the frags. There it's spotted, but dips back behind cover just about in time. Two players now playing behind on this one. A stun grenade launched forwards, but should be clearing as Robs turns the corner. Zerich, though, not going to be so lucky. Fleek playing close, waits for the back out, but his teammate's there as well. Now Valo close by as a secondary, but Akashi should be able to get this trade, and he does manage to find it.
15-13. Nice nade over the top. Again, it seems to be a 3-point lead every single time. Tulika looks for maybe a cheeky angle. Nade goes through. Frozen has to run back.
Robs takes that chance to move up to the container. And will be that off-angle shooting through those warehouse sightlines, but Frozen wants to dispatch him and does so with seeming ease. Tulika now forwards in center and has a lot more run-of-the-mill to be getting on with for that central control, for those sightlines to open up, because they're up at 6-point lead now.
Getting ahead. 20 points. Goodness me. Tulika finds another. It feels like SBG, just a little bit of that pressure is starting to get to them.
Tulika was just allowed to do so much there. Zerich finds Narvalo on the cross as well. Now 23-15, 8 points into the lead. It's really starting to get away from SBG. FLUX fades away, starts healing as well. Zerich in cover, but not quite as Narvalo tags him up, frags him out. A long nade from Tulika. Sees Akashi a little bit less healthy.
FLUX. Spotting around the side. 5 minutes now, halfway. We are halfway on the points too, 23. Just over. It comes through, but not a lot happening from the MADBULLS side at the moment, with SBG slowly bringing it back.
Ooh, Zerich just stays alive. A sliver. Well, that's all it takes. Suppressing the angle. Narvalo pushes up, but it's traded off. 5 points now, so a little bit back into SBG's wheelhouse now as Victor pressured back off that side angle. Zerich up to cover as Akashi will go down. Still 5 points in it. And finally, the Thorn is removed from the side. FLUX should be fairly safe to be able to get that healing started.
Tulika, very low HP, but that nade is massive from Akashi. 24-27. Really big plays coming through from SBG now to try and pull this one back as best they can.
Akashi in the warehouse. With that nade, he's really closed that gap, and Victor putting MADBULLS to work. Robs does go down, so open up a little bit more of an avenue to move forwards. They'll know where Victor is, but he's too quick on the trigger for him. Frozen falls, and now 2 points are the difference between these two teams. It seemed like MADBULLS had this all locked up, but SBG have other ideas.
Frozen right now really pulling the lion's share of the work for the team. 10 eliminations, 28-29, 31 points instantly found here. SBG Rob still going strong, but they're looking for more of those points as we're about just over 10 points required.
Victor against 2, needs to line him up, but won't be able to find even one. Narvalo does get the trade, which has a lot of value. FLUQ's there and finds a second, so Narvalo ends up profiting on the trade, but in the meantime, across the other side of the map, his teammates not so lucky. 34 points now on the cards, and MADBULLS 6 away from a win.
Trying to get away from them. They have been tugging on this rope for a long time, trying to grasp victory back, but it's not been working out so well. 32-34. It's always felt a little bit on the back foot, but now finally SBG are coming online just a little bit. 33-34. It's getting extremely close. Tulika has to pull out something good. They cannot just rely all on Frozen this match.
They are so far forwards now, but the MADBULLS are still in the lead. Tulika needs to get these pickups, and Narvalo goes down a second as well. 4 points now left. An excellent set of pickups coming through, and another one to boot. 3 points remain. They have to all stay alive at this stage. Victor, the first to fall in the face of the MADBULLS, and 7 points needed for SBG to be able to take this one back. That nade around the side should bring Frozen low and will secure the frag. Tulika falls as well, but only 2 points now remain.
38-35, it's all down to the wire now. More eliminations going through towards SBG, but it will be MADBULLS to finish it off as they just go for the mad dash at the end. Frozen with 15 eliminations on a 5 combo streak that game as well. It is incredibly good. He was really carrying the team towards the end.
That is very solid stuff coming through, but SBG looks like they had a chance there. I mean, they had that lockdown going where they were starting to farm up those points, but it just there was a gap in the armor that was found by the MADBULLS and available for them to push on through, bring those points back, and now they'll face Nexus in the finals.
Yeah, we've got our losers bracket as well, SBG versus REGNUM CARYA. I'm kind of excited for that one as well because I feel like SBG is that team that never really can get away from them in TDM, but they just weren't able to quite clinch it out there at the end as suddenly MADBULLS sent for an incredible push. I think they just turned up the aggression to 100 to make sure they could come out on top there. But next map coming up now, it will be Sanhok very shortly.
Yeah, a lot of fighting, I'm sure, in the very near future for a couple of these teams. We saw a big boot camp fight go through on one of our Sanhoks so far. We'll see if that repeats its performance, if it rears its ugly head for, well, some of the teams involved anyway. Foot seemingly performing the best on this map, and that's what we've wanted to see, but those numbers are skewed by just their day one performance, right? Because right now they're in 13th place with a total of 72 points. The majority of those have come from that one Sanhok game.
Yeah, a third from that one Sanhok game, which is sort of crazy to think about. And I think that for some of these teams, they just aren't as good here on Sanhok. And it is a bit of a map that it has its ups and downs, right? You know, you can potentially get yourself a huge game here, but it's not reliable to hit it up. But what it will do is that if Nexus, Gladiators, or even FLUX on this map are able to have themselves a strong match and extend their lead from this one, it becomes much, much harder. So they're just looking for that golden game here. Alongside, after that last match, FLUX taking that first place spot, 136 points gained for them. And that is from that salvage they're able to get towards the end there.
Plain path cutting across Sanhok, not going to really isolate too much. It's a small enough map to be just fine for the time being. MADBULLS get ruins yet again. Foot are going to be back over to Cave, as they were last time we saw them. Major Pride split around Painan. We've seen that from them quite frequently. Trifecta split a little bit closer to the river this time for Gladiators, it looks like. I imagine we'll see them go a little bit further northwest, depending on where the circle does end up. And look at that, boot camp still a hotspot.
Yeah, a massive hotspot here. We'll see if we can find out exactly who's here. BEŞİKTAŞ, OZAROX already moved out. I think that we're limiting this down now to just 2 players. We do have another hot drop towards that top side with OZAROX as well as MELİSE Esports. SPG and MELİSE Esports all playing in that area. And this time around, we're more than likely going to see this rotate come through from Nexus. Although that is going to be a long rotate for them because they have to even go further down now towards Sami and that South Island.
They could push up towards Cow and actually swing for a wide boat rotation on the west coast if they feel that's available to them, if they can't find any other way through. They certainly can give that one a try. Rob's close to Poser from MELİSE right now. And we know how effective SPG can be in holding a solid line against an opponent, so if they can establish, they might have a better time of it. But they're skirting around right now. Poser spotted on the outside. They know where he is. Lewis is there for backup. 3 players from SPG.
Victor has been doing fairly well recently for the team. Drops a nade over the top. CARYA, I think, has had a big step up this championships despite the performance and the results that they've got so far. I'm quite happy with what he's been able to do. I think he definitely was one of the players that needed the most improvement and certainly shown it here in the championships. Robs takes a heavy hit from MELİSE and Poser steps up. Victor takes a huge amount of damage and not able to send much back his way.
Victor down and flushed as well. Poser leaving SPG wanting here. So he just fades away. No answer, no response from the French roster. CEO does take 1 or 2 bullets there, but it's not really going to be enough to slow this down too much. Poser caught a little bit around the side, and Akashi now sending the bullets out towards CEO, but Narvalo down to the AKM of Lewis.
I just thought he was on his face, you know, just dead, but apparently still alive. A bit of a weird position to be in, dropping that first aid kit in. Poser steps up, looks over towards Robs. Nice shot there. He's got absolutely no HP, but still making something happen.
He's got the DBS. Oh, he's got the DBS. It's a Rob special. He just needs 1 shot, but he's only going to get 1 shot. With that much HP, you only get 1 chance to win out that engagement. SPG decidingly, though, losing this Paradise Resort start.
Yeah, Rob's looking for anything he can use. The rest of MELİSE Esports all passing over that top side. It's time for Narvalo to go big or big go home.
Don't think He's going to be too successful there as Poser sends him home. Takes his lunch money. Gives him a wedgie. Don't come back to Paradise Resort, you're not welcome.
Rob sadly all on his own now, just for the DBS. In the meantime, OZAROX taking shots over towards Gladiators as Tixi sends out a forward outpost. But OZAROX are already in position. See,
He swam.
Slightly bad nade, but it's fine. Also, we have Major Pride. I think that's Excuse Me, both sharing Painan at the moment.
Not only that, but you've got Sly Europe, 3 players remaining on that team. Oh, sorry, 2 players remaining on that team after their unfortunate start. I think they lost players to boot camp. On that south side, BEŞİKTAŞ as well on the compound to the north of Painan. We've often talked about this compound that they're holding as a really, really strong compound. The walls around it give you so much cover as Robs finally gets spotted. There's Excuse Me with Major Pride holding them out. Dino across the river with the rooftop position. Really not much that Excuse Me can do to move forwards here.
Yeah, I think Excuse Me fairly locked into this spot right now. There's not a lot of teams coming down from the north as of yet, with Nexus and MELİSE Esports still over in that area. So for Excuse Me, they can't really move out from this compound. Slightly stuck.
For the time being. But luckily, they are in this next circle. Central, next RÜYA, FLUX, both losing players. Frozen, uphill towards Lutz. I don't think they can commit for this res with BRA just across the way as well. You can't go for this if you're FLUX. You can't pick that player back up. So you're just going to have to take that sacrifice. Lutz falls down. And they had a compound out further west that they're currently, the rest of them are sat in. So Lutz alone and caught.
BEŞİKTAŞ over on the bridge side, holding on both edges. Make sure they can catch anyone off guard. You can see OZAROX already coming down. It's from Trifecta Crossing that Gladiators were unable to take control of as Tixi was spotted out as that solo player. MADBULLS move up towards FLUX. They've lost a player, and there is a knock going through for MADBULLS.
A nade into the back leaves MADBULLS without Zerich. Probably going to want to commit to getting that back up first after they've got their cover down. Sulcate forwards, and FLUX are on 3 after losing Lutz, of course, out in the open. The MADBULLS might not be aware of that, however. They will be wary of these locations. A very important compound moving south from those ruins. Kitsune found and flushed as well by ARR back over on the northwest island. Tapok looking for Meku, but Matic and Meku will survive for the time being.
Yeah, sidling through, it's going to be difficult for Gladiators. They really have had not the greatest of days, and it's surprising to still see them so far up in the rankings, and that is just a case of resilience, hanging on. It will be down to tomorrow where they can bring up those big points, or hopefully at the end of the day for themselves, get some numbers on the board. Just feels like Gladiators do not do well here on Sanhok. Nice nade from Zerich. Looks for another now.
Puts it in through the window. Solke has the DBS, but doesn't quite find one. Actually, no, he does manage to send the shots back in towards Zerich, but Frozen out the window perfectly cooks the nade, and there's nothing you can do about shots like that from the nade. Solus up the top now, last for FLUX. MADBULLS wanting to stay alive as 4 quite desperately now. And if Solus goes down here, the Gladiators are going to be pretty happy with that result. As long as Nexus don't do well, they're still very much in the middle of it.
That is some nice shots from Solus. That's a complete predict as well, assuming that he's trying to lock in the nades from the outside. OZAROX also here, taking shots downwards. They just might be able to get catch back up again. And if OZAROX helps anymore, it might be able to be a full regroup, despite the good performance that MADBULLS put out here versus them.
Ketch and Solus now alive for FLUX down to 2. OZAROX have been moving very well, I would say, so far on this Sanhok. They moved so early across from boot camp, or north of boot camp, to swim across and take care of one of the Gladiators. They moved down and third-partied perfectly now from that trifecta. It looks like they figured out this southwest rotation, more so than I think we've seen from them on any other map.
I think Gladiators will be pretty unhappy with this result. This is something that's never happened to them before. I mean, Northwest Island's been so completely free for so long during this tournament, and finally people are realizing that it's time to start taking advantage of that open area. again, excuse me, Major Pride still going at it. Luckily for Major Pride, they've had so much more time to loot whilst excuse me's been trapped inside this compound. So nades aplenty. Should be available.
Kenzie was able to get the shutdown onto Zessi in the truck there. Not really much chance of getting this one back for BEŞİKTAŞ. And OZAROX playing super effectively from the high ground now. Major Pride moving in. I think they want to try and remove excuse me from the contest. The burn is good from Nomi, and he's going to hop in over. Has the DBS, has 2 DBSs. He's got 2 DBSs as a loadout. We'll see how effective that could be. But excuse me are going up in smoke on the inside. And Nock did get sent back out towards Monkey, but there's really not much you can do there. Furia last standing now as Havlik slowly bleeding out before his very eyes.
Major Pride moves down the stairs. Fury is there with the DBS, but it's not to be. Nomi's able to get a couple of shells round the door there, and a couple of shells is all it take.
Okay, I was wondering if he was going to keep those 2 DBSs, but I don't think so. I feel like 14 rounds in one of them is enough. Picks up the M4 from his enemy.
I mean, I would be pretty scared to go up against 28 rounds, honestly. I feel like, oh, he's out, surely. What about the second DBS?
Can you imagine? Goodness me. Like in a clutch scenario, you're like, oh, he's going to be super low. Now I can push. And he's just like, I've just got a whole extra one. You're done.
Yeah, I'd be worried. But that is kind of like Zone 8 endgame.
Yeah, that's a super specific scenario as well. It's like you're carrying around this massive handicap on your points total in order to survive in one specific scenario that most likely won't even happen.
Yeah, not good. And we're glad that he moved away from that. Circle down towards the southwest side. FLUX still have players up and kicking in that area. Very heavily compounded area down here as well. So a lot of players will be able to get themselves into some positions that are still useful and still good. But Major Pride will finally have to move away from Painan. It's a good time, a great time for them to clear up that fight between them and excuse me, so they can finally start moving away from Painan and not have to worry about a team backstabbing them.
ARR just stopping Gladiators from really getting anything done here. Used to be the MADBULLS who would do this to them sometimes. But ARR have taken up that mantle. I feel like ARR have been Gladiators' worst nightmare on almost all of their rotations. It feels like they are constantly getting up and in their grill.
Yeah, they cause them so many problems, and a lot of times it's not useful for AR to make these kind of plays. So it feels almost like griefing sometimes coming through from AR, and I don't know if it's intentional or if it's a case of they are looking to maybe hold them out to gain more space on that side of the circle. But I don't think it's useful to them. I don't think it's useful to either of the teams to be just getting embroiled in this conflict so early in the game and then not allow each other to move. And it's mainly propagated by ARR in the end.
They will be making their way down the west coast now, just past Tambang on their rotate south. And in towards Nakam. MP. They've been holding out in Painan for quite a while now, but BEŞİKTAŞ have started to roll in from the bridge. They've moved down south. They found the northern point and done so quite effectively. Nomi knocked and flushed very quickly there. Another nade over the top, though, answers. Over towards Enjoy, there is a knock, leaving BEŞİKTAŞ on 2. Another nade from Dino. If he's placed correctly, we'll find both of those knocks. It did get some damage there, but I don't think it's got the flush.
They even flashbang the poor guy as well. I mean, at the end of the day, they're in the blue now. And I think that Major Pride can comfortably start to move down towards the southwest, understanding that that is going to be a pretty rough situation to get out of.
Uh-oh. MELİSE are starting to enter the battle from the southwest. They found a player from ARR and shut it down, leaving only 3 now active. Foot in Sami. Going to have a pretty solid hold on the north side of it. And BRA probably in one of the stronger positions here, Blank.
Yeah, I like FUT's spot. I mean, they're preventing teams from getting towards that south side quite well with the sightlines down towards MELİSE Esports coming through from Kairos, I believe it is. I like FluX's spot too, just towards their north side. It would be much better if they had more players, but right now still holding strong with it. BEŞİKTAŞ loses another player in peace as OZAROX still try and move forward just with the 2 players they have remaining.
South shift on the circle, and FUT just got some prime real estate handed to them. Gladiators are out. OZAROX on the hills. Getting picked apart now. Nothing left on the bones. As Major Pride will have next RÜYA to deal with to move south.
Yeah, I think for FUT, this is really an opportunity now to take this game into their own hands. If they don't win this game, it's going to be fairly problematic, right? I think that FUT should realistically win these games 9 times out of 10. Coursera coming in though, causing some big issues for them. Right now, FUT is having to hold out against them.
Last player standing though, wanting to do as much damage as possible. FUT wanting to keep all 4 of their players alive to hold on to this territory. But on the south side, it's MELİSE. Coursera still going strong with the first aid, not quite able to get it off. The DBS is good from Rip7, and now FUT on the north side of Sami will have MELİSE on the south to worry about.
Yeah, allow them to get in. I think MELİSE takes a good opportunity in that situation to move up towards the south side of Sami and hold out that spot for themselves. I think there's a lot of times where perhaps that doesn't happen if that fight doesn't unfold that way, because they had a lot of sight lines looking down that hill to prevent MELİSE from making that rotation over towards the south. AR now looking to move in, sending in vehicles themselves. FLUX still in a decent spot, right dead center. Major Pride fly in and Monkey hits the tree and will not be clinging on.
Not going to be able to swing off that one, unfortunately. It's a dead stop. And the end of the run for Monkey. Effect most likely also going down fairly soon. These big old tall rocks here providing some cover, but most likely you're going to see teams like NEXUS start to move up there if REGNUM CARYA don't take it first.
Yeah, I mean, if REGNUM CARYA overall on Sanhok has been fairly decent, right? I think in terms of just damage overall, they've been very good. I think that they just need a little bit of extra push to get towards that end game, because I think that when it gets to around about zone 6, they're a little bit scared to make that final rotation that will take them to a winning position.
Kalaris thinks that they have got that winning rotation in the warehouse, though. REGNUM CARYA prediction. You've changed your mind. Yeah, I saw you'd had NEXUS in there, but you've gone for FUT blank on the north side.
Yeah, I felt like, you know what, I'll back FUT. If Sanhok wants to be their wheelhouse, let's have it that way. So FUT still in a decent spot for them. I think versus MELİSE, maybe they can make this one happen. And again, they have that confidence of like, Sanhok is our map. This is where we must prove ourselves. It's where we need to put up the most points. FLUX have a really strong compound. Held as 2 players still, albeit, but they can certainly really scream and shout and pretend to be 4. That's certainly possible. AAR send forward Elementrix to get some scouting done to ensure they know exactly how many players are in that location. And MELİSE Esports slowly crawling up over towards Savian. Now, if he goes down early, it is fairly bad for FUT, and they are quite split up at the moment.
A good opening for NEXUS to find a shot onto one of the REGNUM CARYA players. They can start to move out, but unfortunately, Exo Machina has gone down. Doran very low, needs to stay alive, but will fall as MELİSE get an angle and Kapahala shut out, and it is absolute devastation in the NEXUS camp now. Only Octavian active.
Oh dear, this has gone poorly for NEXUS. On that side, MADBULLS coming in, finds some shots over towards next RÜYA, who've been trying to crawl it through outside that blue zone. MELİSE Esports still a threat over towards FUT as they start to move forward a little bit. I think we did see Arwin and Kairos try and get round the side. Meantime, REGNUM CARYA as 4 still have a good chance here as they head over towards the ridge.
Octavian needs to pick up a first aid here and get going immediately towards the zone, because it is going to tick hard. You cannot heal strat anymore on Sanhok. You are able to survive in stage 5, but as soon as you start to get towards those later stages, it's just not going to work. So Octavian healing out as long as possible. MELİSE now against FUT on the south side. The swing around the edge has come through, and all 4 of them are alive. Dangerous to deal with. REGNUM CARYA cresting that ridge towards FLUX.
7 eliminations so far for MELİSE Esports. They've been on for a good game. The blue is pushing them quite heavily as Poser sends out with the DBS. Paps out into the open. And now these nades have to be absolutely stellar coming through from Kairos and the rest of the team of Foot.
The circle shifts away from Sami, so this fight will need to conclude. Kairos, nade in hand, wants to put it upstairs into MELİSE, but spots Poser breaking wide and doesn't quite tag on the damage. However, the info is given over, and that is excellently valuable. And there goes Octavian, trying to get on through. There goes Octavian going down, and NEXUS looking hopeful, but will be shut out of this game. MADBULLS as well from the north side, spotting REGNUM CARYA, and a cheeky little off angle there. I don't think anyone predicted the MADBULLS, but the north side position they have now, Blank, is looking not too bad.
Yeah, very strong indeed. These nades just aren't quite connecting at the moment onto MELİSE Esports. And like you said, this fight needs to conclude soon. Another one so close to taking down MELİSE Esports. Another nade from Arwin. Could be decent. Does find at least one knock. And now they can start to capitalize off the back of it. But again, at the end of the day, this really is a case of they want to finish this fight as soon as possible. They do not want to be here for much longer.
FLUX are still in with their compound, with their duo. They're not out of it just yet. MADBULLS from the north might pressure in. MELÍSE breaking through, but 2 afoot have fallen as well. A third to go down, and just Rip 7 remains. Has to hop out the window right now and get on the move. The blue zone is ticking hard, and Elementrix up top should just be able to shut this one down. Foot drawn short here. Aces shuts it out.
Unfortunate stuff. I think MELÍSE Esports took their sweet time at moving through there. Neither team wanted to pick up too much of an engagement, but 10 eliminations for Foot Esports, finishing that off like that is still very decent. The fact that FLUX still going with 2 players is fairly incredible. MADBULLS on the northern side, looking for some big points this game. It is Aces, once again, who's been a big performer this tournament. But that circle really does favour the MADBULLS.
It does give them such a strong position here. Elementrix very close to catch. Oh, he thought about it. He absolutely thought about it there, but the MADBULLS would have an angle, I think, from Zerich to be able to take those shots. ARR now moving back over towards this circle. Very minimal cover starting to become apparent. Only tree-to-tree gameplay now. And those positions will get scouted very quickly.
Looking at this endgame, MADBULLS slowly making their way in. It is fairly open space though, and I think realistically MADBULLS are going to need to find themselves an initial pick-off. But again, FLUX done so well this game, although only 0 eliminations only. If they can find themselves a second place, it would be excellent for that 6 points, which are really big in these kind of moments of the tournament. Fortunately, they do lose 1 player already, and I think that will be Ketch going down to the play zone. Now just MADBULLS, as well as AAR remaining, 3 players apiece.
The hard shifts out to the northwest side have kept a lot of the teams in the solid spots on the ropes and have ended up in their demise. Zerich will not go down, and Becker, the forward outpost for ARR, keeping them in that center of the circle, will fall. ARR now forced to make their move, but so are MADBULLS, and they line up 1. Huge from Elementrix, taking another player very low. Fleeke is on a sliver of HP, but Zerich is there to save the day for the MADBULLS with a chick dinner on Sanhok.
Gorgeous stuff coming through there, man. Honestly, Zerich has just been such a big performer, and it has been a pretty rough tournament for MADBULLS so far, so it's nice to see them get that win, because they've been looking for a win like that for ages, and they were given that northern side. They dealt with it in a big way, and they had to find that pick off onto Becker. You know, there was a lot of essential things that's happened there that MADBULLS were able to pull off, in which case they absolutely deserved that win here on Sanhok. Foot not able to make it out from that building. MELÍSE Esports, I would say, causing them more problems than not, just because they took so much time to push through that area, and it was almost mutually assured destruction from both sides of those teams, John.
Yeah, that cliff to the north of them was just such an insurmountable barrier to move up there. With ARR holding the top of it, there's very little you can do from that spot. But the MADBULLS were able to shut down ARR. They were able to control the north side, and they were able to get their first chicken dinner of this tournament, Blank.
Yeah, it's huge. Absolutely huge. I'm glad for it. I think MADBULLS would have gone away from this tournament feeling a little bit downtrodden if they weren't able to pick up 1 chicken dinner. after the performances we've seen them had before. But yeah, overall, I think there's a lot of familiar names coming up time and time and again there on Sanhok. Also able to put up 10 eliminations. Fantastic. Sanhok is their place to get points. You've got one more of them, so hopefully you can put some points up there too.
Keeping up those averages, but it's not going to be enough to see you towards those top spots. That's still going to be in FLUX's favor. We'll have to see how much further they can go. But let's go to a break. We'll be right back with the desk.
MADBULLS have finally done it. They get themselves the first chicken dinner here at Spring 2023 Champions. I mean, it was a long time coming after the solid performance that they had in EU, after the fact that they've slowly been climbing up their rankings bit by bit, and they managed to do it on Sanhok out of all maps.
Like a T-Rex smashing out of a shipping container and marching on towards a city. It was good stuff here by MADBULLS to be able to get themselves a win on the board finally. We've kind of been expecting it, even though I do feel they kind of just walked into the circles that kind of shifted their way, and then it was good.
Exactly. I don't want to take away the fact they took a win, but it is not the chicken dinner we wanted to see from MADBULLS. It is not the dominant kind of finish we wanted to see from this team. Still, 9 eliminations. They were able to gatekeep a lot of those northern teams trying to leave trifecta positions. So 19 points on the game. That's huge. As Blank said, I feel like they would have been very disappointed ending this championship without a single chicken dinner. But we need to see more than this one single win. Not only that, Major Pride too, that had decent step up throughout the day. Good points coming in.
For them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's about time. They're in top 3 now, so potentially if this ball keeps rolling, maybe they get themselves a chicken dinner as well. Getting into those double-digit eliminations, that's great. MELİSE, however, I think that's one of the teams that I was kind of looking at and thinking, oh, this is genuinely the first time that we don't see them on the second page.
Not an easy fight though, taken into Summit. There was a little bit of a head-to-head. They kind of got absolutely wrecked in that compound, fair to say. But yeah, a little bit of presence from MELİSE. Good to see. Hopefully that's going to give them a little bit of that morale boost they would need. The Gladiators, I still believe, are very predictable in that trifecta play. Yeah, OZAROX fully used that to their advantage. They're like, well, only Tixie's going to be in trifecta. It's such a strong position, especially on that phase 1 circle where you're not too sure where the island is going to be finishing on. So just send it, get Tixie, 1 free elimination, and also that compound. Well, it's a bargain. Great deal for them.
And they can tweak it. I mean, there's still plenty of ways to actually get off that northwest island without having to use trifecta. They have tried to use boats in the past and stuff like that, but you can easily use the bridges, and we're clearly
faster. Yeah,
and we're clearly seeing teams not really set up like barrier camp positions across these rivers, unless it is trifecta, of course. But taking a look at how Sanhok played out, a tough spot for a lot of these teams to try and get into, not least with the shifts that do hurt all of the teams that were in the east to try and finish off this game. Because when you're trying to transition through Sanhok, unfortunately, there's a lot of close combat fights. You get sprung upon by people that are covering themselves in some foliage, and you are going to get taken out quickly.
As you say, it's tough to transition, and we were continuously looking at hardships this game.
Yeah,
it was so rough to transition from point to point because the circle just kept going to the west side. Time after, I think we had 3 hardships in a row to the western edge, which means that teams like REGNUM, CARYA, teams like NEXUS Gaming that we predicted and that technically could have been in a good running for a chicken dinner were not put in a position where they could contest for that win. So FLUX were looking good, same for ARR, and then MADBULLS that almost lost it, but luckily enough, good spray from Zerich, able to lock in that win.
Yeah, they lock it in eventually. FLUX as well, the team that kind of got quite an interesting position. We're like, oh, but they only have 2 members left. Still managed to hold on. That's apparently that's all you need. Yes, absolutely. Top damage though goes to Major Pride. This is very consistent with what we've seen from them in the PMPL EU. So they're bringing some of that momentum in, but the question remains, is it a little too late?
What are those, Max?
those are Sanhok numbers.
Those are Sanhok numbers
yeah.
right
Oh,
there,
yeah.
my
I
friend.
haven't seen them a lot. I think this is the first time that Sanhok actually has Sanhok numbers.
Yeah. That's very, very, very clear. And Zerich finally. Although, Zerich did the majority of their Sanhok numbers.
Interesting.
That's a not Sanhok solo performance numbers right there. That's an anomaly.
A lot of numbers to keep track of right now.
numbers.
Foot didn't have the great performance on Sanhok either. That was one of the teams that we were looking forward to on Sanhok yesterday, again today. So it feels like maybe that one Sanhok that we've seen from them was, like you say, Max, a flash in the pan. They haven't really been able to keep that consistency, I feel like, throughout the entirety of today. A little lackluster from what we were expecting. A little unfortunate because we did put them in our top 3 and they were the top seed coming in from Turkey.
Hit or miss? Well, they've been missing a lot, unfortunately. So not the kind of performance, especially after that interview. They've been saying, "We're looking at me like that."
I mean, let's stop skirting around this for the moment. Obviously, they're not at full strength.
For sure.
Yeah.
So them having a bit of a harder time in this tournament is understandable. And unfortunately, it's likely we're not even going to see them in the top 8 if they're not able to have quite the consistency that they'd be looking for with this current roster.
Exactly. Though FLUX up the top here with their performance. I mean, the thing is, even when they're not getting wins now, it's still elimination heavy. Currently one of the top fragging teams up there with Nexus Gaming with 80 and then 83 for Nexus Gaming. And they've got a decent amount of points where they actually distanced themselves away from Gladiators and Nexus Gaming. There were that island of 3 teams setting up at the top.
The FLUX's consistency is scary.
Exactly.
Quite scary coming into this. The fact that they're able to be this consistent in a day 3 when the other teams have had time to study, they are also studying, and even when they're too alive towards the later stages, they're still able to hold it down. Admittedly, it was quite central in this circle for Sanhok, and as to, you can hold it down, especially if you're kind of weapon swapping and kind of ruffling your feathers a little bit here, but FLUX is looking phenomenal, and I don't know who's slowing them down just yet.
Ketch specifically, he's just been consistently getting big game after big game after big game, and he's going to get to the point where I feel even an entire day tomorrow, 6 games, will not be enough to overtake his MVP position. That's how strong of a day he's had.
Yeah, but that's also the consistency that we've seen, but also a lot of discipline that we've seen out, because a lot of times, you know, teams have 2 members and they're like, oh yeah, we're going to try and go for a swing, but they just stayed in their position. They didn't try to do any crazy plays, and you still end up with the placement points. But at the end of the day, as we're seeing in the standings right now, every point matters, and they're really taking that into consideration. So we have another map coming your way, and that's going to be map number 5. It's going to be Erangel. See, I'm keeping up. Maths is a little difficult. Thank you, Monster, for keeping us alive and energized throughout all of this. We're going to be heading over to our casters once again. Blank and John and Blank.
You never know which order we're going to come out of the woodwork, Blank. Is it going to be Blank and John? Is it going to be John and Blank?
Who knows?
It's a mystery, you know. It's almost it's inconceivable, the truth of this matter.
I think you've gone.
I have, yeah. I've
too
gone off the
deep
deep end.
there. That's fine. That's okay. That's all right.
Very warm. It's very warm in England.
It is ridiculously hot, and it is raining outside quite heavily. Yet it is still very warm. These lights don't help. I have about a bajillion lights on me right now because I've got a whole studio setup going on here.
Oh, well, hang on a minute. Who's done that? Swip them back around. There you go.
Oh, I see.
Swapped our lower thirds. I saw you.
You're all scoundrels. You're scoundrels.
They are. They're removing you from the predictions graphics despite you being in the lead, tied with Janira. You know.
You know what? I appreciate. You know, you gotta have a fun production crew. Otherwise, it's no fun overall. That's the main thing. But we are heading over towards Erangel now. And hopefully they don't show me the Miramar video, because that would be the worst. We are heading towards Erangel at the moment. This is going to be obviously one of our more consistent maps coming through towards the end of the day. Miramar will be finishing it off with that one over on our largest map. But I think this is now time for Gladiators to really shine. Like, if they don't get a big win here on Erangel, it's going to be rough coming into tomorrow, because FLUX haven't really missed a beat today, even on those games where they haven't done so hot.
Yeah, I mean, it's just always been a presence in this lobby. 20 more placement points than Nexus whilst being within 3 eliminations of each other. It's very, very strong. Moving into the last day as well, if they can keep this lead. I don't think we're going to see too much change here. And this is what I was worried about for Gladiators. You know, they have these strong starts, and then they just get in their own head, and they just kind of fall apart in some of the scenarios that they should be doing well in.
Yeah, I think it's less that I think they're just very good at analyzing. And coming on that first day, I think they've done the most homework out of anyone, so they're able to find those rotation, find those open spaces in the lobby, and then everyone else is able to do their homework as the tournament progresses. I certainly don't think they are the most skilled team in the lobby, I'll put it that way, but they're definitely still my favorite team. I think they have a lot going for them, and I would take them over any other team because when you look at them, they are just very well rounded, as opposed to some teams which spike out in certain scenarios as opposed to others. That's a nasty circle heading down towards the south side of the map. Obviously, we imagined that we were going to see FLUX actually heading up towards Kameshki's side. We do have Gladiators over towards Georgopol. But yeah, this is still a nasty circle from most of these teams. Nexus also on the western coast, decidedly. Instead of heading for Milta Power, they're going to go for this rotate down towards Sosnovka if we do get that shift on. So that is a nice adjustment coming through from Nexus. They'll be happy with how that has worked out. Not sure what this is.
That's a very split drop from Elementrix. I mean, solo looted Primorsk, you could be suited and booted, ready to go. The awkwardness of this circle blank is that it hasn't fully decided if it's going to the military island or not, right? Because you've got about, I would say, 30% of the circle currently on the mainland, 30% on that, well, maybe less than that, probably about 20% on that military island. The rest of it is just water. So it's a very, very difficult position to call, and those rotations are a big choice that you have to make now.
Yeah, this is definitely where you find yourself in a position where you'd want to hold down a lot of these compounds up towards that northwest side before making that crossing down towards Sosnovka. I would not be surprised to see an early rotation over towards that eastern bridge on Sosnovka as well, just because it would open you up a lot of options, and it's not likely you're going to see a lot of teams going for that rotation in the first place.
Potential to jet across there. Move down south towards it as well from teams like BEŞİKTAŞ and FUT, who we are currently on board with, both of whom close by to one another. Peace just peeking out the window with the Bison, but doesn't really have the range for it. But even less well off there is Rip 7 from FUT. They have got into these vehicles early, so they're making that strike down south pretty fast and trying to grab some loot where they can. It looks like they're going to drop short on shelter for FUT. See if they can claim anything there. Nexus, they didn't drop over towards Milta, but they are going for what seems to be a boat rotation off the west point of Erangel.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about at the start of the map, and I think that it's a great little position they decided to take, which is on that western coast. There's a lot of buildings there that can be looted up nice and early. Gives you great advantage going into that latter half of the game. So it works out quite well. This is typical botation that will just head down towards the very much southwest edge of Sosnovka. We've seen RÜYA try and take up that position before. I do wonder how much time RÜYA is going to spend over on this bridge. Probably quite some time. There's not much point sending players down towards the south side at this point in time when you have this kind of hold on the bridge side. BEŞİKTAŞ did go for that early rotation down towards Sosnovka on the eastern bridge, as they did get ahead of FUT in this situation. So a lot of different rotations coming through, and you mentioned it right at the start. It's difficult to make these kind of decisions early in the game. You don't know exactly where this is going to end up.
Ooh, OZAROX. Sephir gets the bonds rattled there. That's no fun at all, excuse me. Will shove their way through very impolitely, not waiting their turn to get across this bridge.
OZAROX, like you said, losing a player. Unfortunate. Excuse me, making their way through. They'll have to deal with RÜYA, who are on the other side, but they're in vehicles right now, so I don't think they're fully set up, ready and waiting for a team to come through. So excuse me could just slip by fairly undetected here.
There they go. Excuse me, in and up the hill. And on the hunt for a wolf. Maybe able to catch the pelt, display it to his teammates. That would be pretty mean. And they have been pretty rude so far already, jumping the queue, but there's levels, you know.
That's right. I mean, paints a pretty horrible picture in my head, I'm not going to lie. That's okay. Nexus still on their rotate right now. They're halfway through, halfway finished. AAR did head down towards Elementrix to regroup over towards Primorsk. I think that's so they could secure some kind of vehicle, some kind of boat for their rotation on that side. Gladiators have not moved an inch. They are comfortable over towards North Georgia, Paul. I think they realize that ED's unlikely they're going to find themselves an easy rotation inwards. A lot of other teams are already ahead of them on this rotate. So they're going to bet that this might not head down towards Sosnovka. And even if it does, they'll still be able to get in because we've seen them make these really, really late rotates into Sosnovka, and we've seen them work multiple times before.
OZAROX with 3. Pretty solidly in the compound now on the north side of the military island. Nomi from Major Pride and BEŞİKTAŞ will be duking it out over this airstrip position to try and play on the east side of it. SunHP backed off the ridge line. It's not ideal to be locked in this conflict right now. I don't really like BEŞİKTAŞ's position as it stands. I think they need a little bit more control. They are very isolated now, and teams are going to be flooding into the surrounding area.
It's a struggle spot, and I think it's one that you can hold in, especially with C block. There is the massive pylons you can climb as well that gives you a bit of information gathering. It does lock you in though, like you say, John. I think it's one of these positions that doesn't give you too many options. And right now we're not completely locked in on a Sosnovka finish as of yet. This still can head up towards the northwest side. So C block is one of those priority compounds that you would like to pick up. And this is very much a gamble coming through from BEŞİKTAŞ. This is something that could not work out, but they're going to go for it anyway.
Lewis trying to skirt around with the buggy, diverts as soon as Mandarin's shots land in the soil next to him. Stays up, keeps all his tires intact as well, but a little tickle of damage. You can see the helmet damaged as well. MELİSE, however, stay up as 4.
MELÍSE, obviously coming off that last game, got themselves quite a few eliminations actually in the end. Did not quite stand up towards Foot. Gave them a run for the money and also prevented them from moving anywhere in that late game. Nexus are in over towards the dock side. Be able to get some nice loot from this position as well. Does hold a fair bit. Excuse me, headed down there alongside them, and Major Pride are off towards that east. So a lot of teams banking on this, heading over towards Sosnovka. Gladiators just about making their move, as are FLUX. So both our edge-style teams just about making their way into the circle now, as we will see the shift coming on our screen very shortly. Ooh. Again, pretty cruel, I would say. I think this most likely will end up down towards Sosnovka, but you're essentially isolating about 40% of the circle there on Sosnovka's side. So it's a real cramped circle going ahead.
This is where the C block position for me becomes much more treacherous as well. We talked about how isolated it is, how difficult it is to leave there. If you're playing it on the edge, I mean, sure, it's likely you're going to be in the next circle, but when you have to leave it, there are going to be teams to your north. There's going to be positions on those hills that you just can't get up towards. It's so difficult of a spot to leave because you can't work your way forwards through the cover when people have that downward shot on you. You can't stay and utilize that effectively. So I'm worried for BEŞİKTAŞ and hoping that they move up north. And you can see, look at that. Peace is going to do just that. Get a position forward with Zesi backing him up.
Yeah, alongside this forested line up towards that north, it's really, really good to hold on to because it is just this dip that we're seeing right now. Zesi go down. Very much nasty high ground looking down towards that south edge. Still worthwhile having some kind of control over towards that south side just in case this does move further down towards the south. In the end, we get a bit of that flip-flop in terms of the circle positioning, in which case you want to be able to get towards that area because it is very sparse and difficult to rotate through at the end of the day. Looking at some other teams, FLUX should just have a free rotate over the eastern bridge. Look at that. So absolutely no one causing them any problems. However, Gladiators might be in for a nasty surprise with ARR as well as MADBULLS both looking to make their approach across that western bridge now.
2 players from REGNUM CARYA getting across Tenchik's line of sight and the buggy to follow it up. All 4 of them not safe just yet, but have some sort of sanctuary. Mandarin trying to crawl through and might spot Loxy here next through RÜYA. are just further up that hill, have got that high ground. REGNUM CARYA, they don't want to stop. They're just going to roll straight on through. I think they got that knock onto Tenchik, and they just want to keep this one flushed. Yeah, there we go. Wild secures that point. Hang on a minute. Was that? No, that was... Okay, that was REGNUM CARYA. Okay. But they are going to be keeping that one in check. Nicely found. All 4 players alive.
SLY Europe really just have not had the best of days at all today, losing many players early. Just really has not gone in their favor so far. I think that I'd like to see them step up a bit tomorrow because they had such a strikeout yesterday, but have not been able to find that similar kind of control today. Albeit there have been some pretty crazy circles that we've seen. So today's play of day 3. In the meantime, because we are seeing this circle still hold in a lot of the northern side, you can see MADBULLS actually just holding over towards the lighthouse. They understand that there's probably still teams wanting to make their way down, but now this area up towards the beachhead becomes really important. There's some very fantastic compounds in this area. Foot's quite close to one of them. BEŞİKTAŞ also have an outpost there. They left some players behind down towards C block just in case they got a southern shift. I like that play, but now they do need to regroup.
I think Gladiators are going for the east bridge here. They might try and just throw themselves off the cliff, but Matic is close to MELÍSE. All 4 of the MELÍSE players are going to be rotating now parallel to the Gladiators. The Gladiators are much more spread out. Matic is ahead of them, but to their side, the rest of the Gladiators are there. You can see they have spotted one another. They're very aware of the position. CEO trying to get some shots off towards Matic as he hops out and tries to hamper them in turn. All of them going for that east bridge, but because of running into one another, it's likely they're just going to have to divert and go for a swim.
Yeah, it's going to be slightly awkward, but I think that even if both these teams do head across that bridge at the end of the day, I wouldn't imagine either team wants to take a fight with one another. I think if Gladiators wait a little bit for them to make that crossing, it's fine. But I don't know, man. I feel like both teams can just cross and just assume that the other team is not going to want to fight in this situation. The fact that Tixie's going to have a little scout out first, make sure that they have fully crossed before they make this rotation, it's not a bad idea, but stage 3 is going to start hurting when we get into stage 4.
Just skirting past the blue zone as well. Frozen's going for a high rate performance here as OZAROX will be looking at the bridge, but will they be aware of him? I don't think they will. Might be able to get away with going all the way up and over as well, as FLUX draws the attention onto the bridge.
This is a long run, a little bit of a outdoor hike for himself, but this is fine. Should be able to get some eyes on down towards any players underneath, and this kind of high ground is super duper valuable. OZAROX Storm does find Tulika, but that is the power of this position from Frozen. Really good pick off there. Does drop down. That might be death.
That's bad news for the backline of the MADBULLS. Didn't go down though. Didn't get knocked to that. Somehow finding a soft landing on the metal walkway. And the roll down continues from the MADBULLS over OZAROX, but the blue zone will push as well. The Gladiators are getting taken down in the meantime on the eastern side. Some of them have managed to get through. In fact, 3 of them have, but MELÍSE were able to draw one of them short over on the east side as the MADBULLS are able to handle business perfectly well out on that west side.
Yeah, and actually, in fact, roll up on NEXUS, who have lost a player in the process, and they might just be able to find 1 or 2 pickoffs here, which would really secure their position down towards the southeast edge. Again, I feel like MELÍSE did not need to do that. I think both teams would have just been much happier to just send in slower and just not fight one another. And I think that's what Gladiators had hoped for. And in the process, they lose Meku. MELÍSE lose a player as well. I just don't think it was all that worth it. But NEXUS are here to end the run through from Gladiators. Just Matic left remaining. And once again, another salvage on the cards for Gladiators.
Trying to eke out the points here, but NEXUS were only 1 point behind at the start of this game, and they've got plenty of points just there from them. So they are now the main threat to FLUX towards the end of today. REGNUM CARYA take a knock, and BRA, I think, have been outperforming themselves today so far, Blank. I mean, it looks like they're going down here, but still, I would say they've had more success today than we've seen from them in any of their other matches.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think that they have been having some pretty bad days from day one and day two, so it's not too difficult to do better than that, but they certainly do look a lot more confident coming into day three, that's for sure. REGNUM CARYA lost a couple of players, now just down to 2. In the meantime, more and more of these teams are trying to get in towards the circle. BEŞİKTAŞ, who had been controlling the majority of Sanhok for a long, long time, do finally rotate upwards towards that 2 compound alongside the road. So they have a 2-2 split going on. This is really, really good coming through from BEŞİKTAŞ. Matic finds one player from MELİSE, looking to get a lot of revenge over towards MELİSE Esports for what they did to them.
Yeah, they stopped them from going for that rotate in time to be able to get in safely. They would have had a much better time of it. Doran goes 1-for-1 trading with Major Pride, but he's a lot more isolated than they are. I can already start the res, and Kappa Harler going down is disastrous for Nexus. With ARR behind as well, this is one sandwich you do not want to be the filling of. Exo Machina steps up and tries to dish out the meat where he can, but up roll Major Pride. Octavian falls. They're looking for these reses, but now it's just Doran left standing, left wondering where his team is on his bike, and will be trying to send out to the east and maybe into the sightlines of Matic.
Yeah, sends away as fast as possible. AAR get themselves involved too. Hear a lot of this engagement, hear a lot of this fighting, and figure out that, you know what, there is probably an opening here available for us to get in, because they've been very uncomfortably sat down towards this south side, looking for an entrance into the circle that isn't too dangerous. Finally, they do find one. Major Pride look over towards their location now, but it is a 4v3, and Major Pride really are in the best of spots at the moment.
Not convincingly so, but the southeast side, with the high ground they have, there's a chance to hold off ARR. And they are in the zone, as ARR do not have that luxury on their current position. They'll have to move a little bit further in. The remnants of MELİSE will make that northward swing a little bit harder.
MADBULLS, who's frozen, down towards next RÜYA. That's down to 2 players, 1 player knocked. Foot still playing on that beachhead, though, towards that northern side as 4 players. They've remained out of dodge for quite a while. They do pick up 1 elimination over towards MADBULLS, as MADBULLS start to fight back just a little bit versus next RÜYA. BRA now out.
Circle doesn't really cut any of the major strongholds out of this next part. Foot will stay up as 4, all in the circle. BEŞİKTAŞ as well. All very, very comfortable. SPG are going to have to crunch in, as are next RÜYA from that western side, and those are the major moves I'm going to be looking at, as well as ARR from the southeast, moving alongside Major Pride.
Next RÜYA towards the west will have to have a bit of a difficult rotation, and again, you're heading over in towards that open ground, John, which is a bit of an issue. AR also managed to push their way in. I think that was a very good call coming from AR to spot that fighting happening and move him from the back of it. Zessi is able to find Poser, and that's really important going that way. They did not find Poser as he enters that building. You know, their life becomes a little bit more difficult. This 2-2 split will need to be regrouped eventually. For the time being, it's okay. They really are quite down the look when it comes to utility and supplies.
Zessi looking for the shots over towards MELÍSE, but not really finding an opening. ARR losing Elementrix on the back lines. And will be flushed away. This is a really difficult maneuver. MP have just been harried and hampered on this, and next RÜYA now rolling up and into the engagement. Monkey around the tree trunk will be peeking out, but unfortunately, Major Pride not going to last longer here, as next RÜYA trying to measure up.
SPG have some great angles down towards AR now and set up this line of fire to try and eliminate as much as possible, getting involved in on this action. REGNUM CARYA in the meantime, massive damage over towards Foot. They do manage to get some shots backwards over towards Wild, but this fight has gone a little awry for Foot as they lose more and more players.
Next RÜYA seemingly doing a lot of work on the roll around. Double BEŞİKTAŞ prediction. I've gone for Foot with Max as well on that northwestern side. looking a little bit shakier now as FUT have gone down to 2. Besiktas as well, a little bit crunched in, but they still have all 4 of themselves.
No!
Wait a minute. Oh, no.
My prediction! It's gone. Oh, I can't believe
They're
it.
cheeky today.
Dear me. Well, I did predict Besiktas. Apparently not, but I'll talk about the position they're currently in. I mean, it is a really strong spot. It maintains sightlines up towards that northern beachhead as well, but also looks down towards the south. I mean, they lost a player. I think my only worry about Besiktas at the moment is the fact that when we were on board with them, their supply line seemed absolutely horrid. So there are some teams out on the edge that I think maybe could have a better chance of things. I mean, next RÜYA, if they play their cards right, there are not a lot of teams left inside this circle and not a lot of players, so it's not a case of Besiktas having this spot anymore where it is extremely strong and a lot of other teams have to fight against one another first. There's a real opportunity to be crashed here, and I think for Besiktas they need to start thinking about regrouping, and soon. And with that circle heading up towards that northwest side, there is a real good chance that SBG can now take this game.
That puts FLUX in the in the sight lines though of both Besiktas and next RÜYA. Fortunately, now Valo has shots over that way, but you're right, it is SBG's time to step up in a way that they have done so far today once, but very much not so over the rest of the tournament. We're looking for more, and we'll need to see them extract that value from this game. 3 eliminations found already this game, taking a shot over towards next RÜYA as well to slow them down. Didn't manage to get that flush, is a good start to their position on the northeast side.
So MELİSE Esports sending these smokes out right now, and it's massively necessary because Besiktas have the happiness of the fact that the circle will close on MELİSE Esports' position before them. The real struggle that they're going to be having is getting past FLUX, who are ahead of them themselves. So it will just be a bit of a mad dash in the vehicles for Besiktas eventually, or even a crash onto FLUX's position as a 4-man squad. But MELİSE Esports, they have to exit, and exit soon. They grab a vehicle, and it looks like Lewis is going to try and send out the backside, maybe.
Oh, Wolf just rolls on in through the door, and nothing you can do about that. Really nice pickup. MELİSE getting shut down in the meantime. Yakta found on the off angle here, and only one player from Excuse Me now in. I don't think anyone would have predicted next RÜYA given that option again in the position that they were, but they've swept from that western side, just contained all of those teams on the south flank and swept them all out of the way. This is really solid from next RÜYA so far.
Yeah, it's been fairly decent. FLUX currently trapped inside this wizard tower. It is a decent spot to be in. Zessi drops out the vehicle. A lot of damage goes his way, but they are able to clear out MADBULLS, I believe, which now gives at least 3 of these players from Besiktas an opportunity to get further into the circle. FLUX should have problems coming in from that eastern side, or SBG next RÜYA should be taking shots towards them. But right now, for Besiktas, they have the problem in the sense that, look at this, where do they go? There's really not many places that they can send out to. They're going to have to use vehicles to get up to some kind of tree, but there's a lot of angles everywhere.
Yakta doing work, getting the 1-for-1 trade and up to the wall for cover. FLUX want to open up any opportunity they have in order to make their rotation forwards a bit safer. I mean, Besiktas, they have a tough one, but so do FLUX. I mean, it's the same rotation set that they have available to them, essentially. Besiktas do have the luxury of already being on the outside and playing that terrain. It's a lot faster to get out of a situation like that, but FLUX have the harder cover.
Yeah, exiting that wizard tower is going to be a little bit difficult, particularly because next RÜYA now knows exactly where FLUX are. I think for Besiktas, they need to maybe make a push up towards that northern side. They are using vehicles right now to send out, and FLUX instantly respond with a salvo of bullets towards Peace as he heads up towards a tree line. FUT is up towards that northern side and can take shots towards Peace, but at least now there is an anchor to head towards.
With Robs' position from SBG, they have got a lot of control over the ridgeline that FUT are currently hiding behind, and that circle's going to shift FUT into the front of it. It's going to be very, very tough, and this circle also forces this southwest side hand. Next RÜYA, they're okay for the time being.
Some good nades coming through from Enjoy to hold them in place. Just exploding the vehicle would be disastrous for FLUX. I think that's realistically their only exit plan is those vehicles, and they have been absolutely blown to bits. Arwin, though, on a nasty off angle coming through from the side, and Son HP has no idea where these bullets are coming from.
That north flank treacherous to them. circle closing in under 10 seconds now. Enjoy going super, super low. That position, the duo at the back, is really getting taken to task here. And FLUX also really struggling now. As Footballists just look for the shots over to Sun HP. Will be able to get that flush out. BEŞİKTAŞ and FLUX both drawn short here. Savian trying to crest that ridgeline, but you can see the angle that Victor has, and now Valo's going to back him up on it. Solkate, Lutz just trading any utility they have. Try and get what you can. Don't give anything back, but Lutz lit up from the side swipe.
Yeah, really nice little play there coming through from Arwin. Honestly, BEŞİKTAŞ were torn apart by that off angle. SBG looking over their way. Sun HP still crawling though, and might actually get to peace because Footballists, Foot are just completely preoccupied right now with SBG themselves. Peace doesn't look to be going to grab him, worries that there's still an angle looking down that way, but this will be a miracle run, miracle crawl in fact, from Sun HP if he's able to get back towards Peace.
The saving grace for Foot right now is the fact that they have cover inside this next circle. Next RÜYA will be pushed out of their cover as well. This defilade keeping them safe and maybe getting this res. Goodness me. That is so important for BEŞİKTAŞ.
Yeah, that is a big moment right there for BEŞİKTAŞ. The fact they're able to get their two players back up in action. I think there's still the big issue going on right now is that there's SBG with a 4-man, next RÜYA with a 4-man. Circle heads over towards BEŞİKTAŞ and Foot though. I think SBG might want to try and start clearing out Foot themselves. Next RÜYA, I think that is probably the location that they'll hit is BEŞİKTAŞ's position. They have to hit some good grenades here.
Oh dear, they've just sailed wide of it, and that might be Frozen going down, but Sun HP torn apart, and Frozen doesn't even get knocked. BEŞİKTAŞ are swept aside. They are down, out in 4th place.
Really, really good play there coming through from next RÜYA. They knew exactly what they had to do. That is a stunning little defilade to play in. And as 4 players is even better. Arwin really has carried the team here for Foot. Caused a lot of panic. And a nice nade as well will open up onto 1. He has 2 more in the back pocket and it's downhill, so easy nades to toss. Only 1 left though, so only a chance at probably 1 more knock or elimination.
Oh, SPG are taking damage here, and it looks like they don't quite know where Arwin is. Robs is dealt with as well on the backline. SPG are down to 2. Next RÜYA will be playing on as full 4 and 13 eliminations. I spoke about how their prowess in rotations earlier in this game, and it feels like they have just been cleaning up so frequently in this game, sweeping around the south side blank.
They've done very well. I mean, the compounds they're able to pick up have been very good. I think they started over towards the northwest side. They've moved back down again and practically made a full loop-de-loop. So it is a really difficult position that they've played several times, but they've dominated from them. And again, I predicted next RÜYA earlier on Erangel. I think that maybe I predicted them too early, but I'm hoping the next RÜYA can clean this one out. Similarly for SBG, they'd love to take this, but at the moment, with the angles that next RÜYA are working with, it's very difficult for SBG to do anything. Arwin still in a really good spot, but very much spotted now by next RÜYA as Frozen picks up that information inside the buggy.
Rolls back over to his team. They have the central position. SBG have to take the fight to next RÜYA. And Novalo just cannot hit these nades for the life of him. That one looks pretty good, though. It's short. It's okay. Not going to be able to tack on. And they're just not finding the bombardment. How on earth is he still alive? Novalo's down in the meantime. And Arwin, with a nade from Wolf, might eat too much. No. He's getting some healing done as well. The zone is closing, however, and he has to leave his buggy that has kept him safe for so long. Might step up for the flush, spots some next RÜYA players. Akashi might have an angle here as well, but Arwin's patient.
In goes Frozen. Straight past him. Arwin absolutely has the bead on them. And with 2 players going forward like that in the middle, this leads us down to a 2v2. And next RÜYA have to respond somehow because the res is coming through. Victor's now in a good spot, able to open up position with Arwin being now down. 2v3 now, John.
Victor behind the tree. Novalo not going to get rezzed here, most likely. Victor does not have the position to be able to go for that, and the 2v2 will be locked in. No rezzes available. Med's fairly low. And the duo from RÜYA, who have been through so much so far this game, will be able to take one and the second. A quick little spray down coming through, and they deserve it every step of the way. RÜYA were ahead of the curve, and they managed to take down everybody who stepped up to them, staying alive as a full four right until the final moments.
Yeah, very good control over the majority of that map, and I think that the big thing to look at was, you know, FLUX's cross on that road. RÜYA identified that being a thing that would happen so early in the game, as well as looking down towards BEŞİKTAŞ's compound, which is, as we all know, very much a focal point of that area of Sosnovka. But again, they just dealt with everything very, very well in that situation. They realized that, you know, BEŞİKTAŞ most likely will be low on players there because they're coming out from a very difficult scenario out of the blue, so they swing round and take that position in the end game. It's a lot of little things that RÜYA is able to put together to formulate a fantastic plan. I think BEŞİKTAŞ were just down on the luck by the end, not able to weather the storm, and they'd caught themselves in this horrible scenario between MELİSE Esports and FLUX, both in front behind them. MELİSE Esports is causing mass pandemonium in a lot of these lobbies quite a few times, just refusing to play by the status quo.
I mean, it can work sometimes, right? I mean, if people are expecting you to do one thing, just take your shoes off and throw them at them. See what they do, you know? Give them a challenge. See what can occur. Unfortunately for MELİSE, though, they are just not going to see those shoes ever again. They're just getting taken. There's nothing.
Are you the shoe stealer now?
Yeah, I am the shoe stealer, but I'm going to steal myself to head back on over to the desk to break that game down.
We were contemplating taking our shoes off and throwing them away, but we're going to leave that. But this time around, I mean, RÜYA managed to get themselves a chicken dinner as well. And with some of the elimination points that they've been gathering throughout the day, I am pretty sure this is a great result and they're very happy with it.
I mean, a needed one for them, right? Right now, the few of the top teams are just running away, started to create a pretty significant lead. So teams at the bottom and in the middle of the pack need to get themselves these strong performances.
Running away because they have their shoes on.
You put your hand up just to say that.
I was there.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much for that.
Great analysis. You're welcome.
Any other questions for us? No.
It was just running because they had their shoes on. That's it. But it does mean as well that without their shoes, you know, 17 eliminations.
Stop this.
All right, we're going to stop talking about shoes. But 27 points overall, that is pretty impressive. And considering, as you said it as well, the top team are running away with some of the leads, being able to push yourself a little further up. I mean, even Super Pogo's getting 11 points in total as well. They're just climbing the rank a little further, but some of the teams that we might have wanted to see here, not exactly showing up.
I mean, for RÜYA, that's a big conversion on this game,
absolutely.
right? Being able to farm some of the teams that are coming in from the north side and being able to kind of hold down that ridge line, very important. And then being able to dislodge where BEŞİKTAŞ was in terms of what it becomes kind of a pivotal move. BEŞİKTAŞ, of course, was a little bit wounded, but Frozen being able to roll up the way he does and then take that fight, that was excellently executed from him.
Just rushes it, gets a 1v2 almost instantly onto BEŞİKTAŞ. That's good execution. I mean, in this game, you were going to have two teams survive until the very end. One of the northern teams, it was going to be Orfut Esport or the side of BEŞİKTAŞ, and south, it was going to be RÜYA with those kind of aggressive pushes. And I mean, Frozen, 7 eliminations, 5 for Dokken Machine. Dokken Machine, by the way, such a good PMPL Spring season for this play in particular, and I feel like we saw a little bit more of that in this game finally.
I thought you were going to go with such a good name, as if it's like something to do with Japan. I'm not sure.
I do like the name, to be honest.
Yeah, you do. I know,
yeah.
Okay.
You approve? Max seal of approval?
Max seal of approval, yes.
Nice.
Great.
Very cool.
Looking at how they've played out this game and how they managed to get themselves into the position, is that also a Max seal of approval?
Yes, of course.
Great analysis.
We're having a great time for this game.
Are we falling apart here? What's going on?
What time is it?
Time to clock out, was it? But yeah, some teams I feel like were a little bit slow to try and go to Sanhok Island. I think Gladiators, once again, were trying to stick to the edge quite a long time up north, and it didn't quite work out for them. There was a lot of gatekeeping happening. They lost, I think, 1 or 2 players in the process of that rotation. But next RÜYA, they just saw points of interest, full sent it hyper aggressively. I like that playstyle. I like that they tried to switch things up a little bit. I feel like they were more passive in terms of how they approach trying to take control of certain positions. But here they're just like, okay, screw this. Just gonna full send it. Let's send Frozen in.
I mean, for next RÜYA, it could have been a very different story if they didn't actually have the compound that Ketch was actually shooting them at from. If you have that knock occur in another location, do not have that compound, and not able to actually get your player up and ready to go into the later stages, could have been a completely different story for next RÜYA. So kind of playing this checkpoint style of getting from spot to spot to spot to be able to get them done in this campaign.
Also, something to keep in mind is that for FUT Esports, Rookie isn't playing anymore. He's not on the roster right now. And Arwin came in and right away on the first day has actually brought in some good performances, kept the team so live right into this top 3 position, and I believe a few eliminations here and there. So no, good first impression from Arwin here.
Yeah, a little bit of warm-ups coming through, but also the feeling that I'm getting is that throughout the day, as we're getting closer to our final day tomorrow, a lot of these teams are just pedal to the metal, playing more aggressively, trying to make the best out of the situations that they're currently in. I mean, look at the damage. It's 2,500. That's crazy.
I feel like we're seeing slowly more of SBG as well, but it kind of stings a little bit when you're able to put out that much damage and that much influence on the battleground of almost 2,000, but only get 5 eliminations on the convert from it. So for SBG in these kinds of moments, they're hoping that they would be able to get more finishes off the back of having that much force across the lobby.
I feel like you're seeing a lot more teams being desperate at this point. They know that time factor is really starting to weigh on these teams. They don't have a lot of games to have that impact, and if you want to catch up to now FLUX with 146 points up there, you now have 7 games to have that impact to catch up to that top team.
Yeah, even looking at next RÜYA and how incredible of a game they had this time around, they are still 33 points away from that first spot. FLUX are, with that consistency, continuously getting placement points, getting those elimination points, it's becoming very, very difficult to knock them off that first place throne. And that's a scary position because we have one more map today and tomorrow is our final.
It's scary because FLUX are hyper consistent now, 2 days in a row, and teams that are still towards the top are very volatile. Like Gladiators might have a good game, then they just get 2 bad performances. We've seen something similar with Nexus where they don't always get these consistent results. So FLUX, they're staying up there, they're not budging, and you need to have the teams below them get big games if they want to close that gap.
I'm quite impressed actually at the spread of points in general. I think all the way down to 14th. 14th place has 80 points right now. For Bra and MELİSE, I feel like it's kind of a done in 15th and 16th. They're just a little bit too far behind. But even in 14th with 80 points, it's not out of the realms of possibility. With 6 games left, you can have an absolute pop-off standout day and then bump yourself up towards podium. Maybe it's difficult, but try and get yourself into top 8 at least is quite important.
And teams are going to understand that tomorrow. They're going to just full send it, go super aggressive. I think that we can expect some pretty significant changes from teams and how they approach these games, approach these lobbies every single match tomorrow, because teams at the bottom know they're going to need double digits pretty much every single time. And if it doesn't work out, nothing to lose. And that's where sometimes teams become even more scary in these games.
Absolutely. It's do or die for a lot of these teams, and we're going to be heading into our final map of today. It's going to be Miramar. Thank you, Monster, for pulling us all the way through. This is the last stretch for us and for the teams for today. We're going to be heading over there. We're going to have John and Blank covering the action. It's going to be a good time.
We're John and Blank this time. It's good to know. We're on even ground. We're going to be heading over to Miramar.
We are going to be heading over towards Miramar right now. Last match of the day. Time for some of these teams in first, second, and third place to kind of even that gap up before tomorrow. Going into tomorrow with FLUX, getting another good game here, John, would be pretty upsetting for some of these teams underneath them. Next RÜYA actually jumping up to 4th place with that last game, 113 points, so very doable for them to get even further up. BEŞİKTAŞ did not get many points off that last one, 10th place, 90 points. But as Kale said, you know, there is still a good chance for a lot of these teams to jump up tomorrow if they get some massive matches. So a lot on the line and a lot of exciting prospects coming into our final day. So make sure you do not miss it.
Absolutely not. You do not want to be out of the loop on this one. FLUX currently reigning at the top. Plane path for our final map of the day from Puerto Paraiso all the way up to Oasis over in the top there. Cutting out quite a lot of that western side from accessibility. May be a little bit difficult for teams that drop Monte Nuevo, down to Bahia de Mar as well.
Yeah, it's a bit out of the way right now with this playing path. Obviously, you know, we're not going to see much of either Miami or as you were saying. You know, El Pozo slightly out the way in terms of a drop spot, but it should be just a-okay for teams like MADBULLS as well as NEXUS. These two teams have some pretty easy rotational routes out of here, depending on the playing path as well as this circle coming up. It is all very possible for them to move through. I think for maybe Gladiators, this is one of those games where we would like to see this happen. We need a quicker rotate from Gladiators. They have been very slow recently. I think that they need to speed things up just a bit because that cautiousness has given them a fair few points in the past, but right now it's sort of to their detriment at the moment, John.
Yeah, they're allowing other teams to get ahead of them. We saw it in MELÍSE in that last game, right? That they were able to just get out in front of them on Gladiators late rotating. If they'd have gone 30 seconds earlier, they would have been clean and ahead of MELÍSE and been able to guard out that Eastern Bridge against them, right?
I think for certain, even in that situation, Gladiators would have been able to get ahead of MELÍSE. It was almost that very gentleman-like after you moment that came through, because I think with Gladiators, and it's you've got to respect it in a way. They love to check every single angle, make sure they're not being backstabbed. They like to make sure they have all the information first. You saw Tixi jumping out the vehicle using the 3x and 6x to make sure that he could completely see what was going on the other side of that bridge. But I think sometimes you just have to full send it, especially if you're waiting so long in North George. There is no real reason that you have to think to yourself, right, we still can be this cautious. No, you've spent all that time in North George. The reason for that being is that you hope that no one's going to be on the Eastern Bridge. At that point in time, you just go. You have to trust your own plan.
Yeah, you kind of need to back up the chips that you put on the felt, really, sometimes, and we want to see more of that from Gladiators. They're still very much in striking distance at the top spot, currently 20 points behind with 7 matches to play. It's absolutely doable for a team like Gladiators. They have got that capability. The top spot, obviously, weighing very heavily on their minds right now. That PMWI qualification spot would be juicy.
It really would be. And I think it's funny in a way because for us guys, and you guys at home, we get to see the map, we get to see these players, we get to see things from a bird's eye perspective. We know that if Gladiators fully committed on a lot of their rotations and a lot of their plans, they would be successful. And I think it's because they're a little bit umming and ahhing in these moments as opposed to just following through. So that's what we want to see more of, because that is what FLUX does. We've seen them multiple times today. You know, they have no info, but they know that's a good spot in the circle. And several times they have just been able to send it center with really no right to do so and find those points because of it. I'm thinking about the second Erangel of the day, not our last one, but the second one where they just threaded the needle through a lot of teams, headed towards those rocks, and are able to pick up points because of it. That is not something that they've scouted. That is not something that they've done a lot of research into. That's just a case of, this is a good spot. This is probably the thing that's going to give us the most amount of points, and they're playing the numbers game.
And that's what it's all about, right? Playing those expected values where you can. CEO crawling up the side of the cliff, and Kenzie's not quite able to get the shots for it to land. CEO just committing to it as well. Didn't hesitate to just get over that ridgeline, get to some cover as well. And Kenzie can't quite land the shots.
Absolutely not. Almost took Spider-Man off the prospects there, but luckily for him, he was able to clamber up just as quickly. Looking at the map again, this is pretty much our standard circle so far here on Miramar. We don't really see too much different from it. Kenzie hurts himself slightly, and Kishu is looking to finish off the job. Good shots there with the UMP, and that will be Kenzie down.
Not going to be going too much further, so no value from the OZAROX position. Unfortunately, they lose a player in a position that could be pivotal as well, because you've got next RÜYA looking to move through this ground, Gladiators as well, wanting to pierce the shell of this next circle in that sort of area. So losing a player, you lose a lot of control over a really important rotational path.
Yeah, I think that for some of these teams, control, as you say, is fairly important. I think that some of them have just let that become almost a side factor, though, for themselves, with some teams just really trying to go for what is pretty bad play, but we'll just give them a little bit more time in the circle, as opposed to these early rotations, which might help them out. I mean, ARR is a really classic example for this. Their rotations aren't always the best, but they get themselves out of these sticky scenarios because they're able to frag out of their minds, but they don't have a lot of control over their playstyle in the lobby. A lot of times it's like, right, we can't go there, so I guess we'll go over here and fight someone to find ourselves a place within the circle.
BRA's day so far, a little glimmer for their future, but not in this tournament, in the race for the top spots, certainly. Down towards the bottom of the tables, them and MELİSE firmly occupying those 2 spots. The question is who will be last. I think that's the only question they have yet to answer. They are within 3 points of one another, so still all to play for them.
Yeah, it's been a really good lobby in terms of just ability alone. I don't think there's a single team within this tournament that, you know, I feel like is just rubbish. I think everyone here could get relegated straight back to PMPL, perform exactly the same, and get sent straight back to championships. I think everyone here is extremely good and deserves to be in this top 16 that have headed through to championships, because we don't have any slackers here in PMPL Championship. Everyone's putting in the work. It's just some teams are shoveling a little bit more than others.
And that's what you want at a championship, right? That's what it's all about, is finding the best out of the teams that have already beaten out so many of their opponents, right? And it's fantastic to see such talent. I feel like saying that over footage of a bus tumbling down a cliff face is a little bit anti-message, but you know what? Sure, let's go for it. Robs is alive. He's good.
Well, that's what skill's all about, man, is making sure you know what you can and cannot do.
He was wearing a seatbelt.
Exactly. For anyone at home didn't know, the party bus could absolutely survive falls like that. If you're in a buggy, you're likely to get popped out. And it's very lucky that you make it down there. And I think a lot of times you have to rely on the suspension. But party buses, on the other hand, will just keep you completely safe no matter what.
Just go on the bike. Just do a backflip where you can. Let's go.
Well, yeah. I mean, the party bus is like wrapping yourself in bubble wrap, and going on a bike and trying stuff like that is wrapping yourself in bubble wrap laced with razor blades. It doesn't end well.
I feel like it's more like you've attached spikes pointing outwards to you, right? Because you just slam into things, and it's going to hurt you, but it might hurt them as well.
Maybe. Down towards that southeast side, MADBULLS already moved in. Very hard shift, actually. Almost as hard as it gets on these circles. We'll have BEŞİKTAŞ moving in. NEXUS, as well as the rest of the team there, have their position on the side of the circle. We'll talk a little bit about the terrain around here, because we still have Los Leones in. Just a little bit of it. That northern side won't likely to become a feature in the circle unless we get another hard shift down towards the south side. But that urban area, most likely a lot of people won't be heading into it. But we do have Minas Generales fields, as well as that high ground towards the center. It is one of these circles where I think most teams are going to look for a spot to just head to, drop the vehicles off, and then kind of sit pretty for a while. I think a lot of this game is going to depend on Zone 3 and Zone 4, especially in this kind of circle, which can go anywhere now.
This second zone shrink is the biggest percentage shrink we see on, I think, any circle in the game, which, of course, being Miramar, actually cuts down to about a little bit over a 2 kilometer radius on this second phase circle. So as much as it looks like a very dramatic shrink, it still leaves a lot of area for these teams to play around. However, if it's lent all the way to this side, it reduces those paths in, because Los Leones becomes a lot more treacherous, and you're isolated to about 3 or 4 different ways in now into this circle.
Yeah, 100%. There's the ditch. Well, I mean, you pretty much have the crater over towards La Bendita. You have a smaller crater over towards the western side of La Bendita. You've got La Bendita Fields, Minas Generales Fields, Los Leones. You can see exactly why, and if we shift back to the map, you'll absolutely see it, that we do have this case of almost a T formation, upside T formation coming through from the teams, because you really only can play the ridge side through the middle and then the ridge that cuts across the south side. Most teams not looking to go towards Los Leones right now. So I think we're playing with little over 30% of the circle, which is very awkward.
Yeah.
But it's still doable.
There's a lot of dead ground here. Even with Graveyard in there, there's more than you'd expect. Teams moving down that east side are going to have a tough time of it. That might include Gladiators. We said we wanted to see them move faster into these circles, take those fights a little bit earlier than they have been so far today. It looks like they're going to run into some bother with Excuse Me on the north side near Minas Generalis. Get into some conflict. ARR and MELİSE in the meantime are going to be taking one another's time out of their rotations, but the Gladiators, they draw short and they don't want to go for this commit.
I will say this is much quicker though, because you can see they've not done too much info gathering and they have just sent in, which is a lot better than what we usually see. Again, another shift up towards that northern side with Labandita still in it, with the fields on the eastern side and this ridge that cuts through the center. Again, another awkward type of circle to be playing with. MELİSE Esports, I don't like these players from MELİSE Esports. They are just like, why are we fighting here? It doesn't make much sense. Maybe I am just upset because they are attempting to take down Gladiators, less so than anything. But again, MELİSE Esports are most likely going to do themselves more harm than good in this situation, as Gladiators just try and sail away. They don't have much medical supplies though, which is the issue. Tixi, medkits, 100% HP, that'll do the trick, I'd say.
Yeah, get him back to full health, get on your... I was going to say bike, but he's not on a bike. He's in the Mirado there. Rotating around. It really is.
It's not MELİSE, it's ARR.
It's always these two teams. What is going on? Meku nade back over towards Elementrix. And ARR actually taking shots over at Excuse Me, so they might be a little bit preoccupied. Elementrix drives up to the ridgeline. Two players from Gladiators on the flank. Elementrix actually quite isolated here. Becker behind him on his back right needs to find some value over towards Tixi and Matic. You can see he's doing exactly that. It's Tapok actually lining these up. And the Gladiators just trying to get through. Kitsune out in the open, spins the buggy. Broadside now and will just go down. Hang on a minute. No, he's alive. He's answering with some shots. Hits the knee, but will get knocked. Not able to find Tapok. Two of their players are down, however, because Meku is putting in the shift. Kitsune is down and flushed, but it's only Matic now who is knocked, and Ace is the last remnant of ARR.
Yeah, again, this is what I'm talking about. MELİSE Esports, they cause themselves problems. ARR, was this necessary? Absolutely not. And I think that realistically, these two teams have very much caused themselves more harm than good. I'll say it twice because it's absolutely true. Meku drops out. Pretty horrible situation to get yourself into here, but Ace is last remaining. Very strong play from AR, so possible.
MELİSE rolling down the hill and Meku gets shut out. Aces can trade it back and forth, but Matic is there. He will be looking for the shutdown, and two players now remain. Matic and Tixi, though, very powerful players, really, really strong in their gunfight, and we've seen Gladiators rescue these sorts of games. These points totals can still go their way unless Kisyu gets a line up. Looking for the shot, not quite having the confidence to go for it though.
This feels like a couple of assassins coming out towards the guys from Gladiators. I feel a little bit bad for them. There is really no angle they can head into without both these teams attempting to crash themselves into each other. Let's take a quick look over towards the rest of the map, though, because we do have a whole other game to talk about. BEŞİKTAŞ currently centered up very well in this circle, as are REGNUM CARYA. I think both these teams have done fairly well today to improve, and it feels like both of them should get some better games going forward. Now, Valo might just be able to spot this run through coming through from Tixi. He is very low. Matic in the vehicle has to swerve outwards, and that's going to go down.
Yeah, there's no way you get away with that. He's already smoking. Easy spray down for Narvalo. Nothing you can do about that. But Tixi's alive. They should know that the buggy is moving. He will have spotted that. Another medkit to get back to full health. We'll see what salvage can be found for Tixi. Does have the Labandita crater left to play around, but SBG likely going to try and flow around that way as well.
He's heading straight towards MELİSE, who have painted a big old bullseye on the back of Gladiators. Most likely will get shot at here, sees the vehicles, understands there's danger. Kisyu looks to hit these shots, and Tixi's going straight on by.
He's not hanging around. He knows what MELİSE are like when they see a Gladiator's nameplate. Looks like he is just going to lose both of those back tires, spin out and get to cover of the shack, just about staying alive. Lewis takes some answering shots. Who's that? That's BEŞİKTAŞ chiming on in and suppressing that ridge line. Tixi is into the foothills of security.
He's not too far forward, but I think at the end of the day, this is a worse position now for MELİSE Esports because they have shown their hand to BEŞİKTAŞ, who currently have one of the stronger positions within the circle and will be looking directly out over towards MELİSE Esports, who will have to move on the next circle shift. SPG currently playing on the top side of La Bandita. We have seen them play this position quite a few times in the past. Sometimes they move through La Bandita itself. Sometimes they skirt on the outer edges. I'm curious to see what they'll go with next. Next, RÜYA moving through. Tixi taking a lot of damage himself. Has to swing from side to side. Goodness me, can't catch a break, this guy.
Uh-oh. Out a little bit short there. Readjusts, ready to answer with a volley, but nothing found. Nexus, though, have the left side. Frozen, suppressing, allowing his teammates to get up to these hills. It is such a difficult cross to make, and next RÜYA have managed to do it without taking a knock. This ridgeline now fairly secure for them. REGNUM CARYA might just about be in nade range.
A little bit far, honestly, from nade range. Zelicon be watching out that way. Has the Mini 14, but instant response coming through from next RÜYA. Goodness me, that's terrifying.
One of the vehicles goes up. I think there was a second behind on the barrier that was created for him. Yeah, you see there's the buggy next to Zelicon and Tron. Tixi, still active. MELÍSE going to be shimmying their way forwards. BEŞİKTAŞ have got such great sightlines out to the east, but their west is a little bit less dominated right now.
Yeah, Major Pride out in the fields. Still just looking over there. They have their small little ridge side to play around with. Nexus down towards that southeast side. We know they love to play this angle a lot of times because there's not a lot of teams that head through this area over the MADBULLS, so they can stay out of dodge for a long, long while just by chilling in these zones. For Tixi, I really don't know what he can do here because there's no real avenue of exit available to him. If he moves the west, straight into BEŞİKTAŞ, moves down towards the little cubby hole, down towards that southwest side, straight into next RÜYA. Luckily, he's still in the circle, and MELÍSE has to move first, and they'll likely crash upon Tixi's spot.
Definitely an option. And we know what they're like. They are dogged in their pursuit. CEO scouting out. And going to run straight over Tixi's spot. I mean, they know he's in this shack, right? That's where he's holding up. And he's now managed to get all the way up. Hang on a minute, he had a friend. But Tixi has managed to find one knock onto CEO. I think he got the flush there. Next RÜYA might have been able to pinch that one away. But Lewis does manage to finally take down the Gladiator.
Let's have a look here. Yeah, got the knock, but didn't quite get the flush. And again, I don't want to keep talking about it because it annoys me. You know, if I was to talk to Gladiators directly, I would legitimately just say, I think it's time to change drop spots. You're next to two of the most volatile teams there is in the lobby, apparently.
Absolutely. Brut moving up to Sly Europe here. Trying to push in from the northwest side, and Sly Europe are staying alive as 4 for now. A lot of damage sent back to the aggressing team here. Elvis not quite with them on an off angle now. And no one going all out right now. Rizard on the top floor, just securing the building. Tenchik knows there's a player out wide, and that high ground angle for Sly Europe is so important.
Yeah, for Sly Europe, it is real important they hold on to this one. For BRA, it's hard to get through here because the nades are easily found onto this singular compound. There's many different angles that Sly Europe can take here. And right now, Sly Europe has a very good idea of where they're playing.
REGNUM CARYA have such a strong position right in the middle here. They've just been given 2 loot crates as well.
Yeah,
right on top of that spot.
Pretty difficult to lose, I'd say, at this point in time for REGNUM CARYA. They are very much in a situation where it should be a win, right?
You would think so, right? I think to predict somewhere else, you would be going for a wild card choice into the game.
Haha, well, luckily for you, I have that wild card.
Okay, well, it's not that wild, given that Kale predicted it first, but yeah, I guess.
I didn't see that. There you go.
So there you go.
I mean, I believe in the Major Pride team. I believe in them at this point in time. I think that they have slowly been coming online. It's been taking them a while to happen, though. But they're coming alive now. BRA, as well as Major Pride, taking turns on the battering side of SBG.
Oh. Rizzard slipped a bullet through the window. Not the sort of present you want to get. That line up there is good. Sly Europe holding very, very well. Not even taking a knock here is going to be really important. Mandarin needs to find a way out through the window. We'll be able to do so. Healing up for Zashipa, and SBG want to slow this down. It's going to be pretty tricky to make that work. Mandarin to the inside. The blue zone still encroaching. Forcing this rotate to happen now. The triple REGNUM CARYA prediction, but you and Kellaris both going for Major Pride now.
Yeah, I like Major Pride's spot. I haven't been the most confident in REGNUM CARYA's ability either, and just because they have 2 loot drops doesn't necessarily mean they win the game. In the meantime, Major Pride are pushing down over towards Foot and behind them, and Arwin has to get away as soon as possible because in this situation, Major Pride pushes them into a horrible spot versus FLUX.
Yeah, they are forced out into the open, and this is the crossing that is really going to test them. Not, unfortunately, going to pass this time. 2 players from Foot will survive for the time being, but FLUX from the back, Major Pride from the north, and ahead of them, REGNUM CARYA, an impenetrable wall for the time being.
Kashi goes on a local excursion, gets taken down by Black from Excuse Men. He's even taking shots up towards Victor now. Seems to be unharried in the process. BRA, Elvis, there's 2 solos going head-to-head versus SBG, and SBG is currently losing.
The best way to deal with solos is to split up and look for clues. That's what I've learned from my time watching Hanna-Barbera animations. But unfortunately, SBG are going to find a spooky time if they don't handle this pretty quickly, because they've got to move in south.
They're not handling it, apparently. Elvis finds Victor right in the center of them all. Black might look for a little bit more as well, hearing that there's shots coming their way. I don't think he realizes his third-party friend is a solo just like him, but this will be a disastrous way to go out on Miramar for SBG if it is down to the hands of just 2 players. Monkey heads down towards the south side to scout out what exactly is happening in that location, provides anchor point. FLUX will be looking towards that spot, though, and they have 4 players still up and kicking.
Both of these teams on the south side are really important for REGNUM CARYA to try and control here. So them going against each other is really, really good news for REGNUM CARYA. That southern threat is a major playing piece in the circles to come. So if they can just slow this down, force these 2 teams to fight it out, make sure they're playing on with 2 players or 1 player even, get rid of them entirely, then they will have a much better time of controlling the center of this circle.
Ooh, Major Pride's location very much known now out in the open as MADBULLS try to take shots towards them, but there are nades going their way from Nexus. I think they cannot ignore these players. Right now, Major Pride is flying in as Monkey gets a bit further forward, but FLUX have yet to spring the trap as of yet. Could come out swinging from behind.
Next, RÜYA with MELİSE, the remnants thereof at their back, going to be taken down to 1. Dokkan Machine able to line up and will put themselves into a 1 versus 1. Lewis wants that first aid. Will be able to claim that and put a nade over the top as well, close to Dokkan Machine. That looks pretty good. Is it long enough? It's going to take a lot of damage over his way, but back into the smoke, back into the cover as well. Knows there's a vehicle in the way and will be able to put a nade in. Is the Cook going to be on target? Breaks it out to the right, knows he can use that smoke and force the challenge out to the left. A little bit of damage felt. And the teammate down as well. The flush is confirmed. Shots through the smoke, landing damage both ways, but MELİSE and Lewis is just taking this challenge to Dokkan Machine behind the buggy. He pushes up around the headland, and Lewis is able to win that out. That was a lot hairier than it needed to be, but the shave was close enough for Lewis to stay alive.
Meantime, Major Pride has been trying to deal with Nexus. We've been trying to deal with FLUX, sorry. They found 1 knock, but there's been some really good grenades, some really good shots coming through from Solke, from Solus. Now, they have to move out, though, as they are in the blue. Yeah, Major Pride's position isn't all that hot right now.
but they're not dying just yet. Unfortunately for them, REGNUM CARYA sending into a position they might like to look towards for their next. As okay, FLUX is just going to line them up. Nomi now hiding behind the wheels of the monster truck. One of them's going to go down. Takes quite a lot to make that happen. And Exo Machina seems to just sneak that one through over onto Nomi, and that is Major Pride out.
Oh, an unfortunate turn of events there, sadly. I think Major Pride could have done a lot better, but they were sort of confused. Let's say confused. I'm not sure they knew what they wanted to do. I think there was multiple opportunities to head up towards the northern side, towards SPG, hearing a lot of the fighting there. Instead, opt to go for FireFlux. I think it's a bit of a tall task, realistically, because they're heading down to where the majority of the big players are, whereas there was a significant opportunity to third party on the north side of the map. So an interesting decision from Major Pride. Looking at FireFlux, though, excellently handled from their side. Great nades over the top, dealt with a few of the players, and now they're looking to clean out the rest of the game.
Shots from Nexus, who are looking to move down this cliff face. Doran taken super low. They lost a player to their engagement, MADBULLS, on the south side of the road, and now they're going to have to move up north. FireFlux were on a wide split, but BEŞİKTAŞ forced them back in with a nice little flank from Enjoy and Peace as well out on that western side. Trades going back and forth, and Tron actually is going to get spotted out from the north side. Needs to get back to cover for a res, but unlikely to be able to find that sanctuary. Ketch spotted, tapped away with the Mini 14, and FireFlux are busted down to 3 as well.
Tron taken down, FireFlux there with some nades over the top. Exo Machina's up to 5 eliminations, and now REGNUM CARYA, I think they're in a bit of a tricky spot. Very much on the low ground. BEŞİKTAŞ have 2 knocks themselves.
No.
Wow, gets taken out. Now just Loxy and Zelikon, both in awkward spots.
This is the thing, though, for REGNUM CARYA, they don't need to kill Nexus right now. They need to just not die to them, not die to these positions, but unfortunately Wild flushed away. Because as soon as BEŞİKTAŞ push up and cross that ridgeline after dealing with FireFlux, Nexus are next on the menu.
Yeah, they still have cover, though. They still absolutely have cover. And I think for REGNUM CARYA, it's going to be fairly impossible for them to get out of this kind of situation. With Nexus starting to move around, I think BEŞİKTAŞ have got their hands full with FireFlux at the moment. No nades to speak of, unfortunately. So Loxy most likely will remain there, but the circle will push them out, in which case Nexus is happy to allow them to wait.
Nexus aren't in this next circle, though. That's the thing. They're going to have to descend this. Look at Sun HP's position as well on that ridgeline. He is in the next circle. With that ridge, he sees Nexus. They know where he is. Octavian wants the challenge. If they can take down Sun HP, that is a massive boon to them. But time is ticking.
Yeah, 2 big teams in this one, FireFlux and Nexus. Nexus on 9 eliminations, which is absolutely huge. Finding Loxy in that building is not easy. Looks like he jumped out the backside, was getting ready to leave, honestly, which makes sense. Zessi gets taken down by Doran. Nexus still absolutely going off. Just Zelikon now left in that horrible spot down below.
FireFlux may be sweeping in, and REGNUM CARYA go down in 4th. Nexus, with the blue zone pushing, now can roll down to a little bit of cover beneath them, but FireFlux are sweeping on the top of this hill. BEŞİKTAŞ are split, but Peace is the only knock right now, and the smokes are blooming for the res. In go Nexus. Off that knock, they move in to the center of this next circle. Move up to the buggy, but they are now in the shooting gallery themselves. Exo Machina spotted by Sun HP, expertly handled.
Sun HP wants to pick himself up. A couple more eliminations, but FireFlux sitting at 3 players right now. Very heavily injured, I'd say. Octavian behind the vehicle, looking for a second place, but this is head-to-head between the 2 top spots, Nexus as well as FireFlux, but they have such a good spot to FireFlux. A lot of cover to play around with. BEŞİKTAŞ tries to move out. It's not good enough.
Nexus flagging in the face of FireFlux, and what a way to close out the day. If FireFlux can take this home, it is a statement. The gauntlet will be laid, but BEŞİKTAŞ really the only team that stands in their way, and Sun HP is going to let them know. Last player standing, sure, but he's still got oomph. Has to dip behind the rock into the blue zone. Maybe just deny the point here, but yeah, it's just going to go down to the blue zone. Now, just the 1 player, And with that, it's all but done. However, Octavian in a 1v2, don't always bet against him. Maybe just looking for the flush instead. We'll be able to find that, but that's easy pickings for FireFlux. When you commit for the point, that's what you get. And fair enough. You get that extra point, that's hugely valuable for Nexus to try and keep up with FireFlux, who do take the chicken dinner.
I mean, 19 points here. This is what we're talking right at the start of the game, that FireFlux have not let up all day. Every single match has been good from them, and they have kept extending that lead. Now, for these teams underneath them, it is so difficult to catch up to FireFlux, and this is the worst time for a team to start sprinting out of control because they are so far ahead now coming into tomorrow. There's a lot of profit and gain you need to get, and if FireFlux comes in tomorrow looking like how they did today, I think the tournament's over before we even cast that final game. It is really difficult to catch up to FireFlux. I don't know what's happened in the last 2 days, and today in particular, but I feel like they have really got a bead on what they want to do with these games. They're playing a very similar playstyle to Gladiators, but are just simply doing it better with better gun skill.
They are outperforming on every metric. I mean, fantastic for Nexus, though, to be fair, in that last game, to be able to keep up, right? Because Nexus were in second place before that game with about a 20-some margin, a low 20s margin. To be able to put those numbers on the board with the eliminations that they're able to earn means that they are still in it. But the Gladiators may have fallen short, Blank.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I think that right now I am very pleased that Nexus is where they are, just because of how much effort they've put in here. Unfortunately, that game doesn't go their way, but a lot of eliminations as per usual, John.
Yeah, well, we are going to take the break for today. I'm sure the teams will be happy for it as well, but that is the last game. We're going to throw the shoe back over to you, Janira, in the studio.
Shoe went right over my head. Sorry, guys. Couldn't catch it, but FireFlux caught another win. And with this one, they are just throwing themselves ahead in the competition. How do you beat them? Blank said it himself.
I don't know.
Just better.
I mean, John said they're going to need a break because after getting destroyed by FireFlux the entirety of today, you're going to need a little bit of a break right there. You need to rethink how you're approaching this because FireFlux, after this win, have got a pretty big lead. Like, we were talking 30, 40 points, something like that. Closing that gap is going to be tough tomorrow, especially if they play continuously at this level in tomorrow's 6 matches. Is it even possible if they just are remaining consistent again tomorrow? It's going to be tough.
It's not a great, I mean, it's a great situation for FireFlux to be in.
Well, them only,
but it's not a, exactly. It's not a great situation for any of the other teams competing here because you're looking at the gap and it's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And it brings the question of not only do you have to have a good game as whatever team is looking to compete, your Nexus, your Gladiators, FireFlux also has to have a bad game. And from what we've seen so far, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, one of the only teams that really is trying to keep up with them at this point really is Nexus. But it does feel like FireFlux has had level 4 vests and helmets throughout the day. They are just, it's like their endurance in a lot of these team fights and the timing at which they're taking the team fights as well is just better than some of the competition that is around them. Just to be this consistent and then get themselves another chicken dinner on the board is a little bit crazy.
I really believe that Nexus Gaming win fights and get eliminations in positions where they should be dead. I feel like this game in particular, that was south of the road, they should not have been able to make that transition for free. And they make that transition with like 6 or 7 eliminations, which is insane. That can convert a bad position into good position in the circle and a lot of eliminations to boot. So Nexus have been looking amazing, so much better than I initially expected heading into the championship, but I'm sold. Nexus are looking better than ever right now.
Gladiators also looked good. I think it's slowing down a little. You know, you got that momentum going and then kind of a block in the road and they weren't able to pick it up again. Sly, by the looks of it today, was not their day. They had a great day yesterday, weren't able to translate it today. So tomorrow leaves a lot of question marks for which teams are going to be able to continuously bring on the fierceness, the strength that we've seen over the last 3 days.
Yeah. I almost picked Sly in this last game, but it felt like they got a little bit choked up in some of the slower fights, which when you're on edge play and you're getting stuck in a fight like that, then you can't really move. Wait, an even 1,000.
Wow,
nice.
That's rare.
That really distracted me, I'm sorry.
I was looking at it like, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you get caught up in those fights and then you really can't move on into the later stages of the game, so a bit unfortunate.
I can tell you what went wrong for Sly. I stated it throughout all of the day. They didn't get a center circle position and the circle did not go their way. way,
Yeah.
which they're heavily reliant on. They're very good at banking on positions and defending those spots if a breach does come their way, but when they have to chase down those circles, they tend to struggle a little bit more. But look at Nexus. This is a downhill fight. I don't think they should be taking this fight as easily as they have, but great nades coming out. I think Octavian stepped up a little bit this game, actually, alongside, I think it was Exo. Doran didn't do too much this game. But yeah, we're seeing a little bit of presence from the other players too, but Nexus really just such a dominant force in these lobbies that I want to see more of it, to be honest. Like, this is the best, as I said earlier, that they've ever been, and I hope that can transition into the full season too.
I mean, we're still seeing them tomorrow, 6 maps again in total. So a lot of these teams have that opportunity to bring it back and get a couple more points on the board. But in general, we said it earlier before this map even started. We said it after the 3rd map of today. We said, okay, now it's like, it's really do or die. We've passed the halfway point, but tomorrow it's even worse, better? Depends how you want to look at it.
I would say worse to some extent, because teams at the bottom are just going to be like, okay, YOLO, kinda. We have to potentially go for hot drops. We keep talking about it. It might happen here because a spot for a $3 million prize pool tournament, you better just try as hard as you can.
Likewise, though, getting top 8 also is kind of important here, Max. I mean, being able to move on to another tournament that will be happening as well.
Another LAN, yeah.
Yes, so that kind of will probably fuel those teams. As I was saying before this game actually began, whilst we take a look at the teams that got the wins, there's 2 teams at the bottom that I don't think are going to be able to actually strike out that top 8. Everybody else, though, I think still has a great chance.
Okay. Well, we're going to look at the overalls as well pretty soon. But in general, when we're looking at the performances today, it has been, like yesterday it was Sly, the day before it was Nexus, the day before it was Gladiator. So we had 3 days.
That's a...
No, we've...
You invented a day right there.
Sorry, I invented a day. We had, in the last 2 days, we've had 3 teams that have been very much consistently getting those chicken dinners, and they were able to do that back to back. But today was a little different. Every game was a different team being able to take a piece of the pie, and the biggest chunk goes to FLUX.
22-point difference, not as big as I thought, but Nexus is really following super closely FLUX, and it's going to be down to potentially one big game or one game where FLUX and Nexus just get 0 or 1 point. That might be the big difference maker. Don't count Gladiators out, okay? They clearly can make these iterations. I think they've been trying things out throughout these past 2 days that, with not a huge amount of success, but tomorrow I feel we know what they can do on the last day. They did it in PMPL Europe. They could do it here also.
I mean, there's 2 big anomalies here on the screen at the moment. One, a big thumbs up for REGNUM CARYA to be able to stay in the position that they're at without any chicken dinners. Yeah. And then on the opposite side of that, a big thumbs down for Sly, who have got themselves 3 wins, but only 100 points, not able to keep up with those top winners at the very pinnacle of what we're seeing here right now. So it's showing that Sly very hit and miss, which kind of lends itself to what you were saying about central positions being also important for them, because sometimes when you're a central team and you can't get those spots, it can be very hit and miss.
Yeah, but even as we further scroll down the league table, the overall rankings, we can still tell that, as you said it yourself, Kalaris, there is always going to be an opportunity for some of these teams to crawl in the top 8 position, which is very crucial. But looking at MELİSE, looking at BRA Esports, I mean, MELİSE, one game particularly that we've seen, they were very close. They got a lot of eliminations on the board. They were doing really well, but unfortunately, even with those eliminations, when you don't actually get a chicken dinner, you don't get any placement points throughout, it's going to be very difficult to rely just on your elimination.
I mean, same thing for Major Pride. I think there was 70-something eliminations for 21 placement points. They're fragging out big time, which we know Major Pride can do. Effect has been doing fantastic. We see Nomi, you talked a few times about him. He's been exceptionally strong this championship. They're just rarely, if ever, making it to those late games. We need to see podium finishes from them.
We can expand out from this. I feel like we've been bamboozled a little bit, because if you look through 11th through 14th, you've got Major Pride, you've got MADBULLS, you've got OZAROX, and you've got FUT in there.
Yeah.
Those FUT and OZAROX were 1st and 2nd in Turkey, and then you've got Major Pride and MADBULLS, who we do hold in high regard. So 4 teams down there that I think almost everybody watching knows are capable of more, but haven't been able to convert here through the days.
They have what it takes, but it's a matter of reaching the promised land, reaching that podium finish and reaching it consistently. But speaking of consistency and speaking of some of the players that have done really well in their respective teams, who's your MVP for today?
Oh, I have not thought about that. Why am I on the solo camera shot? I don't want to be.
I've thought about it. That's why you have to go first.
Oh, okay. I would say a FLUX player. They've been so consistent. I would go with Ketch 2 days in a row.
Yeah, I was thinking of back-to-back as well. I think Ketch again.
Not Nomi from Major Pride?
No.
He's not been good enough.
Look where FLUX is.
No survival time.
FLUX is kind of just like, there we go. 2 days in a row. I mean, MVP of this tournament does get a $2,000 prize, so it's looking pretty good for Catch, not just for that MVP, but in general, making it to PMWI.
Yeah, and the back-to-back MVP award seems like it is slowly but surely becoming reality.
Yes.
He's just such a strong player. Even if he's solo, like we saw it, even that Sanhok, they were down to 2 players. Absolute domination was set up on the teams around them. These guys are insane, and Ketch in particular.
I think what's really important to look at when you see these highlights and the movement that Ketch is able to exhibit is there's no wasted movement. We talk about something in esports sometimes called effective APM, which is sometimes APM, you know, oh, you're really fast, cool, but sometimes a lot of those actions are wasted. When you look at what Ketch is doing, oftentimes it's very effective APM. He's not wasting movements. He's able to hit those shots very quickly, very cleanly. So I think that's something that makes him stand out in this lobby right now.
I mean, that and the fact that he's done 3,358 damage and got 15 eliminations to his name, that is a crazy number to be looking at. And even when we're looking at Doran, yes, 13 to 15 eliminations, but the difference in damage, phew.
That's Doran today, then.
Yeah,
yes.
Which means he's still keeping up.
Yeah.
It's very funny. The 2 main storylines are Nexus Gaming versus FLUX on the overall rankings, and then you got Doran versus Ketch in the MVP rankings.
Damn, that's cool. I like that. I like that a lot.
Nexus has really put forward such a great performance. They've shown us what they're capable of. They've shown us they have what it takes to be able to go head-to-head, toe-to-toe with FLUX. But FLUX, they're not letting go of the lead that they have, and that's a really interesting part from them as well. Because heading into tomorrow, again, 6 maps. You've now played 6 over the last 3 days. You're going to be playing another 6. So maybe fatigue going to be creeping in. I mean, Nexus is going to be watching their gameplay. Everybody knows what everyone is doing. It's going to be mind games.
The thing is, I don't think FLUX are going to fall off or change anything major. The thing is, this gameplay from them doesn't feel forced, right? It's just something that seems very natural to them. It's just effortless to some extent, you could say. So I feel like they're just going to go with this game plan, and I feel like it's teams around them that need to adapt. FLUX have found a recipe for success. I don't feel they need to change much or anything really. Just keep on going with this flow, and the first place, if it goes like this tomorrow, is pretty much in the bag.
In their mind, they're correcting the wrong of not winning this last time, losing out to HVVP, which is now Gladiators, of course, after having such a good start the previous iteration of this tournament. So they're correcting the wrongs at the moment, and they are not going to let their foot off the pedal tomorrow.
They have a lot to prove. And they're so far keeping up with those things, and the expectations keep on rising. We also have expectations of ourselves, and that is that we sometimes like to think that we know what's going on. Emphasis on we like to think that we know it, because we're going to be looking at the predictions so far and how it's been going for all of us. I mean, for Blank, it's going pretty well. Max has also managed to catch up to Blank. That's impressive.
I'm right on your heels. I know you like those shoe puns, so there you go.
I do.
That's
I mean, I blame John. He started it.
Oh, yeah.
Look, guys, considering I was wearing sandals with 2 points at the start, at the end of day
you're just
one,
the bottom of the...
Look, I'm trying to catch up, okay?
Actually, interestingly enough, if you did go for the Sly Europe prediction the 2 times you said we should have, you would be up there.
Yeah,
How does it feel?
It's become a meme in the back at this point. I keep just saying, go for Sly guys.
Go for Sly guys.
And why do I not pick them myself? I don't understand.
That's a good question. Why do you not pick them yourself?
I don't know.
Ginny, shut up and go to the next segment. Socials. Make sure that you guys check those out. You can stay up to date with our predictions, with what's going on in PMPL EU, with the memes, with the leaderboard, with the ranking, everything. And all of it is going to be on our socials. Also, like I said, memes. Kind of. And if there's anything that you want to let us know, hashtag PMPL EU Champ, and we'll stay up to date. We'll keep that in mind as well. Yeah. It's been a pretty good day so far. I mean, it's been really fierce. And coming into today, especially when we were looking at the overall rankings, we're like, okay, this is pretty close. And then FLUX said, no. We're going to end today saying that we're going to be the winners.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, at the top, it's so cool to see so many new teams performing so well. Of course, you've got FLUX and Gladiators, but seeing so many teams up there, it feels like the Boruto of PUBG Mobile in Europe. It's like the second generation of teams that are performing well.
It's
Boruto.
It's a common thing. Are they Baka or are they Shinigami with someone like Max?
You makes me... Oh,
right.
Oh, my blood is boiling, okay.
This is my clue to close it out, because they're losing their minds. So thank you, Monster, for making sure that we're staying sane and energized throughout the entirety of the 6 maps. We're going to be logging off for today, and we'll be back tomorrow with 6 mappers and crowning our champion of the PMPL EU Spring 2023 Championship. That's it from us for today. Have a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. It's going to be an exciting one.